gold tycoon in America in 1850. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Colonel Robert. General Perry, you don't trust the army. Perry made such an excessive request to Fillmore, which clearly showed that he didn't trust the California Infantry Regiment and looked down on the army. Liang Zhao said to Perry bluntly, "If you don't trust the army and only trust your colleagues in the Navy, I think our cooperation will end here." Liang Zhao's attitude was very tough. In the President's office of the White House, he not only represented himself, but also represented the U.S. Army. Faced with a contempt from the Navy generals, he had to stand on the side of the Army. Fillmore also felt that Perry's request was excessive. The arrogant attitude of these Navy generals made him feel a little uncomfortable. Whether it is the Marine Corps or the California Infantry Regiment, they are the backbone of the U.S. Army. You should trust your Army and the California Infantry Regiment. The California Infantry Regiment is the elite of the Army. With the California Infantry Regiment cooperating with you, what else are you dissatisfied with? Fillmore rejected Perry's request in a very clear attitude. The American Army was not large to begin with. The 17 infantry regiments of the Army were scattered around fighting against unfriendly Indian tribes, stuck in the quagmire of war and unable to get out. The 2 regiments of the Marine Corps were the few mobile forces of the federal government. It was unrealistic to allocate half of the Marine Corps to Perry. Seeing that Liang Zhao's attitude was so tough and President Fillmore's attitude was so resolute, Perry had to give up and gave up the idea of transferring the Marine Corps to the Japanese Expeditionary Force. "Colonel Liang, do you have any requests?" Perry looked at Liang Zhao. Of course, Liang Zhao took the opportunity to put forward his request. However, his request was not the request of the Japanese Expeditionary Force. With the troops and equipment he had now, it was a bit unrealistic to want to conquer Japan. But it was more than enough to hurt the Japanese shogunate authorities, force Japan to open up its country, or even support a puppet regime close to itself to achieve the goal of this expedition. What Liang Zhao wanted was more establishment. After the California Infantry Regiment participated in the expeditionary military operations against Japan, California's defense will inevitably be vacant. Moreover, the California Infantry Regiment is responsible not only for the local defense of California, but also for part of the defense of Arizona and New Mexico. I hope to obtain your permission to obtain the formal establishment of an infantry regiment, which is specifically responsible for the defense of Arizona and New Mexico to relieve the national defense pressure on the U.S.-Mexico border. Of course, I also know that the federal government is not financially well off at present, and the people of California also understand the difficulties of the federal government. If the federal government does not have enough money to support a new infantry regiment, the California government is willing to bear part of the cost for the security of the state, Liang Zhao said. Fillmore was eager to meet Liang Zhao's request. In the past, when facing security issues, the states, especially those in the West and the South with more Indians, first thought of asking the federal government to recruit soldiers from the local area, and at most asked the federal government for money to form a militia. It is the first time that California is willing to take the initiative to pay part of the military expenses to support a regiment to relieve the pressure on the border. Moreover, after the California Infantry Regiment went to Japan for the expedition, the defense of the border area does need to be strengthened. America has always been very vigilant about Mexico. Even though Mexico's national strength and military power are very weak now, America has never taken it lightly. I will consider your request as appropriate. It is not a trivial matter to add a standing regiment to the Army. I will raise your request to Congress, Fillmore said to Liang Zhao. You will get a reply soon. On the way from Washington to New York, Liang Zhao was warmly welcomed by the American people. America really felt the cruelty of war in the Civil War 10 years later. Although America had some casualties in the previous war against Mexico, the number of soldiers who died of illness was far greater than the number of soldiers who died on the battlefield. Moreover, most of the soldiers and generals who participated in the Mexican-American War were from the South. Americans in the North did not think the war was cruel, but were full of enthusiasm for it. Minister Conrad and senior officers of the Army also had high hopes for Liang Zhao. They hosted a banquet for Liang Zhao and wished him a victorious return. I have read the letter from Mr. Houston. After the banquet, A colonel in his 40s with a gentle appearance said to Liang Zhao, "As long as your students can meet the minimum requirements of West Point and Virginia Military Academy, West Point can admit them. I also have some connections with Virginia Military Academy and will say hello to the school authorities of Virginia Military Academy." The newly promoted colonel was Robert Edward Lee, who had just become the president of West Point. It is no secret in the American military that the colonels of the U.S. Army Infantry Regiment prefer to train officers of the same hometown and ethnicity, and the federal government has turned a blind eye to this. Liang Zhao is Chinese, and it is very common for Chinese colonels to train some Chinese officers to facilitate their control of the army. During the Mexican-American War, he also served as Winfield Scott's staff assistant as a friend. Relying on connections to get through the back door was the norm for the American Army during this period. This was not only the case for the Army, but the Navy was not much better than the Army. Without some connections, it is impossible to gain a foothold in the Army. "Then I would like to thank Colonel Robert here," Liang Zhao, who was a little tipsy, said to Robert. Robert looked gentle and elegant. If he had not attended the banquet in a colonel's uniform but in a casual uniform, Liang Zhao would have found it difficult to associate Robert with an officer. "We are all colleagues in the Army. It is only right for us to help each other. There is no need to thank each other. Mr. President and Minister Conrad are very optimistic about you. Please fight for our army in this expedition to Japan," Robert said. "Serving the country is the duty of a soldier. Japan is not worth mentioning," Liang Zhao said. "I heard that you bought a batch of Prussian dresser needle-fired guns. This gun has a very fast firing rate and can also be fired in a prone position." Robert was very interested in the dresser needle-fired guns purchased by Liang Zhao. He had heard of this gun equipped by the Prussian army. Robert was a pragmatist and had no prejudice against breech-loading guns. He felt that whether it was a muzzle-loading gun or a breech-loading gun, as long as it was easy to use and reliable, it was a good gun. If the Prussian striker gun is really as rumored, it has an amazing firing rate of 6 to 12 rounds per minute and can be fired in a prone position. Existing combat tactics and theories will no longer apply. Robert is now the president of the West Point Military Academy. He is in the prime of his life and is full of energy, vitality and enthusiasm. He is working to improve some outdated courses. Robert is full of interest in this weapon that can change the rules of tactics. It's a pity that Robert has never seen the Prussian Dries striker gun with his own eyes. "This gun is not as good as rumored, and there are many problems," Liang Zhao said. "The Dries striker gun has a very high firing rate at the beginning. A skilled shooter can fire more than 10 rounds per minute, but if the striker and the barrel are not cleaned in time, such a firing rate cannot be achieved. This gun has a complex structure and is troublesome to maintain. Moreover, in terms of long-range design accuracy, it is not as good as the rifled version of the Springfield M1842. In our country, the teaching company has been equipped with Dries striker guns for training for a period of time and has some experience in using them. Although the Dries needle gun has many shortcomings, its high firing rate of the rear-loading gun conceals the shortcomings in other aspects, and it still has a crushing advantage over the current rifles of the same era. As long as it is a rear-loading gun with a fast firing rate, these shortcomings are not unbearable." Robert thought for a while and said, his thoughts coincided with Liang Zhao's. "There is another fatal shortcoming that I'm afraid you can't tolerate, and the War Department and the federal government can't tolerate it even more." Liang Zhao smiled and said. "What shortcoming?" Robert asked curiously. "The price of $50 per gun," Liang Zhao smiled. The War Department was very stingy when purchasing the rifled version of the M1842 for $14. 10 years later, when the Civil War broke out, the U.S. military failed to complete the replacement of the muzzle-loading rifle gun, let alone the $50 per Dries needle gun. The biggest enemy of the American Army has never been the enemy outside, but the congressmen who hold the financial power of the federal government on Capitol Hill. This is indeed an unforgivable shortcoming. Robert's tone was full of regret. If the price of the Dries needle gun is reasonable, he can also suggest that the War Department purchase a batch of this type of gun from Prussia for trial installation and testing of its performance. The high price of $50 per gun means that this type of gun is destined to be out of the hands of the American Army. Of course, this does not apply to colonels like Liang Zhao who are worth tens of millions of dollars. As long as Liang Zhao is happy, Robert will not be surprised to replace his soldiers with gold-plated guns. Robert has heard that the salary of ordinary soldiers in the California Infantry Regiment is higher than that of lieutenants in other infantry regiments. If you like this kind of gun, I will pick out a few of the best greased needle guns as gifts for you, Liang Zhao said to Robert, who was a little disappointed. As soon as he arrived at the door of Vanderbilt's manor, Liang Zhao saw a thin young man with a file bag in his arms standing at the door waiting. Mr. Liang, I am John W. Garrett, chairman of the financial subcommittee of the Baltimore, Ohio Railroad Company. The young man, who had just turned 30, introduced himself to Liang Zhao. The Baltimore, Ohio Railroad was not immune to the technological revolution sweeping the railroad industry. The stock price of the already poorly managed and financially troubled Baltimore, Ohio Railroad plummeted, and it inevitably went bankrupt. Liang Zhao completed his control of the railroad company after converting less than $400,000 in bonds, inheriting the 400 miles of track that the railroad had laid, as well as the right to build the railroad from Baltimore to Ohio. Of course, Liang Zhao also took over the mess of the Baltimore, Ohio Railroad, including hundreds of lawsuits left by the railroad. Chapter 227 Atlantic Railroad Company. Come to my study for an interview. Liang Zhao took the file bag handed over by Garrett, opened it and glanced at the documents in the bag. The documents in the bag were the financial plan and development plan of the Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company. Compared with the grassroots wealthy people such as Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, and Carnegie, Garrett's background can be said to be a natural start. Although Garrett was not born into a founding aristocratic family like Fish and Hunter. But when he was born, his father was a shareholder of a securities brokerage company in Baltimore. Although he was not rich, he at least had no worries about food and clothing. When Garrett was 16 or 17 years old, he studied for a junior college degree while interning as a manager in his father's securities brokerage company, learning business management skills and applying them. When Garrett graduated from junior college at the age of 19, he became a shareholder of this securities brokerage company like his father and worked in this securities brokerage company. Later, Garrett was optimistic about the development prospects of the railway industry. He resolutely took all his savings and joined the Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company, became a shareholder of the railway company and served as the chairman of the financial subcommittee, in charge of the finance of the Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company. Although Garrett, 31 years old, is very young, he has 14 or 15 years of experience in large-scale company management. When Garrett was in charge of the finance of the Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company, Garrett adopted very tough management methods and implemented new financial policies, which made the profits of the struggling Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company regain growth momentum. However, the good times did not last long. The technical storm in the railway industry set off by Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt once again put the railway company, which had a faint sign of revival, into a desperate situation again. Faced with the cold winter of the railway industry, this time, Garrett was no longer able to reverse the crisis. Liang Zhao carefully looked at the financial report, financial plan and development plans submitted by Garrett. Garrett's judgment on the direction of development of this industry was very correct. He believed that the Great Lakes would soon grow into the most important industrial area in the United States. As long as he controlled the railway between the Great Lakes and the East, he would have a steady stream of wealth. In the future, both freight and passenger transportation would make Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company a lot of money. Unfortunately, given the poor financial situation of Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company, the company could not afford to continue building the railway after only 400 miles of railway construction. After evaluating Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company, major banks also refused to provide loans to Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company. Most of the company's shareholders also cashed out and left, leaving only a few unwilling shareholders such as Garrett. Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company previously lacked funds and technology, which is why it has not developed for a long time. Now with your entry, funds and technology will no longer be a problem. If you trust me, let me take charge of this railway company and serve as the president of this railway company. I will turn this company from loss to profit within 2 years, Garrett said to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao believed that Garrett had such ability. Garrett was also a famous American railroad tycoon, but the American railroad tycoons of the same period all looked dim under the dazzling light of Vanderbilt. Unlike Vanderbilt, who liked to acquire and merge, and monopolize the industry in a rough way and at the fastest speed, Garrett preferred to work carefully in a railway company. With Garrett's efforts, shortly after the end of the Civil War, The Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company quickly grew into a large railway company with assets of more than $10 million. Before the outbreak of the war, the railway company was on the verge of bankruptcy several times. Garrett's railway company also lasted longer than Vanderbilt's railway empire. When the railway empire of the Vanderbilt family, which could not be rich for more than 3 generations, fell apart, Garrett's descendants still managed the well-run Baltimore, Ohio Railway Company, spending $14 million to connect the existing railway line to Philadelphia and enter the telegraph industry. Garrett has sufficient ability and rich management experience, and is an excellent candidate to manage the railway company. From today on, the Baltimore, Ohio Railway will cease to exist, Liang Zhao said calmly. Sir, Garrett still wanted to struggle to save the Baltimore, Ohio Railway. All his wealth and energy were invested in the Baltimore, Ohio Railway. If this railway company ceased to exist, not only would his previous efforts be in vain, but he would also become a pauper with nothing. Liang Zhao waved his hand and interrupted Garrett. The Delaware Hudson River Railway will merge with the Baltimore, Ohio Railway to form the Atlantic Railway, and this merger will be the Delaware Hudson River Railway merging with the Baltimore, Ohio Railway. Then how do you plan to relocate the shareholders and employees of the original Baltimore, Ohio Railway? Garrett asked. If you are willing to stay at the Atlantic Railway, stay. If you don't want to stay, I won't force you, Liang Zhao replied. With the conditions of Atlantic Railway, there is no need to worry about not being able to recruit people. Many people are trying their best to get into the American group. There are a lot of excellent new employees waiting for Liang Zhao to choose. Constantine, the former president of Delaware Hudson River Railway, will serve as the president of Atlantic Railway. Of course, I will treat everyone equally. For the capable management of Baltimore, Ohio Railway, the door of Atlantic Railway is still open to you. Your financial report is good, and I am also quite satisfied with your plan. If you want to stay in Atlantic Railway, I can offer you a position as vice president of Atlantic Railway. This is the condition Liang Zhao offered to Garrett. When the railway companies merged this time, Delaware Hudson River Railway merged with Baltimore, Ohio Railway. It is more appropriate for the president of Atlantic Railway to be succeeded by the former president of Delaware Hudson River Railway, and Constantine has been with him for a longer time. As for the suspicion of nepotism, Liang Zhao does not care. There are so many industries under the American group. In order to control the companies below, Liang Zhao sometimes has to be nepotistic. Furthermore, if Garrett is willing to stay, he has just joined the big family of the American group. It is difficult for the old employees to accept that a newcomer who has just joined the big family of the American group is in charge of the Atlantic Railway Company. If Garrett can prove his ability in the future, Liang Zhao will not be stingy in promoting Garrett. Thank you for your appreciation. I am willing to stay at the Atlantic Railway Company. After a brief thought, Garrett made a decision. The conditions Liang Zhao offered him were already very generous, and he had no reason to refuse. The current situation in the railway industry is already very clear. In the future, the railway industry in the United States will be dominated by large railway companies. After the 3 giants complete the acquisition, Liang Zhao's Atlantic Railway Company, Vanderbilt Central Railway Company, and the old railway giant Erie Railway Company headed by James will dominate the railway industry in the United States. The history of small local railway companies is about to become history. With a backwardness in scale, capital, technology, and route resources, small railway companies cannot compete with these 3 giants at all. Go and take over with Constantine, the president of the Atlantic Railway Company. Liang Zhao stood up and patted Garrett on the shoulder. Do a good job. I have high hopes for you and hope you can make a career in the railway industry. Garrett nodded in agreement and said goodbye to Liang Zhao after thanking him. After Garrett left, Liang Zhao unfolded the map behind him. On the map, with New York as the center, the Atlantic Railway Company's railway lines extended from Boston to the north of New York, Philadelphia and Baltimore to the south of New York, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Canton, Ohio, Akron, and Cleveland to the west of New York. His railway empire in the eastern region has taken shape. Chapter 228 Arizona Infantry Regiment. 1851, a wave of building new railroad tracks swept across the eastern United States. The old, inferior tracks were dismantled one by one and replaced with new railroad tracks that could match the new locomotives. Not only did the 3 giants in the railway industry do this, but even the small railway companies that were struggling to survive had to build new railroad tracks. They were forced to accept the industry standards exported by the three giants. Liang Zhao's Atlantic Railway Company and Vanderbilt Central Railway Company reached an agreement to allow the lines of the two railway companies to be connected. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for other railway companies, including the Erie Railway Company, one of the three giants. The Atlantic Railway Company and the Central Railway Company already controlled several very valuable railway routes, such as the New York-Boston, New York-Philadelphia, and Baltimore-Cleveland routes controlled by the Atlantic Railway Company, and the short routes in New York State and the New York-Chicago route controlled by the Central Railway Company, which were all very commercially valuable routes. The Atlantic Railway Company and the Central Railway Company were originally very powerful railway companies. The strong combination of the two companies was a great bad news for other railway companies in the industry. After the announcement of the connection of the two railway companies' lines, Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt were condemned by other railway companies. But it was only a mild condemnation. Although the Erie Railway Company was dissatisfied, it still did not directly stand up to condemn Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt. If everything goes well, the new rails laid by the Erie Railway Company from New York to New Haven will be completed by the end of next month. The Erie Railway Company is still waiting for Liang Zhao's locomotive factory to supply them with Pioneer locomotives and supporting carriages, so there is no need to offend Liang Zhao for those small and medium-sized railway companies. At the end of September 1851, Liang Zhao received a reply from President Fillmore. Congress allowed him to recruit an infantry regiment in the name of the Arizona Infantry Regiment, which was fully responsible for the border defense of the Arizona Territory, guarding against Indians, and ensuring the safety of American immigrants in the Arizona Territory. However, the federal government was financially tight and could not provide enough food and wages for the soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment. It could only provide each soldier with a monthly allowance of $5. The remaining expenses, logistics, and even weapons had to be solved by Liang Zhao himself. If it were any other army colonel, he would never accept such harsh conditions. But Liang Zhao accepted it. As long as the organization of the standing infantry regiment could be obtained, the rest were just some minor details. As long as he raised the soldiers and obeyed his orders, this infantry regiment would be firmly in his hands. Even if the president ordered in the future, he would not be able to mobilize his soldiers without his nod of approval. The army was his capital for self-protection in the future Civil War. Although after the outbreak of the Civil War, both the North and the South quickly mobilized and expanded their armies. However, the gap between veterans and new soldiers was obvious, especially in the North, where the number of troops was rapidly expanding. In the early days of the war, they did not show a record that matched the national strength and industrial strength of the North. Instead, they fought very passively in the Virginia battlefield on the Eastern Front and the South. In addition to the fact that the generals in the North were not as capable as those in the South in the early days, the quality of the soldiers was also a very important reason. The consumables that the North hastily pulled from the streets and stuffed a rifle into them and sent them to the battlefield naturally could not be expected to have strong combat effectiveness. In the South, in addition to the all-star lineup of generals, most of the middle and lower-level officers were small and medium-sized slave owners who had participated in the Mexican-American War and even the Second War of Independence. The soldiers were also veterans who had participated in the Mexican-American War and fought against Indian tribes for many years. With the approval of Congress and the documents of the Ministry of War, Liang Zhao sent people to major towns in the southern states to recruit soldiers and form his Arizona Infantry Regiment. After the Mexican-American War, the federal government carried out a large-scale military reduction, and a large number of active professional soldiers were dismissed and sent back to their hometowns. These soldiers had undergone formal military training and had practical experience. Recruiting these soldiers who were forced to retire only took a short time to form combat effectiveness. Of course, the most critical reason is that these Southern veterans are inexpensive and good value for money. With the exception of the California Infantry Regiment, the salaries of ordinary soldiers in other American infantry regiments are generally in the range of $7 to $10. Whether the big soldiers get $7 or $10 a month depends on whether the colonel of the infantry regiment is financially strong and has a conscience. Liang Zhao offered a salary of $12 a month to ordinary soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment, and officers were paid separately. Although this treatment was far worse than that of the California Infantry Regiment, it was very generous compared to other Army infantry regiments, and he would be able to recruit enough veterans soon. As for why Liang Zhao chose to recruit soldiers in the southern states, the reason was simple, that is, compared with the soldiers in the north of the United States, the soldiers in the south were more martial. In addition to the Arizona Infantry Regiment, Liang Zhao also recruited an artillery company in California, as well as several officers who graduated from the West Point Military Academy and the Virginia Military Academy for Engineering Surveying to build an engineering company. Infantry Liang Zhao himself could train into an army in a short period of time, but these technical arms could not be trained overnight. The fastest way was to directly recruit retired veterans. Liang Zhao flipped through the list of his trip to the East. Railways, Eastern markets, sewing machines, talents, education, land purchases in Mexico, expeditions to Japan, and military expansion and recruitment. These items have been successfully completed, and the last two items are left. One was the retail business that had been promised to Vanderbilt, and the other was to acquire steel mills in Pittsburgh and Ohio and transfer part of the production capacity to California. Liang Zhao asked Elizabeth to inform Vanderbilt to inspect the retail industry in New York together. When Vanderbilt heard that Liang Zhao was finally going to get involved in the retail industry, he immediately rushed over. "Thank God, you finally remembered what you promised me in California." Vanderbilt was delighted. Although Vanderbilt is now a well-known millionaire in New York State and has a considerable income, a large part of his income comes from dividends from Staten Gold Mining Company and the grocery store opened in California. The New York grocery store that he started out with has not made any progress in recent years and has not been able to grow. This is a concern in Vanderbilt's heart. Your shops in New York are too small, and the management is too weak. This business model is not suitable for New York. If you don't make changes and stick to the old ways, you may be able to barely survive for the next 10 years, but you will be eliminated sooner or later. Liang Zhao carefully analyzed why Vanderbilt obviously had a good supply channel and a good relationship with suppliers, but he couldn't expand his shops. This is not Liang Zhao's alarmist talk. After the American Civil War, the rise of large shopping malls will give small shops in big cities a head-on blow. Small shops, even chain shops, will only have a harder and harder time. Which business model is suitable for New York? Vanderbilt chewed on Liang Zhao's words just now. Your grandfather inherited these shops from your father. After your father passed away, you took over these shops from your father, Liang Zhao asked. Have you ever thought about why your family's grocery store, with the same business methods, could grow bigger and bigger in the hands of your grandfather and your father, but not in your hands? I am also very confused. Like my father and grandfather, I have always been trustworthy and have a good reputation. It's just that these stores in New York have been in a half-dead state and barely maintain operations. Vanderbilt covered his bald head, puzzled. I think I understand. Elizabeth on the side seemed to understand the reason. Tell me about it. Liang Zhao motioned Elizabeth to continue. Uncle Vanderbilt, you told me that your shops in San Francisco and Sacramento are doing better than those in New York. I guess this is related to the size of the city. When your grandfather and father were in charge of New York, the population was far less than it is today. 40 or 50 years ago, the population of New York was almost the same as that of San Francisco. At that time, there were not many shops in New York, and people were more inclined to buy shops in familiar shops. But today, New York is a megacity with a population of more than 700,000. There are dozens or hundreds of shops on every street, and New York citizens have more choices. And the immigrants who have just moved into New York don't know that your shop is good quality and cheap, Elizabeth said after sorting out her thoughts. The scale of New York is expanding, but your shop is still the same. It would be strange if you can grow bigger, Liang Zhao said to Vanderbilt. Your family has a good reputation in the industry in New York, and you have reliable and low-cost supply channels. These are the capital to become a retail giant. The word retail giant is full of temptation to Vanderbilt. How could he not want to become a giant in the industry like Vanderbilt and Liang Zhao? Standing at the top of the industry is the ideal of every aspiring businessman. Retail tycoon, Vanderbilt muttered to himself. As long as you are willing to give up half of your family's shares, I will cooperate with you to build a retail empire in New York, and even Philadelphia and Boston. Liang Zhao proposed his cooperation conditions. When he was weak, in order to cooperate with Vanderbilt and others to fight against the Eastern Consortium, he sincerely took out the shares of Zhao Gold Mining Company. And Zhao Gold Mining Company is still a physical existence that makes a fortune. Things change, and now it's his turn to eat these people's shares. He is doing business, not charity. If Vandays wants to cooperate with him, he must show enough sincerity for cooperation. The American retail industry is a big plate. The first generation of retail tycoon Alexander Turney Stewart began to get involved in the retail industry in 1846. When he died in 1876, he had accumulated a huge fortune of $80 million. He ranks 6th on the list of the richest people in America, and the ones ahead of him are Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Astor, Girard and Carnegie. At the same time, Stewart was not the only one who ranked on the list of the richest people in America in the retail industry. Chicago retail tycoon Marshall Field ranked 10th, but this guy not only did retail, but also engaged in real estate. Walter Sam Moore Walmart, a well-known American retail tycoon in later generations, also ranked at the top of the list of the richest people in America in the retail industry, and Walmart ranked 14th. The reason why Liang Zhao was willing to cooperate with Vandays was because he saw the huge retail market in New York and the supply channels and connections established by the 3 generations of the Vandays family in the New York retail industry. If Vandays is willing to cooperate, he will get twice the result with half the effort in the retail industry in New York. If he is unwilling to cooperate, the worst-case scenario is to do it himself, but starting from scratch will take more time and energy. Half of the shares, after thinking for a long time, Vandays made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, "I am very happy to cooperate with you, but this industry does not belong to me alone, but to the entire Vandays family. I need to hold a family meeting to make a decision. This is not an excuse for me to refuse. Please give me a day. Even if other members of the Vandays family are unwilling to give up so many shares in the end, I will leave the family and give up my part of the assets to work with you." Chapter 229 New York Business District. Boss, Stewart rejected our acquisition. When Vandays convened a family meeting, Connie brought Liang Zhao some not-so-good news. Stewart opened his first mall in New York in 1848, and the Irish owner of a textile store on Broadway became one of the richest people in New York. Of course, before opening the mall, Stewart had already merged hundreds of small shops, which gave him the ability to open a mall. He didn't win the chance. Liang Zhao was also helpless. Since they couldn't cooperate, they could only be competitors. Liang Zhao placed a map of New York City on the walnut desk and unfolded it. His eyes fell on the intersection of West 42nd Street and Broadway Avenue in Manhattan on the map. This place has a name that people all over the world are familiar with in later generations: New York Times Square. You want to buy land in New York? Do you also want to be a real estate tycoon? Connie guessed Liang Zhao's thoughts. You need land to build a shopping mall. This piece of land doesn't belong to Buckhouse, does it? Liang Zhao took out a pencil from the pen holder on the table and drew a circle at the intersection of West 42nd Street and Broadway Avenue in Hatton District. He planned to buy a piece of land here to build a business district in New York. Even if the Vandays family failed to cooperate with him in the end, he would build a business district in New York and make this place a business card of New York. This is not to contribute to the construction of New York, but to earn dollars in the pockets of New York people. The huge cake of the retail market is very big and it is too tempting. You are right. This piece of land belongs to Buckhouse, and it is one of the pieces of land that Buckhouse values the most. Connie smiled. Buckhouse once said that this place will soon become the commercial center of New York, and even the world. Of course, there is a lot of bragging in it. The land that Buckhouse and Old Astor value most is the 5th Avenue between 48th Street and 57th Street in New York. They will definitely not sell this piece of land. However, as long as the price can impress Buckhouse, he is still willing to sell the area drawn on your map. Then he really has a keen eye, Liang Zhao exclaimed. These wealthy people in the United States have good eyes in their own professional fields. The rent of shops on 5th Avenue between 48th Street and 57th Street in New York is the highest in the world in the future. Do you also think that this piece of land has great appreciation potential? Connie looked at the circle drawn by Liang Zhao on the map of New York City. It is not only very potential, as long as New York does not weaken. Holding this piece of land, the descendants will be able to live a happy life of lying down and collecting rent. Half of the 10 most expensive commercial streets in the world in the future are in New York. Even when the Japanese real estate bubble was at its worst, Tokyo failed to shake the status of New York's business district. After the Japanese real estate bubble was punctured, only Tokyo Ginza could barely rank among the top 10. Old Astor was fond of real estate, and it made sense for his descendants to dig deep into the real estate industry. How many dollars does it cost to take this piece of land? Liang Zhao asked Connie. Connie grew up in New York, and even if he didn't know the specific low price in Manhattan, he at least had a general understanding. I don't know the specific land price of the circle you drew, but the land price in Manhattan's commercial district will not be less than $200,000 per acre. $200,000 per acre of land is indeed a sky-high price. Liang Zhao bought a 50-acre land along the Hudson River in the suburbs of New York to build a manor, and it only cost less than $100,000, and the price per acre was less than $2,000. So expensive. Although he was mentally prepared, Liang Zhao was still a little surprised when he heard the price. The land price in New York at this time was already so high. It wasn't so expensive originally, all thanks to the Astor family. Connie smiled. Before old Astor entered the New York real estate, although the land in Manhattan was expensive, the price per acre would not exceed $100,000. At that time, the land price in New York was not so exaggerated. How many deposits has Bank of America absorbed? The New York branch of Bank of America has been open for more than a month. Liang Zhao wanted to know how many deposits the New York branch has absorbed in the past month. Thanks to your good reputation and high prestige, New York citizens have special confidence in your bank. In the past month, more than $2 million in deposits have been absorbed. Connie thought for a while and said, Bank of America has absorbed $2 million in deposits. It seems that as long as you grit your teeth, you can still buy a piece of land in the commercial district of Manhattan. In the evening, Vanderbilt brought news to Liang Zhao. He persuaded other family members to cooperate with Liang Zhao at the family meeting. This is good news for Liang Zhao. With the resources of the Vanderbilt family in the industry and the reputation accumulated by 3 generations of the Vanderbilt family in New York, it will be much easier to build a New York shopping mall and create a New York business district. It's still early now, let's go to the New York shopping mall. Stuart rejected the olive branch I threw out. We want to open a shopping mall in New York, and Stuart will be our biggest opponent. Liang Zhao put away the map on the walnut desk and said that he had asked Connie to inspect Stuart's shopping mall, but he had not seen the first large shopping mall in New York with his own eyes. He had not seen the extent to which Stuart had made the shopping mall, and he was also full of curiosity about Stuart's shopping mall. You want to go shopping in the mall? I want to go too, Elizabeth said excitedly when she heard that Liang Zhao was going to go shopping in the mall. Let's go, Liang Zhao agreed, asked the servants to prepare the carriage, and then drove to Stuart's shopping mall. Stuart's shopping mall is located on 5th Avenue between 48th and 57th Streets in New York, which is one of the most prosperous areas in New York. Of course, the rent is also the most expensive. According to the information Liang Zhao learned, Stuart originally planned to buy a small piece of land from Buckhouse. Unfortunately, Stuart's offer failed to impress Buckhouse, and Buckhouse himself didn't really want to sell the land, so Stuart had to give up. He could only settle for the second best and rent a piece of land from Buckhouse, and built the first large shopping mall in the United States on the land. This shopping mall is really big. After arriving at 5th Avenue between 48th and 57th Streets in New York, Vanderbilt couldn't help but sigh at the luxurious building decorated with marble in front of him. This brand new shopping mall looks even more luxurious than the municipal building in New York City. Competing with such an opponent made Vanderbilt feel a little scared. It was obviously not the first time Elizabeth came here, and she was no stranger to shopping malls. Have you seen a shopping mall bigger than Stuart's shopping mall before? Connie looked at Liang Zhao, who had a calm face, and asked curiously. I have seen it, Liang Zhao said indifferently. Although the Stuart shopping center in front of them looked very grand to the natives like Vanderbilt and Coney, in Liang Zhao's eyes, this mall was not as good as the malls in some counties in the Pearl River Delta in later generations. Of course, it is unfair to compare the modern mall 171 years later with the mall in 1851. In the mid-19th century, it was already remarkable to invent a business model of urban shopping malls. The model of Stuart's shopping mall in New York was later learned and borrowed by major cities around the world. It turns out that the Qing dynasty's commerce is so developed. Coney couldn't help but sighed. No wonder you are so calm. It turns out that you are well informed. When I first saw this mall, I was shocked and speechless. Liang Zhao just smiled and said no more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. You're a black shop, right? Liang Zhao and his party walked into the magnificent marble palace which was completed in 1848. The uniqueness of this luxurious building, named after Stuart himself, is that it is supported by huge pillars. The interior space is very wide, and there are magnificent lighting on the top. However, at the beginning of the construction of this building, Stuart was still ridiculed by many people. Countless New Yorkers laughed at Stuart for being a fool for investing money in such a flashy project, and asserted that Stuart would soon go bankrupt. But soon, this shopping mall with a daily transaction volume of nearly $30,000 slapped the faces of those New Yorkers. Those New Yorkers who were not optimistic about Stuart at the beginning also became loyal customers of this mall. Because the shopping experience here is indeed better than other places. The Stuart department store on 5th Avenue between 48th Street and 57th Street in New York quickly became the business card of the city of New York, and even attracted many European tourists who came here for its reputation. Stuart is now planning to expand and plans to build another department store next to New York City Hall. The mall was very lively, with people everywhere. With such a flow of people, it was no surprise that this mall could bring nearly $30,000 in transactions every day. Elizabeth walked into a store selling velvet, and the clerk warmly welcomed the distinguished guest. The clerks here are very smart. They have long been trained to judge the purchasing power of a customer from his clothes and temperament, and recommend suitable products to the customer to induce the customer to consume. Not long after Elizabeth entered the store, her servants quickly came out of the store carrying large and small bags. Why buy so much velvet? Liang Zhao looked at the package in the servant's hand. The velvet was not heavy, but the volume was still quite amazing. This is only part of it. I asked them to deliver the rest directly to the manor. The velvet in this store is of good quality, the price is reasonable, and the service attitude of the clerk is also good, Elizabeth said, showing off her spoils. These ribbons and a few rolls of needlework are gifts from them, Liang Zhao said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The velvets you bought cost at least $30 or $40, and the price of a ribbon and a roll of thread is at most 5 cents. Connie also carefully examined the velvets Elizabeth bought, and then said, the quality of these velvets is good, but the price is not cheap compared to the velvets sold outside, just a normal price. But if they say this little thing is a gift, I still feel I've made a profit. Elizabeth was still very happy. I can't enjoy such treatment when buying the same velvet in other places. I am happier to buy it here, and the store decoration here is more luxurious, and the service of the staff is better. Now you know where the gap between your shop and this mall is, right? Liang Zhao turned around and looked at Fan Gaze. During this period, there were still a few people who realized that serving consumers could also create value, and most vendors wanted to defraud more profits in bargaining with customers. The shops of the Van Dazer family also belong to this type, but the Van Dazer family will subconsciously build and maintain their own customer base, care about the reputation of the store, and do not sell fakes or inferior goods. Consumer experience, Van Dazer sighed helplessly, admitting that the Van Dazer family store is insufficient in this regard. Yes, consumer experience, to make customers feel like God when shopping. Not only the goods have a price, but also the service has a price, Liang Zhao said. This advanced model of the Stuart shopping mall is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on those peers in New York. In the Stuart shopping mall, almost most commercial supplies can be bought, which is very convenient. Before this, it was difficult for New York citizens to buy the goods they needed in the same store or even in the same street. Stuart spent a full $2 million to build this mall. Our family can't afford so much money, and the land rent in the New York business district is very expensive. Van Dazer looked bitter. Now I can get it. If I don't have enough money, I can apply for a loan from Bank of America. With your reputation and the shops of Van Dazer as collateral, it's a bit difficult to get a loan of $2 million, but it's still possible to get a loan of $1.5 million, Liang Zhao said. How do you know so much? Van Dazer was a little surprised. I want to cooperate with you, so of course I have to know how much you have, Liang Zhao said. I will buy the land at the intersection of West 42nd Street and Broadway Avenue in Hutton District from Buckhouse. Are you going to build a new commercial building on this land or directly use the existing building on the land to open a store? Van Dazer asked very curiously. He knew that the land was very expensive. There was no cheap land in New York. Liang Zhao could spend more than $90,000 to buy a piece of land of more than 50 acres by the Hudson River to build a luxury manor, so he naturally had the strength to buy a piece of land in the commercial district of New York. Van Dys never doubted Liang Zhao's financial resources and vision. If you want to defeat your competitors, you need to innovate not only in the business model, but also in the surface work. Liang Zhao looked around the 6-story commercial building. Such a commercial building was undoubtedly a miracle in the mid-19th century. Even in a big city like New York with tall buildings, there were not many buildings over 5 stories high. We must build a larger and more luxurious commercial building to attract more customers. If you build a commercial building in New York, can I open my restaurant in your commercial building? Elizabeth's eyes lit up. Of course, Liang Zhao agreed very happily. Although Stewart's shopping mall is large and has a full range of goods, there is no restaurant in the mall. Customers need to go to the store outside to eat. I think there will be big news about your construction of a commercial building in major newspapers in New York soon. If Stewart knew that there would be a rival like you, he must regret not choosing to cooperate with you at the beginning, Coney said with some gloating. During the days when Liang Zhao came to New York, as long as the industry he targeted, from railways to gold, no industry could live in peace. Since you know that shopping malls are profitable, why don't you build one in California? Californians have stronger purchasing power than New Yorkers. Van Dys was confused. Californians do have stronger per capita purchasing power than New Yorkers, but the population of California is too small. The total population of California is less than half of that of New York City. Liang Zhao had his reasons for not opening a supermarket in California. Currently, the population of the 2 largest cities in California does not exceed 100,000 people. Such a population size cannot support a large shopping mall. Moreover, he already has enough industries in California, and he also needs to leave a way out for others and some jobs for them to make a living. Without the opportunity to get rich, California, a frontier land, cannot retain people. Compared to opening shopping malls in San Francisco and Sacramento, I would rather have more grocery stores in California to attract more people to live and work in California. This is the difference between you and me. I am just a businessman who only needs to consider how to make money, while you are not only a businessman, but also a politician, Van Dys said with some respect. Employment issues are something that politicians need to consider. Liang Zhao walked and observed the stores and environment in the shopping mall. A huge portrait appeared in front of him. The portrait was of a middle-aged bald and bearded man. Liang Zhao's mind flashed with some portraits of American greats. In his impression, there seemed to be no such middle-aged bald and bearded great man in America. Is the person in this portrait a great American? Why don't I know him? Liang Zhao pointed to the portrait in the middle of the wall in the hall and asked Van Dys. What a great man! Coney couldn't help but burst out laughing. The guy in the portrait is Stewart. This guy is quite narcissistic. Liang Zhao couldn't help laughing. Hanging his portrait in the most conspicuous place in the mall, for thousands of customers to see every day, does seem a bit narcissistic. Stewart, the Irish guy, is indeed a bit narcissistic, Van Dys said, but he hung his portrait in the mall, and the main purpose is to let everyone know who this Stewart mall belongs to. All colleagues are enemies. In 1823, when the 20-year-old Stewart came to New York Broadway Street to open a textile store with a huge sum of money equivalent to $5,000 inherited from his hometown in Northern Ireland, Van Dys, who was about the same age as Stewart at the time, began to deal with this Irish guy. Van Dys still had a certain understanding of the character of this colleague. While chatting and laughing, everyone walked to a hat shop. This shop mainly sells a variety of hats, among which high-end hats made of alpaca wool are the main ones. In addition to hats, some blankets woven from alpaca wool are also sold. Elizabeth was moved by the exquisite hats in the shop window and walked into this hat shop with many customers. Using transparent windows to show his products to passing customers is also Stewart's innovation. The hats in this store are very expensive, so expensive that even Elizabeth thinks it is expensive. This hat is only worth $3.10 at most, but the price here is $9.50. Only a fool would buy it. Although Elizabeth was very satisfied with the alpaca hat in her hand, she could not accept this outrageous price. She reluctantly put the hat back in the cupboard and said to Liang Zhao, "The hats here are not worth the price. Let's go to the next store. Your head is too old. You have to attend various social events frequently. It's time to change to a new one, at this time." Another customer also felt that the price was outrageous and shouted to the clerk, "Are you a black shop that specializes in ripping customers off?" Even on the Champs-Élysées in Paris, a hat of the same quality and made of the same material is only 21 gold francs, about $4. $1 is about 5.1826 gold francs. Sir, our store's prices are fair. If you can't afford it, please go to other stores. The store manager looked at the shouting customer with a very disgusted expression. He looked like he wanted to buy it, but if he couldn't afford it, he could get out. Chapter 231 Your End. I didn't expect that after so many years, Stuart still likes to play such tricks. Van Day seemed to be very familiar with this scene, and said to them with a smile, "The good show is about to begin." Good show? Elizabeth, who was about to leave the store, was puzzled. Isn't this a very ordinary dispute between a clerk and a passenger? It's just that the clerk's words were indeed a bit too much. If he was my clerk and dared to treat customers like this, even if it was a breach of contract, I would fire him to avoid affecting my reputation. I know this person. He is not a clerk in the store, but Stuart's assistant, Van Days said. As he was talking, a shouting sound came into the ears of everyone. A bald middle-aged man who happened to pass by walked in and scolded the clerk harshly. Is there anyone who talks to customers like this? In view of your bad attitude towards customers, you are fired. When the store manager saw the middle-aged man, the arrogance of the principal just now was extinguished instantly, and was replaced by a timid expression. He immediately admitted his mistake to the middle-aged bald man, and begged the bald middle-aged man to give him another chance. Boss, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. Although Liang Zhao had never seen this middle-aged bald man, he quickly recognized him because his personal portrait was hung in the most conspicuous place in the shopping mall, and Liang Zhao had just seen the portrait. If he hadn't known in advance that this was a play, with the superb acting skills of Stuart and his assistant, Liang Zhao might have believed it. It would be a waste of talent not to give Stuart an Oscar. According to the direction of the script, Stuart will fire his assistant in public. Van Day said confidently, as if he had foreseen the subsequent development of events. What my store needs is a store manager who sincerely provides quality service to customers, not a self-righteous person like you who deliberately raises the prices of goods and ruins my reputation. Sure enough, Stuart fired the store manager. After pretending to fire the so-called store manager, Stuart pointed to the brown alpaca hat and asked, "What is the real price of this hat?" $3.50, sir, another clerk said. "I'm sorry, sir, and I'm sorry to all the customers. I am Stuart, the owner of the department store. I didn't keep my eyes open when I was recruiting people, and I have caused trouble for you." Stuart apologized to the customers in the store. "You manage such a large shopping mall, and it is inevitable that there will be occasional omissions. You have remedied it in time and fired the black sheep, right?" The customer who had just quarreled with the fired store manager was satisfied with Stuart's handling of the matter and understood Stuart's difficulties. Other customers in the store also expressed their understanding. "To express my apology, this hat, which was originally $3.50, is now sold for $3. I promise you that in the future, such things will never happen in my mall. I will often visit various stores in person," Stuart said to the customers. Stuart's words were not empty words. When he was still doing small shop business in New York, Stuart was like an emperor visiting incognito. He liked to visit the stores below to check if his employees were lazy. At $3 a hat, it's barely worth the money. Elizabeth was also satisfied with the price. She bought 3 hats at once. One must be for Vanderbilt, one for Coney, and the last one for Liang Zhao. "Stuart, it's been a long time since we last met. You still like to play your old tricks. Your acting skills are getting better and better." Van Days was very disdainful of Stuart's behavior of gaining the trust of customers through carefully arranged performances. "At least more and more customers trust me," Stuart maintained a proud attitude in front of Van Days. He looked at this grand commercial building and this kingdom that belonged to him. The customers who come and go in the Stuart commercial building must be many loyal customers of Van Days' grocery store. "Van Days, you are just as old-fashioned as your father. Excuse me, your family's store will not exist for long. To do business, you must learn to keep pace with the times. Have you seen the Crystal Palace in London, England? I have seen it. It is simply a great miracle in human history. I want to imitate the Crystal Palace and build a shopping paradise in New York with steel and glass to attract customers from all over the world to shop in my mall. Yes, Keep pace with the times. Our family is keeping pace with the times now and wants to cooperate with Mr. Liang, Van Day said seriously, but some fine traditions cannot be lost, such as honesty and trustworthiness, and treating our employees well. Our family is better than you in these 2 points. People who follow the rules can't achieve results. As for treating employees well, I don't know what you are talking about. They are just simple-minded machines. They just need to learn how to flatter customers who come into the store. They should thank me for giving them a job to make a living in New York, where it is difficult to find a job, Stewart said with disdain. A salary of $6 a month in New York is not enough to make a living. In this store, you can only buy 2 top hats, that's all. Van Days and Stewart argued with each other. Stewart walked in front of Liang Zhao and said to Liang Zhao very arrogantly, "You are Liang Zhao? I admit that you are a very capable businessman, but I still want to give you some reminders, or advice. Different trades are like different mountains. Maybe you are good at mining and railways, but retail and mining and railways are 2 different things. There is no connection between the 2. I am strong enough in my industry. I am not a weakling like Van Days. I don't need to cooperate with anyone. If you insist on entering the retail industry in New York, this will be the decision you regret most in your life, and you will lose everything." Stewart's arrogant attitude and tone made Liang Zhao feel very uncomfortable. Of course, at this time, Stewart was already the #1 retailer in the United States, and would soon achieve an annual sales of $10 million and become the world's #1 retailer. He did have the capital to be arrogant. At the same time, Stewart's peers, Macy's Mall annual sales were less than $1 million, Marshall Field's Mall less than $300, and as for old retailers like Van Days, they would be eliminated in this rolling trend of the mall. Really, Liang Zhao also responded with an arrogant tone and attitude, "Today's bankrupt railroad tycoons will be your fate tomorrow." Chapter 232 Need to pay more? Then we'll see. Happy shopping, gentlemen and ladies. Stewart pulled the tie on his collar, put on a hat to cover his bald head, and left the hat shop. "Sir, I hope you don't mind. Our boss is such an arrogant and rude person." In the hat shop, the real store manager spread his hands helplessly to Liang Zhao and others and said, "It's not good to say bad things about your boss behind his back." Liang Zhao approached the store manager, took out a cigarette box, and took out a Havana cigar from the cigarette box and handed it to him. The store manager just held the cigar in front of his nose and sniffed it, then carefully put the cigar into his pocket. "This cigar of yours is equivalent to half a month's salary for me," the store manager said. "Working in this mall is just a stopgap measure. No one wants to stay in this mall for a long time. Staying here is simply a waste of life. I will leave here as soon as I find a new job." The store manager did not hide his disgust for this job at all, nor did he worry that the conversation would be heard by other employees next to him. "You, as a store manager, only get paid $7 a month." Liang Zhao was somewhat surprised. According to his recent visit to New York, the average monthly salary of New Yorkers is about $9. A store manager at Stewart's department store only gets paid a little over $7 a month, which is beyond Liang Zhao's expectation. A monthly salary of more than $7 may be enough to barely make a living in a small city in America, but if you want to live on a salary of more than $7 a month in New York, you may be able to barely make a living in the summer by tightening your belt, but it is difficult in the winter because the heating cost is a considerable expense. "My monthly salary is $7.30, sir." The store manager smiled bitterly. Even this $7.30 is not so easy to get. "The boss has set up many rules and regulations and tries every means to deduct our wages." "Tell me about it," Liang Zhao said curiously. He really wanted to know what innovations the capitalists of this era have made in exploiting their employees. "We have 2 days off every month. We open early at 7 a.m. and close at 8 a.m. every day. If everything goes well, we can get off work at 9 p.m. If you are late or leave early, $1 will be deducted each time. There is an hour lunch break in between. If the lunch break is too long, 60 cents will be deducted each time. If you give the wrong change, you not only have to pay for the store's loss out of your own pocket, but also pay a fine of the same amount. Otherwise, you will be fired." The store manager touched his chin and thought, "There are too many." In short, if you want to get that pitiful salary every month, you must be like a machine in a factory, always in a tense state, otherwise you may not only not get paid, but also have to pay them all. Of course, these are not the most uncomfortable things. The most uncomfortable thing is that you don't get the respect you deserve when working here. As her boss said, we employees are just simple machines in his eyes, no respect, no one is willing to work here with such a low salary. Elizabeth was very surprised. In her restaurant, the basic salary of ordinary employees is also $6, but each restaurant has a commission based on its own turnover every month, and generally there is a commission of $3 to $5 per month. The basic salary of the store manager is $9. The most important thing is that although her restaurant is strictly managed, it will not deduct employees' wages. There is no reason to want the horse to run without giving it grass to eat. Hundreds of immigrants pour into New York every day, and New York will never worry about not having cheap employees, Liang Zhao said to Elizabeth. America is short of people, but that is only for the sparsely populated Midwest. The developed eastern regions, especially big cities like New York, have never lacked cheap labor. Yes, many employees leave our mall every month, but there are always new Irish, Italians, Germans and people from other places who come to apply for jobs here, the store manager said. I plan to save enough money for a boat ticket to California in New York, and then go to California to pan for gold, or cultivate a piece of land of my own to grow potatoes, but I heard that there are many Indians in California, and I am worried about my personal safety. Liang Zhao felt amused and said, Indians are not as scary as your boss who eats people without spitting out bones. After leaving the hat shop, Elizabeth put on Liang Zhao's hat. She tiptoed to adjust Liang Zhao's hat, looked at it carefully and said, the size is suitable, but the weather is not suitable. After a while, Liang Zhao felt the heat on his head and had to take off his hat and hold it in his hand. After sending Elizabeth back to the manor, Liang Zhao and Van Days drove to Buckhouse's residence with a birthday gift they had prepared long ago to visit Buckhouse, the largest real estate tycoon in New York and also the largest landlord in New York. To be honest, I am very surprised that you came to visit me on your own initiative. Buckhouse was very surprised by Liang Zhao's initiative to visit. This wealthy young man who was born in the first noble family in New York is undoubtedly lucky. The founder of the family, Old Astor, has 4 sons. Unfortunately, 2 of the 4 sons died early, and the eldest son was a mental patient. Buckhouse was the only normal son left. Buckhouse naturally inherited his father's huge inheritance. Although he is called a wealthy young man, Buckhouse, who was born in 1792, is actually 2 years older than Vanderbilt. It's just that Vanderbilt has been traveling all year round, while Buckhouse has been pampered since childhood. If you look at it alone, Buckhouse does look younger than Vanderbilt. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If we keep a stalemate, it will only benefit others. I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Liang Zhao picked up the birthday cake gift box and put it on the table in the living room, and said to Buckhouse, Happy birthday, Mr. Buckhouse. As he said that, Liang Zhao seemed to suddenly remember something, took a beautiful wooden gift box from the servant behind him, and walked to the lady next to Buckhouse. I guess you are Mrs. Astor. Oh, my God, you look so beautiful and young. This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. In this era, free love and free marriage were not only a luxury in the East, but also in the West. Arranged marriages were also popular among the wealthy and noble families in the West. Buckhouse's marriage was one of the most famous arranged marriages in New York at that time. The lady in front of Liang Zhao was the daughter of General Armstrong, a New York state senator at the time. It was a typical marriage between politics and business. Mrs. Astor opened the gift box and took a look. Inside were some Chinese jewelry and jade. She closed the gift box with a smile and said to Liang Zhao, Thank you, Mr. Liang. I like your gifts very much. However, in the Astor family, men have always had the final say. I need my husband's nod before I can accept your gifts. Mrs. Astor looked at Buckhouse on the side. Women have a very low status in the Astor family, whether they are daughters-in-law or daughters. Old Astor was not willing to contribute too much wealth to his daughter-in-law's family in exchange for political capital, so he set up a treaty for this marriage that would become a tradition of the Astor family in the future. This treaty is very simple, that is, the daughter-in-law who marries into the Astor family must give up the right to distribute the husband's inheritance, but can get a fixed amount of money in return. The treatment of daughters is similar to that of daughters-in-law. The Astor family established the world's earliest family trust. In order to prevent the property from falling into the hands of outsiders, it is stipulated that the family wealth should be passed down to men instead of women. Daughters cannot obtain the family inheritance, but can get a fixed amount of living funds from the family trust every month. Liang Zhao clapped his hands, and the servant behind him came up with Anglo shoe brocade in his hands. My God, these silk brocades are so beautiful. I have seen many Chinese silk brocades, but I have never seen such exquisite silk brocades with such a good feel. They are simply works of art. Seeing this, Buckhouse couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, holding a pipe in his hand, and walked forward to carefully examine the silk. The Astor family had traded with China, including silk, but he had to admit that the silk that Liang Zhao gave as gifts was indeed of better quality. He had never seen such good quality silk brocade before. Of course, these are not for sale, Liang Zhao said mysteriously. Not for sale? Mrs. Astor's face was full of confusion. These are not for sale, specially for the royal family to enjoy, not those vulgar trade goods. I know some royal merchants and got them from them. Only nobles like you are worthy of enjoying royal supplies, so I sent them to you. I hope you like them. Liang Zhao smiled. It will be very suitable to make clothes for you with these silk brocades, and it will definitely surprise other noble ladies in New York at this time. The Qing imperial family was still very mysterious in the eyes of Westerners, and ordinary gifts could not impress the knowledgeable Astor family. After hearing that these were royal supplies, Mrs. Astor, who had always maintained a dignified posture, could not help swallowing her saliva. The upper class in New York claimed to be aristocrats and advocated aristocratic culture. Being able to enjoy royal supplies was what these vain upper-class people dreamed of. I really like these gifts of yours. Mrs. Astor glanced at Buckhouse. My dear, Mr. Liang came to visit us so sincerely. If we don't accept Mr. Liang's kindness and don't do our best to entertain Mr. Liang, we will be laughed at and gossiped by other families in New York. Buckhouse signaled the servants to accept Liang Zhao's gift, and Mrs. Astor smiled and made tea for Liang Zhao herself. The Astor family started out as a trade with China in its early years. So the Astor family had the habit of drinking tea. Of course, Buckhouse would not believe the nonsense that Liang Zhao and the Astor family must have had some misunderstanding. He sent John to California to mine gold, but was obstructed by Liang Zhao and their gold was confiscated. Buckhouse remembered these things in his heart. Your Chinese culture is broad and profound. I remember there is a saying that goes, if you are courteous without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief, Buckhouse said after asking Liang Zhao to sit down. It seems that you know a lot about Chinese culture. We also have a saying in China, turn hostility into friendship, Liang Zhao said after sitting down. That depends on how much friendship you can bring out, and whether the friendship you bring out can move me and stop the war between us, Buckhouse said. To be honest, Liang Zhao's sudden visit on his birthday surprised him very much. In addition to being surprised, he couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Liang Zhao. In addition to buying land, Buckhouse couldn't think of any other reason why Liang Zhao took the initiative to find him. Buckhouse took a puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth and nose and said, if I'm not mistaken, you want to buy my land, and this land is probably in New York. I'm a businessman, and businessmen have to do business. As long as these lands are not non-saleable items of the Astor family, I can sell them. But in view of the conflicts between us before, if you want to buy them, you have to pay more. Chapter 233 No extra money, but a discount. More money? No, adding more money would hurt our friendship. The total price of the 5-acre land at the intersection of West 42nd Street and Broadway in Manhattan is $1 million, which is already a very high price. In New York, you can count the number of people who can come up with $1 million in cash to buy land. After all, being a millionaire and being able to come up with $1 million in cash are two different things. This is just the price of the land. Including the deed tax of the New York City government, the actual amount of money to be paid to obtain this piece of land is more than $1 million. Liang Zhao does not intend to pay more to buy Buckhouse's land in the Manhattan business district. There is no friendship between us, only business, Buckhouse emphasized. Liang Zhao reached out to Connie, and Connie handed over the map he had prepared long ago. Liang Zhao spread the map on the table, and the 5 acres of land he wanted were already drawn on the map. Buckhouse looked at the map carefully. The land that Liang Zhao wanted to buy was not the Astor family's non-saleable land, and it did not touch Buckhouse's bottom line. As long as Liang Zhao's bid was high enough to impress him, these lands could be sold. You can't say that, Liang Zhao said with his hands behind his back. As far as I know, you have 28 acres of land in Manhattan, and I only bought 5 acres of it. I plan to build a Manhattan business district in New York. As long as this business district is built, the future land price of this business district will be the highest in the United States, or even the world. The remaining 23 acres of land around this business district will also benefit from it, and the land price will soar. At this point, Liang Zhao paused, and looked directly at Buckhouse's erratic eyes with a firm look. You are the largest real estate developer in New York. You are the biggest beneficiary of the rising land prices. In my opinion, you should not raise the price to exclude me, a high-quality partner, but should lower the price to deepen our cooperative friendship. Right, you are really good at talking. If only my children and grandchildren were half as smart as you. I finally know why John fell into your hands. Buckhouse couldn't help but sigh. To be fair, he hated Liang Zhao, who caused huge losses to the Astor family, but he also admired Liang Zhao's ability. Not to mention that John would fall into Liang Zhao's hands when he went to California. Maybe if he went to California himself, the result would not be much better. Why should I believe these words of yours? Whether the land price in New York can rise is determined by the market, not by you. Besides, a $1 increase is also an increase, and a $100,000 increase is also an increase. Your words can't move me. The potential value of land in Manhattan, New York, is needless to say. Starting this year, America has gradually emerged from the last round of economic crisis. The next 4 years were the golden 4 years of economic development before the American Civil War, and the economic recovery of the United States in the 19th century was inevitably accompanied by the rise of land prices in metropolitan areas. Especially in the United States during the Second Industrial Revolution, it was the period when the land prices in the United States rose most rapidly. Now the land in New York can still be sold by acre, but 20 years later, the land in the core area of New York will be sold by square feet. We can sign a bet agreement, and you will sell these 5 acres of land to me at a price of $150,000 per acre, Liang Zhao said with his hands on the table. 4 years later, if the business district fails to drive the land price in Manhattan, and the land price in Manhattan does not rise to $240,000 per acre, I will pay an additional $90,000 per acre for the purchased land. What if the land price in Manhattan really reaches $240,000 per acre 4 years later? Buckhouse asked, touching his chin. What do you want? Then you will give me 2 acres of land in Manhattan. If the land price in Manhattan rises, you will still be the biggest beneficiary. You won't be reluctant to give up these 2 acres of land, right? Liang Zhao smiled. Buckhouse fell into deep thought. If the land price in Manhattan could really rise to $240,000 per acre in 4 years, he would be the biggest winner. You know, his father paid only $60,000 per acre to buy these lands. After thinking for a long time, Buckhouse gritted his teeth and said, I'm willing to bet with you. After leaving Buckhouse's mansion, Fan Days was very surprised. He couldn't believe that Liang Zhao actually persuaded Buckhouse to sell the land to Liang Zhao, and even gave a discount. It's incredible that you actually persuaded Buckhouse, Fan Days said. Connie thought Liang Zhao was too bold and aggressive. Sir, from 1845 to now, the price of land per acre in Manhattan, New York has increased by no more than $20,000, and the increase in 4 years has exceeded $40,000. Is your judgment too optimistic? Liang Zhao was of course aware of the past land price increases in the New York area. The 6 years from 1845 to 1851 were the 6 years when the American economy was the most depressed in the first half of the 19th century. It is not just the United States. During this period, the economies of major capitalist countries around the world were all in recession. The sluggish land prices in New York were largely affected by the economic crisis. As long as the American economy picks up, the land prices in New York will surely rise again. Another thing is that the governments of the eastern states of the United States have a considerable amount of land in their hands. The state governments have the conditions to implement land finance. Of course, many state governments have done so. 10 years ago, the Chicago government in Illinois went bankrupt by playing with land finance, and also bankrupted several major banks in Illinois. There are states that play with land finance badly, and there are naturally states that play with land finance well. New York State is the state that plays with land finance the best. The founding elites of New York State and the smart people from all over the world are much smarter than those rough people in Illinois. Of course, the ability of New York State to play with land finance is also related to the fact that New York City is the largest city in the United States, gathering the most wealth in the United States, and New York's huge development potential. The population potential of New York City is not just 700,000. Historically, from 1850 to 1862, before the Homestead Act was enacted, New York's land finance was the craziest 12 years, bar none. After the Homestead Act was enacted, the federal government controlled less than 1/3 of the land in the United States. And the state governments controlled less than 10%. At one point, privately owned land exceeded 60%. Governments at all levels in the United States completely lost the conditions for implementing land finance. No, I think my judgment is still too conservative, Liang Zhao said. Chapter 234 Lincoln. 1850 to 1854 was the golden period of the American economy's resurgence, but it was also the most frustrating years in Lincoln's life. In 1859, Lincoln wrote in an autobiographical essay, compared with the past, the period from 1849 to 1854 was the time when I handled cases most diligently. After giving up his job in the government department, Lincoln lost his source of income and had to return to his old job. Litigation for others became Lincoln's only source of income. Compared with his ambitious political ambitions, the former leader of the Illinois Whig Party now needs a job to make a living. Lincoln was a staunch supporter of the Whig Party and had deep feelings for the Whig Party. The Whig Party not only gave him, a poor boy from the bottom of the society, the opportunity to enter politics, but also gave him important support from Illinois state legislators to congressmen. This party also brought him love. His wife Mary was also a member of the Whig Party. His father-in-law was a famous Whig orator in Kentucky. His father, Thomas Lincoln, was a fanatical supporter of the Whig Party who hoped that the Whig Party could grind the Democratic Party leaders into powder and turn them into dust. To some extent, political like-mindedness prompted him and Mary to come together. Of course, Mary, who weighed 180 pounds and had skin as soft as a baby, also fit Lincoln's aesthetic. Lincoln liked plump women, and in front of his friends, Lincoln never shied away from his aesthetics of people. It's just that the Whig Party is essentially a loose alliance against the Democratic Party. There is almost no clear political line. The Whig Party members can only reach a consensus on opposing the Democratic Party. In addition to opposing the Democratic Party, the Whig Party is a group of loose sand, and it has split into several small groups because of political differences. After becoming a core member of the Whig Party and having a deeper understanding of the Whig Party, Lincoln became more and more disappointed. Lincoln believed that it was difficult for a political party without a clear political line to gain a foothold in the American political arena, where the contradictions between the North and the South intensified. Facts also confirmed Lincoln's point of view. Now both the North and the South are dissatisfied with the Whig Party, which has been jumping back and forth. The Whig Party's candidate was able to enter the White House based on the serious mistakes made by the Democratic Party. As for the current Whig President Fillmore's election as the President of the United States, it was more of a luck factor. The growing disappointment with the Whig Party was the reason why Lincoln decided to temporarily bid farewell to politics. In addition to party reasons, during his time in Washington, Lincoln clearly felt that his ability was much inferior to that of his colleagues from wealthy and famous families in Congress, and he needed to improve himself. The lack of education and the shortcomings of his professional ability made him realize that if he wanted to go further in politics, in addition to not being able to rely on the Whig Party, he must also make a deep self-reflection, increase his own learning through hard study, hone his professional ability, and deepen his understanding of American society through inspections. Only in this way can he stand out among these outstanding congressmen. In February of this year, Lincoln's youngest son Edward Baker died of tuberculosis, which was an incurable disease in the 19th century and even in the first half of the 20th century. The death of the youngest son brought great grief to the Lincolns, but they were very strong people. As always, they had their grief and started the plan to have children again. In life, it is inevitable to encounter grief and unpleasant things, but we must always look forward. This is the attitude of the Lincolns towards life. Whether in Illinois or in Washington, the Lincolns have an optimistic attitude towards life. After several weeks of vigorous plans to have children, Lincoln's wife Mary became pregnant. Lincoln was very happy when he heard the news, hoping that this child could make up for his regret of losing Edward. Although he was happy, Lincoln looked at his wife Mary, who weighed 180 pounds, and her belly was bulging day by day. The delivery period was approaching, and then looked at his wallet that was shrinking day by day. Lincoln realized that he had to earn more money to support his family and take on the responsibilities that a man should bear. Lucy. My God, the guests are coming soon, but the floor is still so dirty. Oh. Why is the fire in the kitchen out? You haven't even put the food I asked you to prepare in the pot. You barbaric and lazy Irishman. I was really blind to hire you as our servant. Mary, with her big belly, vented her dissatisfaction to the Irish maid named Lucy. This Irish maid was not called Lucy, but Mary thought that the Irish name of this Irish maid was particularly difficult to pronounce, so she gave her a more fluent and down-to-earth name, Lucy. To make it easier to use her. The down-to-earth level of the name Lucy in the West is equivalent to the down-to-earth level of the name Kehu in China. Madam, I am just an ordinary person with only 2 legs and 2 hands. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Things have to be done one by one, Lucy couldn't help but mutter. She had long been dissatisfied with this hostess with a bad temper and a strict attitude. However, as an Irish female immigrant who came to America in a hurry to escape and had no skills, there were not many jobs for her to choose from. You barbaric Irishman, you dare to talk back to me. I am your employer. Mary pointed at Lucy and cursed with her hands on her waist. Mary could not tolerate the lowly Irish servants daring to talk back to her. Mary glanced at Lincoln, trying to ask Lincoln for help. When she saw Lincoln sitting in front of the fireplace, reading books and newspapers quietly and attentively, and indifferent to family affairs, Mary was even more angry. Mary skillfully pulled out a piece of firewood from the bundle and knocked Lincoln's straight nose hard, complaining to Lincoln. Say something, dear. How dare Lucy talk back to me? Lincoln touched his painful nose nonchalantly, and looked up at Mary. Honey, is dinner ready? Start it. Have you forgotten that you are going to host Speed, Seward and Logan at home today? My God, you can forget such an important thing. Mary threw the firewood in her hand to the ground angrily. Of course I remember, they're all old acquaintances, dear, we can have a simple meal together later, Lincoln said nonchalantly. Speed, Seward and Logan are all his close friends and partners. There is no need to make a big fuss when old friends and acquaintances meet. After speaking, Lincoln lowered his head and continued to read the newspaper in his hand. That was in the past. After all, you are a congressman now. How can you be so casual? Mary said unhappily. You can afford to lose this person, but I can't. When Mary was scolding Lincoln, there was a knock on the door. Mary had to stop scolding Lincoln, tidied up her appearance to make herself look more decent, and then opened the door. Chapter 235 Lincoln's Friends. Speed, Seward, Logan, welcome. After Mary welcomed the 3 into the house, she hurriedly urged Lucy to prepare dinner for the guests. Speed was a partner Lincoln had known since 1836. They hit it off at first sight and soon became close friends who could talk about anything. When they were still unmarried young men in Springfield, Lincoln lived above Speed's Ellis store. The two slept in the same bed for 4 years. During this period, they talked to each other, exchanged feelings, and established a deep friendship. Although it sounds a bit strange, it was a very common thing at the time. At that time, single young people rarely had private space, and it was not strange for 2 or more young people to sleep in the same bed. Many years later, Lincoln became a well-known lawyer. He followed the circuit court to take cases, and the lawyers in the law firm also slept in the same bed in the same room. Of course, Judge Davis was an exception. He occupied a bed by himself. This was not because the status and position of the judge were more noble than the lawyer, but because Judge Davis weighed more than 300 pounds, which made it impossible for the judge to share a bed with others. Speed and Lincoln were from different classes. Lincoln came from the grassroots, while Speed, who was 4 years younger than him, came from a prominent family. His family was a prominent family in Kentucky. There was a plantation near Louisville, and 70 black slaves worked on the plantation. Many years later, when recalling his life when he was young, Lincoln mentioned many times that the young lawyers in Springfield gathered around the stove behind Speed's store to chat, tell each other anecdotes, exchange their poems and articles, and study together. It was the most fulfilling time in his life. Only 15 years have passed, and the young lawyers who chatted around the stove in Speed's store in Springfield have gone their separate ways and have their own futures. Most of them, like Lincoln, have entered politics, or become judges and prosecutors in the United States, and a few have stuck to their lawyers. Logan opened a law firm with Lincoln in his early years and had a relatively smooth cooperation experience. It was only in the fall of 1844 that Logan decided to go into business with his son. Before dissolving the law firm, Logan took away most of the law firm's property. This made Lincoln very dissatisfied. He needed money just like Logan, and the Logan-Lincoln firm was jointly established and operated by the two. Even if they parted ways, Lincoln should get half of the law firm's assets. Lincoln was a generous person and did not always hold a grudge about this matter. When he encountered a major case in the future, the first thing he thought of was to work together with his old partner Logan to handle it. He admired Logan's extraordinary business ability. It was precisely because of this unpleasant experience that Lincoln was no longer willing to be just a supporting role in the law firm in his later career as a lawyer, but hoped to become a leader in the law firm. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Lincoln has accumulated rich experience in his many years of legal career and has become a well-known lawyer in the United States. As for Seward, he was a young Whig member whom Lincoln met after arriving in Washington. They also had a common experience, that is, they had worked under the highly respected Calhoun and were highly appreciated by Calhoun. In other words, Calhoun had a great favor for both of them. Although Calhoun's political views were old-fashioned and the outside world regarded him as a conservative person, Calhoun still had a good vision. The two young people he admired most, Lincoln and Seward, later became important figures in American politics. Interestingly, among the three close friends who came to visit Lincoln, two of them had political views to the left of Lincoln. Logan and Seward had an ambiguous attitude towards abolition, which could be said to be that they were not opposed to slavery and recognized that slavery was part of this country. Of course, this is also an old tradition of the Whig Party. Whig Party members would never make a clear statement on a specific political proposition. They would only clearly express their opposition attitude and views on things against the Democratic Party. Only Speed, who was born a slave owner, clearly stated that he opposed slavery. Abraham, you are only 42 years old this year. With your ability, you will have a bright political future. Leaving Washington now is very stupid and reckless. I hope you can continue to stay in Washington, Logan advised Lincoln. He knew that Lincoln had opinions about the Whig Party, but he still hoped that his partner could calm down and not make hasty decisions, although they had a not-so-pleasant experience of cooperation. But in the face of major events in life, Logan hoped that Lincoln could make a careful decision. The death of my mentor is inseparable from Liang Zhao. I watched my mentor die in front of me. Before he left, his eyes were full of reluctance and regret. Abraham, are you sure you want to work for your mentor's enemy now? Seward frowned and said. I will always remember Mr. Calhoun's kindness to me, but his death cannot be entirely blamed on Liang Zhao. Lincoln made a pot of coffee for his friends and spoke in a very determined tone. Only by serving the best in the industry can you stand at the top of the pyramid of the industry. At this point, Lincoln glanced at the recruitment advertisement in the Washington Republic. The content of the recruitment advertisement was that the American group was recruiting capable lawyers to provide them with legal services. The annual consulting fee was $2,500, and the remuneration for a single case started at $50. During his time as a congressman, Lincoln lost a lot of old clients. He needed a stable job to support his family and didn't want to take those small cases of $5 to $10 each. In his opinion, these small cases were no longer of any help to him except wasting his time and energy. He was now able to take on big cases. Of course, the most important thing was that working for the American group not only allowed him to understand the suffering of the people, but also allowed him to come into contact with the upper class of the New York business community. He could get a good salary while working, and at the same time get exercise and deepen his understanding of American society, especially the upper class of America. This was a rare opportunity, and Lincoln planned to give it a try and went to New York to attend an interview with the American group. As for Calhoun's kindness to him, Lincoln now saw all his past political experiences as nothing more than a mess. Although Calhoun had been kind to him, he was very disappointed with Calhoun's political ideas. Calhoun belonged to the old stubborn faction of the Whig Party. They did not want to establish a strong federal government, but were content with the status quo and lived a muddled life. This was not only the idea of Calhoun and other old stubborn people, but also the idea of most people in the Whig Party. The Whig Party did not have its own clear political ideas and political goals, which was the reason why Lincoln was greatly disappointed with the Whig Party and his colleagues. Although Lincoln also opposed the Democratic Party, He had to admit that at least the Democratic Party was more tightly organized than the Whig Party, and the management of party members was more strict, and it had its own clear political ideas. The disciplined and well-managed Democratic Party would last longer than the Whig Party. Lincoln also said these words in public, which caused displeasure among the Whigs. Lincoln had his own independent judgment of the current situation. Even though the United States seemed to have a stable and positive trend after the introduction of the Compromise Act of 1850, Lincoln still believed that the United States was facing an unprecedented major change since its founding. The crisis had not been resolved. The Compromise Act would only make domestic conflicts more acute until they were out of control. "Abraham, no matter what decision you make, I support your decision." Speed stroked his black curly hair, and looked at Lincoln firmly with his sparkling blue eyes. Speed, who was middle-aged, still had a handsome face. When he was young, Speed was a famous handsome young man in Kentucky. He had a wealthy family, received a good education, and had elegant manners, which made Speed the object of Kentucky girls' affection. After reaching middle age, Speed, who had a bit more maturity, looked more attractive than when he was young. Many married women in Washington liked to flirt with Speed. "Speed, thank you." The tall Lincoln patted Speed's shoulder and said gratefully. Lincoln knew that if there was only one person left in the world who supported him, that person would be Speed. "I have also seen the recruitment advertisement of the American group. To be fair, the treatment is indeed very generous. Liang Zhao, the boss of the American group, has a good reputation in the business community. When I saw this recruitment advertisement, even I was tempted." Speed sat on a worn sofa. "It's just that New York has gathered the top lawyers in the United States. As far as I know, many well-known law firms hope to obtain the contract of the American group. It is not easy for you to fight alone and compete with those law firms in New York for the contracts of the American group. Speed, you know me. I am confident that I can get this contract," Lincoln said very confidently. His confidence comes from the good comments of his former clients. He also thinks that he has done a good job as a lawyer, has a good resume, and his identity as a former congressman is also a plus point for him. The American group has no reason to reject such an excellent lawyer as him. "Yes, I have confidence in you, but you need a helper," Speed said. "The American group is a large group. They are currently involved in the railway industry. The legal disputes in the railway industry are far more than those in other industries. No matter how capable you are, I am worried that you can't do it alone." Speed paused and continued. "I think you forgot someone." Lincoln mistakenly thought that Speed was going to help him personally, so he rejected Speed righteously. "Speed, you are different from me. You are well educated and have profound knowledge. You should stay in Washington." Chapter 236 Liang Zhao's Troubles. Speed had a bright future, and his family needed him to stay in Washington. Although Lincoln and Speed had a good relationship, he did not want his friend to leave Washington because of him. If his best friend Speed ruined his future, Lincoln would spend the rest of his life in guilt. "I will not leave Washington." Speed knew the character of this friend who had been with him for more than 10 years, and he smiled and said to Lincoln. It was Herndon, a diligent and studious young man who was proficient in law. He had interned in your law firm. I think you should have an impression of this young man. You are his idol. Lincoln thought for a moment and quickly remembered this person. He stroked his forehead and said, so it was him. Herndon is indeed a young man with a promising future in the legal profession. If he is willing to continue on the path of a lawyer, he will definitely be a rising star in the legal profession. Herndon had worked at Logan Lincoln Law Firm. During the years that Herndon worked at the law firm, Lincoln saw his diligence and had a very good impression of Herndon. The most important thing is that Herndon is very capable, but his reputation in the legal community is relatively shallow. If the two of them work together, Lincoln will definitely be the leader of the law firm. I have sent a telegram to tell him that you are going to come back. He is very excited and is now on his way to Washington, Speed said. If you two work together, I think you can definitely do something in New York. Lincoln and his friends held a simple banquet at his home. It was more like a symposium than a banquet. It was not until late at night that Lincoln's friends reluctantly said goodbye to Lincoln. The next day, Speed brought a dusty Herndon to see Lincoln. Herndon, are you willing to run a law firm with me? Lincoln shook hands with Herndon very happily and asked Herndon. In 1844, the Logan Lincoln firm had just been dissolved not long ago. Lincoln had worked with Herndon for a short period of time and had a good impression of Herndon. Lincoln was a tall and thin man, while Herndon was a short and fat man. Herndon wore a pair of patent leather boots and a pair of lamb leather gloves. He looked very pleasing and always had a positive smile on his face. Lincoln always had a melancholy expression on his face, just like his personality. Mr. Lincoln, to be honest, I was very surprised when I learned that you were going to return to the legal profession, Herndon said, flattered. I am even more flattered that you invited me to become your partner. With my qualifications in the legal profession, I am not qualified to become your partner. But I still want to say that I am happy to accept your generous proposal. American lawyers of this era like to rank according to seniority. Sometimes qualifications in the industry are more important than business ability. Herndon, who is 9 years younger than Lincoln, has little experience in the legal profession. Since Herndon is here and we have reached a consensus on cooperation, I think it's time for us to leave for New York. If we go too late, I'm afraid someone will get there first, Lincoln said to Speed with a hint of worry on his face. It's just that Mary is pregnant, so it's not suitable for her to go to New York with me. It's better for her to stay in Washington. Don't worry, we have been friends for more than 10 years. I will take good care of your family in Washington. Just go to New York to attend the interview with the American group. I will wait for your good news in Washington. Speed patted his chest and assured Lincoln. Thank you, Speed. Lincoln was not a person who was good at expressing his feelings. He simply thanked Speed. We are good friends. There is no need to say these things. Speed took out his wallet and took out the $300 bills that he had prepared long ago and handed them to Lincoln. Abraham, the cost of living in New York is very high. It is not easy to settle down in New York. This is the $300 I lend you. When you find a job and get paid, remember to pay me back. Lincoln hesitated for a moment and accepted the $300 from Speed. After Speed left, Herndon said to Lincoln with envy, Mr. Lincoln, I really envy you for having a friend like Mr. Speed. New York at this time. Liang Zhao's recruitment of soldiers and workers was proceeding in an orderly manner. Since Liang Zhao offered very generous conditions, the recruitment of soldiers and workers went smoothly. The Arizona Infantry Regiment quickly recruited 8 companies of veterans. This was under the condition that Liang Zhao carefully selected them. If the standards were relaxed, a regiment of infantry would have been recruited long ago. The recruitment of workers was to recruit industrial workers and engineers in major cities in the name of employees of the American group, which were scarce talents in California. Of course, there were also female workers in textile factories. The salary Liang Zhao offered to female workers was almost only slightly lower than that of male workers. Therefore, although there was a North American continent between them, many female workers were willing to go to California to try their luck. The machines Liang Zhao purchased from Pittsburgh, Ohio and other places were also shipped to New York for loading and shipping to California. In addition to workers and machines, like other frontier areas, the most lacking thing in California was books. Liang Zhao sent people to various bookstores in New York to order a lot of books. In the manner, Liang Zhao read on the eradication of poverty, written by Napoleon III, which was written during his imprisonment. Napoleon III's diplomatic and military capabilities were worrying, but his ability in domestic affairs was outstanding. Some of the ideas in on the eradication of poverty were very novel and refreshing. Boss, the statue has been carved. When Liang Zhao was reading a lot of books, Connie came to tell Liang Zhao that the statue had been carved. Is Mr. Belmont here? Liang Zhao put down the book in his hand and asked Connie. I heard that the statue was completed today, and Mr. August has been waiting for a long time, Connie said. Let's go and invite Mr. August to see the statue together. Liang Zhao stood up. Mr. Liang, you are the only one in America who has such a big hand to make a statue with the same volume of gold as the human body. When Augusta, the agent of the Rothschild family in New York, heard that Liang Zhao had used gold to reproduce the statue of Jacques-Louis David's portrait Napoleon crossing the Pass of St. Bernard in the Alps, he was full of curiosity about the statue replica of this famous painting. I can't wait to see the statue now. During the conversation, everyone came to a curtain, and Liang Zhao ordered the curtain covering the statue to be unveiled. After the curtain was unveiled, everyone showed an amazed expression. The statue carved from pure gold exuded a dazzling golden light. Not only was Napoleon carved from pure gold, but even the mount under Napoleon's crotch was carved from pure gold. Soon, Augusta realized that something was wrong. The person on the statue was Napoleon, but he was not Napoleon Bonaparte, but Napoleon Bonaparte's nephew Napoleon III. The current president of France. Is this the president of France? Augusta stared at Liang Zhao blankly. No, this is the Emperor of France. Liang Zhao smiled. Mr. Augusta, please give this statue and my letter to His Excellency Napoleon. This is the Christmas gift I prepared for him. Napoleon I was the first democratically elected president of France, the last emperor, and the only emperor of the Second French Empire. This December, the president will launch a coup and officially become emperor next year. For nearly 20 years before the Franco-Prussian War, he will be the helmsman of the Second French Empire. If nothing unexpected happens, after returning from the expedition to Japan, Liang Zhao will enter the French market and intend to use the French market as a springboard to open up the European trade market. Moreover, Liang Zhao also covets France's warship technology and artillery technology. The British will not sell these things to him, but the French may still sell them to him. It will not be a loss to spend some gold to establish a good relationship with Napoleon III. After Napoleon III becomes emperor, the cost of establishing a good relationship with Napoleon III will be much higher than it is now. After the Atlantic Railway Company was completed, troubles followed the construction of the railway. The land in the United States is private, but in the early years, in order to encourage private construction of railways, the state governments and the federal government promised each railway company that after the railway was completed, the railway company would obtain ownership of the land along the railway. Obtaining ownership of the land along the railway is the driving force for major railway companies to build railways. This policy is excellent, but the problem is that a lot of land in the East is owned by owners. Some local governments without assholes did not inform the railway company in advance. After the railway company's railway was built, many railway companies realized that the land in some sections was owned by owners. Of course, some railway companies were actually aware of it, but they still started construction directly with a fluke mentality. After the railway was built and started operating, the owners of these lands took the opportunity to jump out and ask for compensation. It sounds good to say that it is compensation, but it is blackmail to say it. If the compensation is not in place, these people will also make trouble on your railway line in the future, such as prying rails to sell, deliberately driving livestock onto the rails, and making it impossible for trains to pass. Some sections of the Atlantic Railway Company's railway also have similar problems. There are only two ways for the railway company to solve this kind of problem. One is to go through legal procedures and solve it through litigation. Since this is a bad bet, it involves not only the railway company and the landowner, but also local governments at all levels, so the efficiency of litigation is extremely low. The other is to settle privately. The railway company will consider itself unlucky and pay money, or let the landowner use the land ownership as shares to settle the matter. Although this method is quick and effective, it is not easy to implement. There are many problems. The focus of the problem is naturally how much money to pay and how many shares the land can be exchanged for. You know, the reason why many landowners did not say a word when the railway was built and only jumped out after the railway was completed was to blackmail the railway company for a sum of money and strive for the greatest benefits for themselves. Liang Zhao also thought about spending money to settle the matter directly, but soon, he gave up this idea. Although he's rich, his money is not blown by the wind, but picked up from the ground by bending down. If only one or two landowners were compensated, it would be fine, but spending money to settle the matter is also a shortcut. But the Atlantic Railway Company had 32 similar land disputes. If they paid compensation for one or two of them, the remaining 30 would certainly jump out and demand even higher compensation. This loophole must not be opened. The Western region is still better. There is no such problem in the Western region, because the Western region is vast and sparsely populated, and most of the land is unowned. How are the lawsuits handed over to the law firms I interviewed? After returning to the office, Liang Zhao looked at the pile of documents on his desk and had a headache. The East is not like California. He can only solve the problem in a more civilized way and cannot do whatever he wants. You have been in New York for some time. I think you should know the efficiency of litigation in the United States. In short, there has been no gratifying progress. Connie shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, it is common for lawsuits to last for several years or even more than 10 or 20 years. Those law firms that want to get the contract of the American group boasted to me how powerful their law firms are during the interview, but they are just like this. Liang Zhao was very dissatisfied with the performance of those so-called well-known law firms in New York. Fortunately, I didn't sign a contract with them. I just commissioned them to fight a few cases to test their ability. Another law firm came to interview today. Do you want to meet or not? Kenny asked Liang Zhao. Which famous law firm in New York is it? Liang Zhao no longer had any hope for these so-called famous law firms in New York. It's not a famous law firm in New York, but a new one, Kenny said, but the lawyer in this law firm is quite famous. He is a famous lawyer in Illinois. He has 237 winning records in Illinois courts. It seems that his litigation efficiency is very high. He has also served as an Illinois state legislator and congressman. His resume is also very rich. The resume of this lawyer made Liang Zhao's eyes light up. This resume is really good. What is the name of this law firm and lawyer? Liang Zhao asked with great interest. Lincoln Herndon Law Firm. The name of this lawyer is Abraham Lincoln, and his other partner has a good resume, but he doesn't have the political experience of Lincoln lawyer, Kenny said while looking at the resume in his hand. See you. Liang Zhao sat on the chair. Tell them to come to my office to see me directly. Since it was Lincoln, of course he had to meet him. The full name of this lawyer was Abraham Lincoln. He had been a state legislator in Illinois and a member of Congress. Combining this information, Liang Zhao could be sure that this was the first president of the Republican Party and the 16th president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. I understand, sir. I'll invite this lawyer in right away, Connie nodded and said. Connie could see that Liang Zhao was looking forward to this lawyer, but he didn't understand what Liang Zhao was thinking at the moment. He thought that the lawyer named Abraham Lincoln's impressive resume impressed Liang Zhao. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 First Meeting with Lincoln. Two lawyers, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, walked into Liang Zhao's office and were interviewed by Liang Zhao. There was no doubt that the tall lawyer was Lincoln. Lincoln's height was higher than 99.9% of his contemporaries. His height of 193 centimeters also made Lincoln the tallest president in the history of the United States. The average height of American presidents has always been very high, exceeding 180 centimeters. It's just that when God opens a door for you, it is inevitable that he will close a window for you. Compared with Lincoln's amazing height, Lincoln's appearance can only be said to be difficult to describe. Lincoln has a thin face. Before participating in the presidential election, Lincoln did not have the habit of growing a beard, which undoubtedly magnified Lincoln's shortcomings in appearance. This face, coupled with a pair of melancholy eyes, a bitter face, and a loose and ill-fitting suit, Lincoln's image is definitely not pleasing. On the contrary, Herndon, who was half a head shorter than Lincoln, was more pleasing. Although Herndon was fat, he had regular features and was well-dressed. More importantly, Herndon always had a friendly smile on his face, which made him more friendly. Hello, Mr. Liang. We are lawyers from the Lincoln Herndon Law Firm. Lincoln and Herndon briefly introduced themselves to Liang Zhao. You two, take a seat. Liang Zhao pointed to the sofa and asked them to sit down. Lincoln and Herndon had heard that Liang Zhao was very young, but after seeing Liang Zhao in person, they still showed very surprised expressions. It was difficult for them to associate the 21-year-old young man in front of them with the identity of the richest man in the United States and the Speaker of the California State Assembly. Lincoln recalled himself at the age of 21. He had no fixed job before the age of 25, and it was not until he was 30 that he determined his life direction. Before the age of 30, he had worked as a farmer, carpenter, sailor, salesman, soldier, peddler, postmaster, blacksmith, customs inspector, lawyer and politician. It can be said that he has a rich life experience and is versatile. He has come into contact with people from all walks of life. Among the many professions he has worked in, Lincoln finally chose lawyer and politician, because he deeply realized that if he wanted to stand out, only the last two professions would have hope. After the two sat down, Liang Zhao closed their resumes and placed them on the walnut desk. I have read both of your resumes. To be honest, your resumes are very good, but this cannot impress me to offer you a contract. In New York, there are many lawyers with better resumes than you. By the way, how many lawyers do you have in your law firm? Just the two of us, Lincoln answered without hesitation. Just the two of you. Liang Zhao couldn't help but frown. Compared to the resumes of the lawyers in your law firm, I value their abilities more. I don't care how impressive your resumes were in the past. I only care about how many lawsuits you can win for me. Other law firms have at least 7 or 8 lawyers, but you only have 2. Edward from the sewing machine factory is the most famous patent lawyer in New York. The patent lawsuits of the American group can be handed over to Edward. But leaving aside patent disputes, the Atlantic Railway Company alone faces 165 lawsuits of various types, most of which are land disputes. How many lawsuits can 2 lawyers handle even if they are iron men who can work 24 hours a day? The 2 people are only temporary. We will be able to recruit more lawyers soon, Herndon said hurriedly. As soon as Herndon finished speaking, Lincoln took over Herndon's words. A mediocre lawyer can only solve 7 or 8 lawsuits a year, while my highest record is 51 lawsuits a year. I am not bragging to you about my past, but stating the facts. An excellent lawyer with outstanding abilities is worth 7 or 8 mediocre lawyers. Moreover, compared with other lawyers, I have a unique advantage, that is, I have rich experience in politics, and I am familiar with how the various government departments in the United States operate, and I know how to deal with people in government departments efficiently. As far as I know, many lawsuits of the Atlantic Railroad Company involve government departments at all levels. I think my special resume can come in handy. You don't have to sign a contract with me too early. You just need to give me a chance to prove my ability, to prove that I am capable of impressing you with my ability and winning this contract. Since the vast Midwest region of the United States is sparsely populated and there are no fixed courts in many places, the circuit court system is widely adopted in the Midwest of the United States. In his early years, the lawsuits Lincoln participated in were basically conducted in the circuit court. Under this system, Lincoln was able to achieve the amazing result of resolving 51 lawsuits in 1 year, which was enough to show his ability. Of course, Lincoln's work experience in government departments, state legislatures, and Congress also impressed Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao decided to give Lincoln a chance. He took out a document from the walnut desk, and Coney came over and handed the document to Lincoln. The content of this document was the land ownership conflict between the Delaware Hudson River Company, which is now the Atlantic Railway Company, and a large farmer in New York State. In order to encourage and support the development of the railway industry in the state, the New York state government rashly approved the route application of the Delaware Hudson River Company and promised to give the company the land along the railway, including the owned land that has now become a burden to the Atlantic Railway Company. After Lincoln finished browsing the documents attentively, he looked up and asked Liang Zhao, "Are most of the other lawsuits of the Atlantic Railway Company also lawsuits involving such land disputes?" "Most of them are such lawsuits. Of course, there are also some disputes over licenses and franchises, and disputes over assessments and taxes," Liang Zhao said. "Can you give me more such cases?" Lincoln said. Lincoln's confidence was beyond Liang Zhao's expectations. Liang Zhao could not help but say, "Many law firms may not be able to solve a case in half a month. That's because they have not found the root of the problem, or they are deliberately avoiding it. On the surface, these land disputes are disputes between railway companies and landowners, but in fact the party most responsible should be the local government that granted the land to the railway company," Lincoln said. "It is definitely inefficient to sue the landowners one by one, and not all of them will succeed. But if we unite the landowners of each state, sue the state government as the defendant, and transform the civil lawsuit into an administrative lawsuit, and then use your power in the press to put pressure on the government, and the professional ability of our law firm, it is not impossible to efficiently resolve these annoying lawsuits. Although the laws of each state are different, the trial period of administrative lawsuits in the states I know is shorter than that of civil lawsuits. Perhaps some of my colleagues also know this, but they are afraid of trouble and do not want to file administrative lawsuits. They don't know much about the relevant laws. I am different. I am a person who likes to find trouble by nature. I have handled many administrative lawsuits in Illinois." Liang Zhao took out 5 such cases of the Atlantic Railway Company in New York State from his desk and handed them to Lincoln. After taking these cases, Lincoln said to Liang Zhao, "If I can solve these cases within a month, I hope you will pay more agency fees. If you can handle these cases within 2 months, I will pay $100 for each case." Liang Zhao agreed. Hearing that the agency fee was $100 per case, Lincoln and Herndon's eyes lit up. This rich man was indeed as generous as the rumors said. Liang Zhao was interested in efficiency. It was urgent to lay the railway as soon as possible and seize the market. As for the agency fees paid to Lincoln, they were just a trivial amount of money to him. Finally, Liang Zhao added, "If you lose more than 2 cases, I will remove your law firm from my candidate list and will not consider offering you a contract." In the evening, Eric's, Isaac, and Edward brought the first sewing machine off the production line of the sewing machine factory to the manor for Liang Zhao to review. For cost considerations, the mass-produced sewing machine has made some simplifications to unnecessary structures to reduce costs and facilitate mass production. Eric and Isaac opened the wooden box that packed the sewing machine and moved the sewing machine out of the box. In addition to the necessary packaging box, according to Liang Zhao's requirements, the sewing machine is also equipped with an illustrated instruction manual. Although the mass-produced model of the sewing machine has been streamlined, it is a new type of foot-operated sewing machine after all, and the design is relatively mature. Compared with the hand-cranked sewing machine produced by the two before, this foot-operated sewing machine is still much more refined. There is a butterfly pattern printed on the body of the sewing machine, and below the butterfly pattern is the word butterfly printed in cursive. The pattern and font are the brand trademarks designed by Liang Zhao for a well-known designer in New York at a cost of $300. The moment Liang Zhao saw the finished product, he felt that the $300 was worth it. In addition to the sewing machine itself, the sewing machine also comes with a large roll of thread and a 500 milliliter bottle of whale oil for lubricating mechanical parts. After trying this sewing machine, Liang Zhao was very satisfied with the performance of this sewing machine, which was impeccable both in appearance and use. "Boss, can this sewing machine be put on the market directly?" Isaac asked anxiously. He had asked Connie about Liang Zhao's personality. Connie had told him that Liang Zhao was a person with high requirements and picky. "Sure," Liang Zhao said, very satisfied, and then asked Isaac and others, "How much does it cost to produce this sewing machine?" All the costs add up to $35.50. Isaac knew the production cost of the butterfly sewing machine very well. After all, they built the production line of the butterfly sewing machine themselves. Isaac knew how much it cost from purchasing raw materials to production. "The price is set at $150 per unit," Liang Zhao said after thinking for a while. $150? Edward scratched his chin when he heard it. "Isn't it a bit too high?" "The price is too high. I'm worried that sales won't increase." $150 is also a lot of money for a middle-class family. "Not high," Liang Zhao smiled. "With our current production of 150 units per month, we don't have to worry about sales. If we want to seize the sinking market in the future, we can launch a simplified version. This will not only seize the sinking market, but also not offend consumers who have already purchased sewing machines. Moreover, our $150 price includes 3 years of after-sales service. If there is a problem with the sewing machine within 3 years, it can be sent to the factory's maintenance department to provide free after-sales service to consumers. If there are strong competitors, Liang Zhao will have to weigh it when pricing the sewing machine. The problem is that the only 2 manufacturers in the United States that have the ability to manufacture sewing machines have been acquired by him. The threshold for producing sewing machines is high, and Liang Zhao now has the protection of the patent office. In the short term, he doesn't have to worry about other machinery factories copying his products. He has the final say on how to price. Furthermore, Isari and Eric's previously sold hand-cranked sewing machines for $50 to $70 each. Liang Zhao's pedal-operated sewing machine is twice as efficient as hand-cranked sewing machines, so there's nothing wrong with doubling the price. "What a good idea." Eric took out a pen and a notebook to write down Liang Zhao's words. The boss always has so many novel ideas. For the sake of the factory's reputation, the first batch of sewing machines produced had some parts streamlined, but the materials were still very solid, and there was indeed room for further compression. In the later period, the workers' proficiency increased, and the output could be further increased, which could be regarded as a disguised reduction in production costs. In addition to the progress made in sewing machines, Walter and Nobel also made progress in the research and development of new guns. The two of them brought a sample to Liang Zhao. At the first glance at the gun, Liang Zhao thought it was a flintlock rifle and was a little disappointed. But when Walter opened the chamber, took out a copper-cased pin-rim bullet from his pocket and stuffed it into the breech, Liang Zhao realized that this was a rifle that used a rear-loading pin-rim bullet, but it was ignited by a flintlock gun. "Sir, try this gun. This gun is very powerful. One shot can knock down an American bison," Walter handed the gun to Liang Zhao. After seeing the caliber of the bullet that Walter had just stuffed into the chamber, Liang Zhao did not doubt Walter's words at all. The caliber of the ammunition used by this gun reached an astonishing 15 millimeters. According to the ammunition caliber standard of Germany in World War II, it can be directly classified as a machine gun. It's a pity that we can't get bison in New York, Liang Zhao said with some regret. The best large animal to get in New York is the horse. Liang Zhao asked Connie to get an old and sick horse. Liang Zhao ordered people to tie the old and sick horse to an open space 150 meters away, aiming at the horse's lungs and pulling the trigger. After a gunshot, the old sick horse that was hit by the 15mm caliber bullet let out a sharp whine and was relieved. Even though he was mentally prepared for the recoil of the gun, Liang Zhao's body still leaned back involuntarily. Chapter 238 Only white, not black. Good gun. Good gun. Good gun, Liang Zhao praised after testing more than a dozen rounds, holding his shoulder that was numb from the huge recoil of the gun. Unfortunately, according to your perspective, this gun will soon be outdated, Walter said with regret. Liang Zhao asked Walter to develop a needle fire gun that can use center-fire metal shell bullets, but there are still several technical problems that have not been solved for center-fire metal bullets and needle-fire guns. Walter then had an idea and developed a new gun with existing mature technology. The biggest features of this gun are rear loading, hammer firing, and use of large-caliber rimmed needle bullets. Compared with the dresser needle-fire gun, the biggest advantage of this gun is its simple structure. It uses existing reliable technology, is relatively easy to produce, and has lower production costs. In terms of specific use, it is also simpler to use than the dresser needle gun, and has lower maintenance requirements. The disadvantages are also obvious. Since it uses existing mature technology, the gun has almost no potential for subsequent improvements. It can only be loaded with a single shot all the way to the end, which means that it is the peak of its debut. As for the outdated problem mentioned by Walter, Liang Zhao thought that this kind of gun had little future development prospects. In the mid-19th century, when breech-loading guns were not yet popular, this gun would not be eliminated for at least 20 to 30 years. The general structure of this gun is similar to the Sharps rifle that Liang Zhao knew in later generations, but it directly used copper shell side needle bullets, while the early Sharps rifles used paper shell bullets. Although the potential for subsequent improvement of this gun is not as good as the dresser needle gun, it is much better than the Springfield M1842 currently in service in the U.S. military. How much does this gun cost? Liang Zhao asked Walter. It's very expensive. The cost is about $20. Walter thought for a while and said, if you take into account the use of metal bullets, the cost will only be higher. Compared with the rifles currently in service in the United States, this gun only has an advantage in performance, not in cost. If the cost is $20 a gun, it is not too expensive. Besides, although there is no room for improvement in this gun, there is room for castration. Liang Zhao's eyes turned, and his mind became active. If the cost is reduced and fixed paper shell bullets are used, the price can be controlled at around $25 per gun, and it is not necessarily unsaleable. If we use inferior materials and fixed paper shell bullets, can the cost be lower? Liang Zhao put down the gun and asked. Of course, it can be, but if paper shell bullets are used, it may be necessary to use an external flash hider, and the accuracy and rate of fire will also be reduced a lot. Don't you like advanced guns? Why do you want me to modify the gun to a backward direction now? This does not suit your style. Walter was very puzzled by Liang Zhao's backward behavior. Of course, the more advanced it is for personal use, the better. As for selling it, it is enough to be useful and impress the buyer. 10 years later, the United States will fight a civil war. He can't sell the best guns to the other party and let the other party use the guns he sold to shoot himself. Control the cost and make this gun more competitive in the market. Liang Zhao found a random excuse to get out of the way. Lincoln's professionalism astounded Liang Zhao. Of the 6 cases Liang Zhao gave Lincoln, Lincoln joined 6 landowners and merged the 6 cases into one case. Together with the Atlantic Railway Company, they took the New York state government to court as the defendant. The reason was that the state government deceived the railway company and promised the land along the railway to the railway company knowingly, suspected of embezzling private property. The embezzlement of private property is a very sensitive crime in the United States. Once this was said, and the New York Evening Post fanned the flames, the New York state government soon became restless. The New York state government immediately accused Lincoln of defamation. Lincoln was well prepared and obtained evidence from his friends in the New York State Railway Bureau, who he met during his political participation to prove that what he said was true. The New York state government did violate the rights of the original owner of the land and promised the land to the Delaware Hudson River Railway Company at the time, knowing that the land was already owned. In just 1 month, Lincoln won the lawsuit and solved 6 cases at once. Liang Zhao gave Lincoln a deadline of 2 months. After all, he is a top lawyer in Illinois. He is quite capable. Liang Zhao happily paid Lincoln $1,000 in agency fees. We agreed before that the agency fee would be $100 for each case. I only represented 6 cases this time, so you only need to pay $600. Lincoln stared at the number on the check and said, "The deadline we agreed on was to resolve more than 4 cases within 2 months, and you resolved 6 cases within a month, and won all of them. The extra $400 is considered a reward," Liang Zhao said with a smile. If the land disputes of the Atlantic Railway Company could be resolved so quickly, the track could be laid as soon as possible. The earlier the railway was put into operation, the earlier the funds could be recovered. This little tip for Lincoln was nothing. He also knew about Lincoln's recent situation. Lincoln's life was very difficult recently. His law firm did not even have a dedicated office. Instead, he and Herndon rented a rental house on 20th Street. The rental house on 20th Street was both the residence of Lincoln and Herndon and their office location. "Thank you." Lincoln accepted Liang Zhao's check and asked, "What about the contract?" "I have already drafted the contract." Liang Zhao handed the contract that had been prepared to Lincoln. Lincoln read the contract carefully but did not sign it. After thinking about it, he asked, "Can the term of the contract be changed from 10 years to 5 years?" "Yes." Liang Zhao thought about it and agreed to Lincoln's request. "It seems that you still plan to return to politics in the near future." Lincoln did not deny this. He said, "Politics is the ultimate way out for aspiring lawyers." Since he established his life goal at the age of 30, Lincoln's goal has always been clear, that is, to make a name for himself in the political world. "Coming out as a lawyer is just to train myself, continue to accumulate connections, and prepare for a return to politics in the future." After changing the contract term from 10 years to 5 years, Lincoln signed the contract with Liang Zhao very happily. After signing the contract, Lincoln stretched out his big hand covered with rough calluses, shook hands with Liang Zhao and said, "It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Liang. I heard that you have developed California very well. After I have resolved the lawsuits of the Atlantic Railway Company, I must go to California to see it with my own eyes. I'm in California, waiting for you anytime." Liang Zhao smiled. After seeing Lincoln off, Connie sent Liang Zhao a telegram from Perry. In the telegram, Perry told Liang Zhao that the last batch of ships of the American East India Fleet had been painted and set off. He also boarded the flagship Mississippi that had accompanied him for many years and was ready to go around Cape Horn in South America to San Francisco. He urged Liang Zhao to return to San Francisco as soon as possible to meet him and go to Japan together. Liang Zhao was almost done with his work in the East. The business district in Manhattan was undergoing large-scale construction, and the Atlantic Railway Company was also building new railroad tracks. The terrain in the eastern United States is relatively flat, and these new railway lines will be put into operation one after another next year. The Arizona Infantry Regiment recruited in the South has also completed its assembly in Houston, and the engineering company is directly on standby in New York Harbor, waiting for Liang Zhao's order to go to San Francisco. After Liang Zhao explained to the employees who stayed in the East, he said goodbye to Vanderbilt and set off to return to California. "Why did you buy so many cannons?" At the dock of New York Harbor, Liang Zhao saw Pan Zhangwei, who was still wearing the official robes of the Qing dynasty, directing his followers to hoist cannons onto the ship, and couldn't help asking, "Do you need cannons to guard the house? My cousin in Guangzhou asked me to buy some foreign guns and cannons. A few days ago, you gave me some foreign guns, but you refused to give me foreign cannons. I had to negotiate with the foreigners in person and purchase 30 cannons," Pan Zhangwei said. 30. Liang Zhao felt a little unbalanced. "I only bought 20 cannons. I am the envoy of the Qing dynasty, the Minister of Rights," Pan Zhangwei said with a smile. "These cannons are used to present to the emperor. If we don't send a big gift to show that the United States is submissive to our celestial empire, how can the emperor agree to a Qing-US free immigration treaty?" "But Pan Deu, she asked you to buy it." Speaking of Pan Zhangwei's cousin, Liang Zhao first thought of Pan Zhengwei and his cousin Pan Shichen, Zidao, mentioned by him. As a popular red-topped businessman, the Pan family not only won the emperor's favor, but also did well in the circle of literati. Unlike the general rich second generation, Pan Shichen did not indulge in a life of luxury and extravagance, but chose to become famous through imperial examinations, be both an official and a businessman, and make money by relying on power. At the age of 28, Pan Shichen went to Beijing to take the exam and won the Shenzhen County examination. Soon, he donated a huge sum of money to help the famine victims in the Beijing area, and was granted the title of Juren and the title of Liang Zhao of the Ministry of Justice. Although it is said to be a huge sum of money, it is actually only more than 200,000 taels of silver, which is not a lot of money for the Pan family of Tongfuhang. But not every merchant is willing to pay this money. When the Yao people in Lianshan, Guangdong were causing trouble, Pan Shichen contributed money to help the local officials of Guangdong suppress the Yao rebellion. Therefore, Pan Shichen was not only very popular in the scholar official circle of the capital, but even the local officials of Guangdong respected him. There were as many as 111 dignitaries who had correspondence with Pan Shichen before and after the Opium War, including local politicians such as Lin Zexu, Guo Shangxin, Zhang Yusong, Tang Yifan, and Deng Tingzhen. Pan Shichen was also very smart. After the Opium War, even the wealthy Yai family in the 13 Hongs went downhill rapidly, but Pan Shichen found another way to buy arms for the Guangdong authorities and undertake coastal defense, making a lot of money. That's right. Dayu heard that American foreign guns, foreign cannons and warships were very useful, so he entrusted me to buy some and send them back to the emperor to select the best ones, and the rest were left for the soldiers to use. He said that the Taiping rebellion this time was not like the Yao rebellion in the 12th year of Dao Guang, and it might be difficult to suppress it quickly. Guangdong is close to Guangxi, so it's better to be more cautious, Pan Zhengwei said. You also got a foreign ship. Liang Zhao was a little surprised. He was busy dealing with the Atlantic Railway Company and the Manhattan Shopping Center these days, and he didn't pay much attention to what Pan Zhengwei and others did. Here, Pan Zhengwei pointed to 3 sailing warships of about 800 to 900 tons anchored not far from New York Harbor. These 4 are bought from the Navy's Brooklyn shipyard. They are all second-hand goods discarded by the U.S. Navy, although these sailing warships with a displacement of 800 to 900 tons are small boats for the navies of European and American countries. They are definitely large ships with good combat power in East Asian countries. Are the sailors on them also hired from the U.S. Navy? Liang Zhao pulled out the monocular telescope and looked at the sailors on the ship and said, "These sailors are very good at sailing and steering, and they are obviously very familiar with the ship. This is a warship, not an ordinary armed merchant ship, so I think these sailors are not ordinary sailors. Not the U.S. Navy, but retired naval crew members of the U.S. Navy. I heard from the people at the Brooklyn Navy Yard and the Philadelphia Navy Yard that Perry has been increasing the steam rate of the Navy in recent years. Many naval crew members from the sail era have been laid off, and I hired them," Pan Zhengwei replied. "You are a good trader. What do you want warships for? The imperial court will accept foreign guns and cannons, but it will not accept foreign ships and a boatload of foreign sailors." Liang Zhao put down the telescope and asked. "Although the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom has been in rebellion for nearly a year, it is still running around in the mountainous areas of eastern Guangxi and northern Guangdong. Except for a few local knowledgeable people like Pan Shichen who are on the front line of the uprising, the high-level officials of the Manchukuo dynasty generally do not take Hong Xiuquan and others seriously. The situation is not so embarrassing that they need to hire foreign mercenaries to suppress the uprising. Tongfuhang also has some small businesses in Nanyang. There are many pirates in Nanyang. With its own armed fleet, it feels at ease to do business. Although these second-hand sailing ships are outdated in your eyes, they are much better than those broken ships of the Nanyang pirates. The guns on the ships are also usable. Moreover, these foreign sailors are not expensive, so it is worthwhile to hire them." Pan Zhengwei said that these 3 ships and the retired sailors were hired by him for Tongfuhang, not for the imperial court. "My cousin wants me to buy some foreign girls to serve as his maids. Do you have any connections?" "He wants white ones," Liang Zhao said in surprise. Pan Zhengwei's cousin is quite playful. "Only white ones, not black ones," Pan Zhengwei said very decisively. Pan Zhengwei's decisive attitude made Liang Zhao doubt whether the cousin he was talking about was himself. "If it's black, It's easy. In the southern United States, even in Washington, black slaves can still be traded legally. White ones are indeed not easy to deal with, but it's not impossible. Liang Zhao thought for a while and said, when you go back to Nicaragua, you can look for some by yourself. There are white ones there. If not, you can find Stanford after you get to California. Stanford is these businesses in Central America. This is a great idea. My cousin only said he wanted white ones, but he didn't say whether he wanted them from America, Mexico or Nicaragua. Anyway, as long as they are white, it's fine, Pan Zhangwei said happily. You are the oldest among the Pan family, so why are you willing to be ordered around by your cousin? Is it possible that your cousin is the boss of the Pan family? Liang Zhao asked with some curiosity. The head of the Yao Wu family is Wu Shengrong, and he is not very clear about the head of the Tongfu Pan family. The Pan family, which integrates politics and business, is much more complicated than the Wu family. He is half of the boss of the Pan family, Pan Zhangwei said with a smile. Although my cousin is young, he is indeed the most capable of the Pan family's children in this life. Dayu is insightful about the ways of the world, and can handle himself in the officialdom of the capital or in Guangzhou. My grandfather liked him very much when he was alive and thought he was a child of the Pan family who could stand on his own. From the second-rank governor, not to mention in your Pan family, even in the court, he is a person who can stand on his own, Liang Zhao said. The height that Pan Shichen can reach is already the ceiling among the merchants in Guangzhou. This governor is not the same as that governor. It's just an empty title to comfort oneself. How could the court give real power to a businessman wearing a red hat? Pan Zhangwei showed a bitter smile. After the luggage and supplies were loaded and all the accompanying personnel boarded the ship, Liang Zhao ordered Mingdi to set sail. 13 steamships in the port of New York sounded shrill whistles, slowly sailed out of New York port, and sailed south along the coastline. Chapter 239 Xiangshan. The fleets of Jardine Matheson and Tong Fuxing set out from San Francisco, escorted by armed guards, and headed for Guangzhou, thousands of miles away. The fleet of Jardine Matheson carried 100,000 taels of gold, and the fleet of Tong Fuxing carried 60,000 taels of gold into the port of Guangzhou. According to the gold-silver exchange rate of about 15 in the 1850s, 100,000 taels of gold is 1.5 million taels of silver, and 60,000 taels of gold is 900,000 taels of silver. Gold mountains, gold everywhere, it really lives up to its reputation. Wu Shengrong, the helmsman of Jardine Matheson, the general merchant of Guangzhou 13 hongs, sighed as he looked at the golden gold in the cabin. He was very excited to get 100,000 taels of gold from San Francisco in 1 year, especially for the Guangzhou merchants who were now in decline. It was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. If we can seize the American market, we Guangzhou merchants may have a chance to revive. My cousin sent me several letters, saying that America is full of opportunities and is a paradise for merchants like us. He made me think of America. Pan Shichen played with a rosary in his hand and asked Wu Shengrong, Brother Liangfu, how is the donation collection of Jardine Matheson this year? The Taiping Rebellion, the indemnity of the foreigners, the famine in Shaanxi and Gansu, all of which require money. The court is pressing hard. This year, you are the head merchant of Guangzhou merchants. You must not be careless. The donation from the court is a matter of first importance. There are some things I dare not say to Brother Deu. In the early years when it was relatively peaceful, they plundered the people. When there were many civil unrests, they plundered the merchants. Donations, 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 donations. When will it end? Wu Shengrong, who was full of complaints, walked out of the depressing cabin and breathed the fresh air on the deck. If this batch of gold had not arrived in time, I'm afraid we would have had a headache with donations this year. In the past, when Guangzhou was making money, they asked us to donate more as part of the cleanup. Now, among the 5 commercial ports, Shanghai is becoming more and more popular, and foreigners prefer to do business in Shanghai. Why is it that our Guangzhou merchants still donate the most? What you said is exactly what I'm worried about. Pan Shichen was still playing with a rosary in his hand. Shanghai is close to the wealthy areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and it has the convenience of the Yangtze River. If it continues to develop like this, sooner or later, one day, the 5 commercial ports will become the only commercial port in Shanghai, and it won't be surprising. Liang Gai, Wu Yuanhua, also told me that as a businessman in America, you only need to pay taxes, not donations, and businessmen can also be officials. If it weren't for the fact that the Wu family has roots in the Qin dynasty, I would also like to go to California." After complaining, Wu Shengrong said to Pan Shichen, "Brother Dao, Liang Zhao has entrusted us to persuade the old man of the Liang family to bring his mother to California to enjoy a peaceful life. Our Guangzhou merchant's business in California is also greatly taken care of by him. Let's do this for him as soon as possible. I was just about to tell you about this. It's a good opportunity to repay this young brother of the Liang family. I just received a letter from Tingai a few days ago. Thanks to his idea, our Yai Bank and Tongfu Bank have both opened branches directly in New York. In the future, the transactions with the United States will no longer be handled by those middlemen in the United States," Pan Shichen said with his back. Let's go to Xiangshan to meet the old man of the Liang family, Liang's compound in Xiangshan, Guangdong. Since Liang Zhao made a fortune in California and sent back gold, the originally dilapidated Liang family has taken back the land that was originally sold, and the dilapidated Liang's compound has also been renovated. The Liang family is like a prominent family in Xiangshan. Wu Shengrong and Pan Shichen rode on tall horses, parading through the streets, and their entourage drove a carriage full of gifts to the front of the Liang family compound. I didn't know that Wu Saiking and Pan Buzzhangshi were visiting. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Upon learning that Wu Shengrong and Pan Shichen were visiting, Liang Weiming, the old man of the Liang family, did not dare to neglect them and hurried out to greet them. Now Liang Weiming is no longer a Beijing official, while Wu Shengrong and Pan Shichen are still red-topped merchants, especially Pan Shichen, who has close personal relationships with Beijing's favorite officials and Guangdong local officials, and is also a favorite of the current Emperor Xiangfan. Facing such a person, even if he was born as a Guangzhou merchant, Liang Weiming did not dare to neglect him. Liang Jishizhong is too polite. Our Saiking and Buzzhangshi are just honorary titles. You were a real Jishizhong during the reign of Emperor Dao Guang, Pan Shichen said with a smile. This was not because he was deliberately pretending to be nice in front of Liang Weiming. In front of the serious imperial examination officials, no matter how high or low their official positions were, or whether they were favored or not, Pan Shichen always put himself down and made friends with them. He also knew that even if his sons chose to take the imperial examination, the stigma of the Pan family's merchant origin would not fade away in 1 or 2 generations. In front of these imperial examination officials who came from farming and reading families and had a good family background, it was better to lower his posture. It's all in the past. I am now guilty. I only blame myself for being confused at that time. Liang Weiming, with gray hair and beard, sighed and said, "These are the small gifts we too prepared for you. I hope you don't dislike them." Pan Shichen ordered people to bring up the gifts prepared for the Liang family. Absolutely not, Liang Weiming said hurriedly. Over the past year, the Liang family has been taken care of by the two of you. I will remember your kindness in my heart and am grateful. I will never accept your gifts again, Mr. Liang is being too polite. The children of the Wu and Pan families who make a living in California, the United States, have also received a lot of favors from the Liang family. We are all Cantonese people. Whether in a foreign country or in our hometown, we should take care of each other, right? Pan Shichen said. Since Governor Pan has said so, I will not refuse and will accept it. Seeing Pan Shichen's words, Liang Weiming accepted the gifts from Wu Shengrong and Pan Shichen and invited them into the house. You too, please come in. Congratulations, Mr. Liang. The Liang family has produced a capable person. Liang Zhao is now a frontier official in the United States. He can be said to be in charge of the army on horseback and the people on foot in California. We are so envious. After sitting down, Wu Shengrong took the tea served by the maid and said after taking a sip of the tea. In the past year, the Wu family and the Pan family have taken such good care of the Liang family. Liang Weiming, who has been immersed in the officialdom for many years, certainly knows that this is for Liang Zhao's sake. It's just that the generation of Wu sons in the Liang family, that is, the generation with the character Xiao at the beginning, has a bad relationship, which makes him feel very headache. Yes, our two families are very envious of the fact that the two families can produce such a capable person. Liang Zhao is also a filial person. He wrote to me again and again, saying that his grandfather and mother treated him well. Now that he has become successful abroad, he wants to take you to California, the United States, to enjoy a peaceful life and live a happy and comfortable life for a few days. Pan Shichen put down the teacup in his hand and said. Pan Shichen said this, and Liang Weiming of course understood what Pan Shichen meant. After a moment of silence, he said, I am very pleased that this son can be so filial. But I am old and cannot withstand the bumps on the sea. I am afraid I cannot go to America. Liang Zhao wants to bring his biological mother to America to fulfill his filial piety. This is a very good idea. I will fulfill his filial piety, that's great. The Jardine Mason and the Tongfu Line will have fleets to transport immigrants to California in a few days. Mr. Liang's global shipping company also has a fleet arriving in Guangzhou every month. It is also very convenient to go to California now. The large steamships of the global shipping company can reach Jinshan, San Francisco, in just over a month. Pan Shichen was very happy to see Liang Weiming agreed. Liang Zhao only asked to bring his biological mother to Jinshan. As for whether Mr. Liang would go or not, he did not say in the letter. Pan Shichen also thought that Liang Zhao did not want Mr. Liang to go to Jinshan. The boat was exhausting, but Liang Zhao was living well in America. It would be troublesome to take Mr. Liang over. The Pan family was a merchant family, dealing with foreigners for many years, so they had a broader vision. The Liang family was a farming and reading family for generations, so the two families naturally had different degrees of acceptance of foreign things. That's great. As for what kind of boat you want to build, let my daughter-in-law choose it herself, Liang Weiming said. I heard that there are many people who are proficient in foreign languages in your company. We have been merchants for generations, and we have been dealing with foreigners and doing business. How can we not speak foreign languages? Pan Shichen said with a smile. Why did Mr. Liang suddenly ask about this? Well, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. I was dismissed because of the imperial examination fraud case, and the younger generation of the Liang family was also burdened by me. I want the younger generation of the Liang family to go to your company to learn foreign languages and characters, and learn some business skills. So that they will have more ways out in the future, Liang Weiming said in an earnest tone. No problem, even so, I will select a few clerks who are proficient in foreign languages and send them to Liang's house to be assigned by Mr. Liang. Pan Shichen and Wu Shengrong agreed very happily. After Pan Shichen and Wu Shengrong chatted with Liang Weiming for a while, they said goodbye to Liang Weiming, left Xiangshan and returned to Guangzhou. Dad, no, if Denglan goes to Jinshan, what shall we do if Liang Zhao doesn't give us gold in the future? After Pan Shichen and Wu Shengrong left, Liang Weiming's second son Liang Shaoquan hurriedly jumped out and said, useless thing. Why didn't you say no when Pan Shichen and Wu Shengrong were here? Liang Weiming sneered, living on your nephew's money. Do you still look like an elder? Just now, both of you were wearing official uniforms. I was afraid that I would offend you and lose face. Liang Shaoquan hurriedly smiled and said, Liang Sheng has been mining in California for a year. Can you help Liang Zhao and find an easy job for Liang Sheng? If it weren't for your bad idea, Liang Sheng would have been demoted to the mine. Liang Weiming glanced at Liang Shaokong, who had a hollow look and was as thin as a stick, with disgust, and shouted, Where's Shaojin? Brother is in the inner room. Liang Shaokong wiped the clear snot from his nose and said. Liang Weiming got up and left the main room and walked to the inner room. On the wall of the room hung a portrait of the ancestor, and next to the portrait were a few couplets. Below the portrait of the ancestors was a long offering table, on which were placed some books and Western ornaments Liang Zhao had sent back from America. In front of the offering table was a soft couch. Liang Shaojin was seen lying on the couch with a loose body, holding a pipe in his right hand, stroking a cat with his left hand, and puffing smoke from his mouth. Seeing Liang Weiming coming, Liang Shaojin looked at Liang Weiming with bleary eyes and said weakly, Dad, you are here, what a success. Smoking opium in front of the ancestral portrait, Liang Weiming was even more furious when he saw Liang Shaojin's behavior, and he picked up the cane he was leaning on and hit Liang Shaojin on the head. Chapter 240 Oil. It was already mid-January 1852 when Liang Zhao returned to San Francisco. Just like the route he took to the eastern United States, Liang Zhao took the Nicaragua route on his return. In addition to the necessary materials such as factory machinery, machine tools and books, the bulk of the fleet's cargo and ships still had to go around Cape Horn in South America to reach California. Of course, the accompanying personnel, whether it was the talents and technical workers recruited by Liang Zhao in the east, or the Arizona Infantry Regiment, and other soldiers followed Liang Zhao back to California via the Nicaragua route. Nephew, a letter from home, Back at Tingtao Garden, Liang Zhao handed Liang Zhao a letter from the Liang family. Liang Zhao opened the letter and found it was from his grandfather Liang Weiming. Liang Weiming promised to send his mother to Jinshan, that is, St. Francis. In the letter, Liang Weiming also expressed his longing for him and hoped that Liang Zhao would have time to return to Xiangshan to see him. When he went on the expedition to Japan, he would go back to Guangdong, but he would not go back for Mr. Liang. He had no interest in getting involved in the mess of the Qing dynasty in Liangjian unless he could make money. Third brother, the population of Jinshan has exceeded 100,000 a long time ago. Saskatchewan is also a big city with a population of nearly 100,000. Even Los Angeles has not yet exceeded 10,000 people. Shouldn't you consider adding more immigrants to Los Angeles? Deng Wenxian complained to Liang Zhao. Next month, the railway from Jinshan to Los Angeles will be open to traffic. At that time, are you still worried that Los Angeles will not be able to attract population? Liang Zhao smiled. The railway between San Francisco and Los Angeles has been under construction for nearly a year. Since the two directions of San Francisco and Los Angeles started construction at the same time and finally joined in the Central Valley for docking, the project progressed faster and shortened a lot of construction period. The coastal area of California is the coastal mountains, and the terrain is relatively complex. Before the construction of the railway, Liang Zhao did not consider this railway, but chose to go directly through the Central Valley. Liang Zhao's goal is to make the Central Valley into a granary for California and even the entire West Coast region. There is a railway trunk line that directly crosses the Central Valley, and the subsequent construction of the Central Valley can also benefit from it. The California High-Speed Rail, which connects San Francisco to Los Angeles in later generations, also takes this route. The difference is that the California High-Speed Rail project in later generations took a full 11 years from the project approval in 2008 to the start of construction in 2015 and the completion of construction in 2019. In the end, the construction mileage of the California High-Speed Rail was shortened from 826.8 kilometers to 191 kilometers. This is the benefit of not having to expropriate land and centralize power, and it is efficient. In 1851, most of the land in California was unowned. Liang Zhao had no worries about expropriating land for the construction of the railway. As long as the route was determined, he could start construction. As for the state legislature, it only needed to hold a meeting and go through the motions, and no one dared to make trouble for him. Of course. Another benefit of not having to expropriate land is that the cost of building a railway is much lower. The 840-kilometer railway from San Francisco to Los Angeles costs an average of $21,000 per kilometer, which also includes the cost of laying telegraph lines along the railway line. The cost of railways of the same specifications in the eastern region is at least $34,000 to $35,000 per kilometer. This is why Vanderbilt and Liang Zhao entered the market to disrupt the situation, forcing the original railway company to abandon the use of old-style rails, which caused a wail in the railway industry. However, the cost of the California Railway still made Liang Zhao feel painful. This did not include the cost of the locomotive, and it had already cost $17.64 million. The railway is really a gold-eating monster. Fortunately, the California Railway Company is currently wholly owned by him, and he can get his money back by selling 30% to 40% of his shares. The gold mining of the umbrella company in Australia is going smoothly, and some gold can be recovered later, and the gold mining situation in Nevada is also optimistic. He does not have to worry about cash flow for the time being, and he can still work hard. There is no gold in Los Angeles. Who would want to come to Los Angeles? Deng Wenxian muttered. Just open up wasteland and grow crops. There are plenty of vacant land around Jinshan Bay and the Central Valley. Who would want to come to Los Angeles where no one lives? Deng Wenxian's complaint is not without reason. The fundamental reason why the population of Los Angeles has not increased is that there are no advantageous industries in Los Angeles and it cannot attract enough people. Even if you don't give people money, let the American group build a few more factories in Los Angeles. Several coal mines have been discovered near Los Angeles recently. It is also close to transport iron ore from Mexico to Los Angeles, which is very suitable for opening a steel plant. This year, I raised some money with a local gentry in Los Angeles to open a small steel plant, which can make some pocket money, Deng Wenxian added. Your brain has become much smarter. You know how to raise funds to build a factory by yourself. If you are short of money, you can ask the bank for a loan. If you want to build a factory, it is still easy to borrow some money from the Bank of America with your reputation, Liang Zhao said leisurely after sitting down. A factory cannot be built big without people, Deng Wenchen complained. You are such a fool. You are asking me for help in every possible way. I spent more than $17 million to build the railway from Jinshan to Los Angeles. If I didn't think Los Angeles was a good place, would I be willing to spend so much money to build the railway to Los Angeles? Do I look like someone who would do a business that loses money? Liang Zhao rolled his eyes at Deng Wenchen. No, you are smarter than those foreigners who do business, Deng Wenchen admitted this truthfully. That's it. Did you find the oil I asked you to find in Los Angeles, the black, sticky, weird-smelling stuff that catches fire at once? Liang Zhao asked. Los Angeles has no gold mines, but it has oil. Oil is the foundation for the future development of Los Angeles. Found it? Deng Wenchen waved his hand, signaling his followers to lift a wooden barrel, and then said, when I was digging a well in my backyard, I didn't get any water. So this black oily water started to spray out. It sprayed for several days. This thing is good for lighting fires. Whale oil is getting harder and harder to buy now. The lights on the streets of Los Angeles are lit with this thing. But this thing produces a lot of smoke and a strong smell when it burns, and it's not clean after burning. I often have to take down the street lamps to wash them. How can you use crude oil to light a lamp without a lot of smoke? Liang Zhao walked forward curiously and asked someone to open the barrel. It's not that petroleum can't be used for lighting, but it has to be purified into kerosene, and then it can be used for lighting lamps. Crude oil not only has a strong smell when it burns, but also leaves a lot of impurities after burning, so it's naturally not that easy to use crude oil for lighting. After the barrel was opened, I saw that the wooden barrel was full of a barrel of dark brown oily and viscous substances. A pungent smell penetrated Liang Zhao's mouth and nose. This was the thing. Liang Zhao stared at the oil in the barrel. The surface of the oil was like the surface of water, reflecting Liang Zhao's silly smile. Third brother, why are you laughing? Isn't it just oil that can be used to light a lamp? I didn't see you so happy when I discovered gold, Deng Wenchen didn't understand. This thing is liquid gold, but it's a big treasure. As long as we have it, in less than 3 to 5 years, the population of Los Angeles will catch up with Sacramento and be comparable to Gold Mountain, Liang Zhao said with a smile. This thing will not only make Los Angeles develop, but also make you famous in history. The significance of oil is extraordinary. The first oil well with modern significance in human history, Drake Well, was drilled by American Drake in Pennsylvania in 1859, opening the chapter of oil industry. Now history will be rewritten. The first oil well in the modern sense of human beings appeared in America 8 years ahead of schedule. There is no internal combustion engine yet, so oil cannot be used as power fuel, but it can be purified into kerosene for lighting or as ordinary fuel. Whales have been burning for human night lighting for 200 or 300 years, and it is time for whales to retire. Before the emergence of oil, the lighting fuel for humans, especially in the West, mainly came from whale oil, so the whaling industry in the West was very developed. Whales are full of treasures. Not only can they be used for food, but also whale oil can be refined for nighttime lighting. Lubricating oil can be refined for lubrication between mechanical parts, soap making, etc. Before the invention of plastic, whale bones can be regarded as a substitute for plastic. This is also the reason why American sailors went to the coast of Japan to hunt whales. Before the development of the chemical industry, whales were too important for the Western society that had just stepped into industrial civilization. The whaling industry was also very profitable. The emergence of oil in the development of the chemical industry, to a certain extent, can be regarded as saving whales and saving whales from extinction. Just relying on these black oils, Deng Wenchen still couldn't believe that this black thing had such a great use. Yes, that's it, Liang Zhao said with certainty. Refill the oil and send it to Nobel. He likes this strange liquid very much. He will definitely be able to do something great with it. Chapter 241. See who scalps who first. What is the current population of California? How much was the fiscal revenue last year? Was there a surplus? After sending Deng Wenchen away, Liang Zhao asked Deng Wenyu, the Minister of Finance of California, about the recent population and fiscal situation of California. He had been away from California for more than half a year, and these data must be somewhat different from the data he knew when he left California. California now has a population of 390,000, of which 220,000 are foreigners, and the remaining 170,000 are Chinese. It's just that the waterway from Guangzhou to Jinshan is thousands of miles away. Many people couldn't stand the fatigue of the boats along the way and died of illness on the way, otherwise the population would be even higher, 390,000 people. How many of them are women? Liang Zhao was quite satisfied with this population data. Historically, from 1848 when the gold rush began to 1852, in just 4 years, the non-Indian population in California suddenly increased from 14,000 in 1848 to 220,000 in 1852. Under Liang Zhao's manipulation, this population has increased again. The proportion of Chinese in the total population has also increased to 43.6%. As long as he is given some more time, he can duck California, and even the entire west coast of the United States, yellow, so that the federal government cannot bleach it. California was a new state established in 1850. The rigid requirement for the establishment of a state in the United States is that the population reaches 60,000. For a new state, the population reached 390,000 in just 2 years, which is already a miracle in the history of the United States. As for the transoceanic immigrants who died of disease on the way, he could do nothing about it. He also hoped that all the immigrants who escaped from the suffering of the Qin dynasty would successfully survive and reach California. But the conditions in the mid-19th century were not as good as those in the 21st century. It can only be said that everyone has their own destiny. Life and death are determined by destiny, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. As for the female population, the registered female population is less than 90,000. Except for Los Angeles, where the ratio of men to women is relatively balanced, the rest of the places have more men than women. When it comes to the population structure problem, Deng Wenyu can't help but look worried. There are many young and strong bachelors in California. When there is no work in the mines or when there is no work in the farm, they either go out to gamble or go to prostitutes, or on their way to cause trouble. Moreover, there are quite a few young and strong men causing trouble. The police department can hardly suppress them. These people have no family, so they are unscrupulous and unbridled when they cause trouble. The imbalance of population structure is indeed a very troublesome problem. When the western part of the United States was developed, the western states also had such problems. However, it was not as serious as California now. During the development of the western part, many families moved to the west. However, during the California gold rush, men from all over the world flocked to California. It would be a miracle if the ratio of men to women could be balanced. The data is cold, but the people are warm. The extra 210,000 men look like cold data, but each of them is a living soul in a bloody body. If we don't find a way to solve the problem of these people getting married, the public security problem in California will only become more and more serious in the future. Fortunately, although the ratio of men to women in California is unbalanced, there are still plenty of jobs. Otherwise, facing such an idle bachelor would be a disaster. Okay, I got it, Liang Zhao nodded and said. He probably had a rough idea about the population. Let's talk about California's finances last year. 1851, the California state government's fiscal revenue totaled $4,788,752. After deducting various expenses and subsidies to the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Education, there was still $2,145,015 left. If it weren't for those idiots in the Federal Customs Bureau, maybe the state government could have an income of $6 to $7 million this year, including tariffs. Deng Wenyu reported like a treasure. After all, it is the richest first-level administrative region in the world, and it showed its wealthy nature at the beginning of its birth. The fiscal revenue of $4.78 million is already close to that of Illinois, but Illinois was established more than 40 years earlier than California, and its population is about twice that of California. Moreover, Illinois has more tax types than California. California's current main tax revenue comes from gold mining. In order to support California's local industry and mining, California has a 3-year tax exemption policy for other industries and mining industries except gold mining. After 3 years, when those industries and mining industries are developed, California's tax revenue can be further increased. God has given me a gift, and it is comfortable to lie on the gold mine. The Federal Customs Bureau can collect their own taxes, as long as they don't hinder us, Liang Zhao said to Deng Wenyu. Tariffs are the most important fiscal revenue of the federal government, nothing else. This time when Liang Zhao went to the east, Liang Zhao also tested the bottom line of the federal government on this matter, and asked the federal government to give California some tariff autonomy. Even if Liang Zhao gave sufficient reasons, Fillmore and Cowan refused to give in. This shows the attitude of the federal government towards tariffs. Liang Zhao also knows that cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. It is not only unjustifiable in legal terms to prevent the Customs Bureau from collecting tariffs in California, but also the entire federal government cannot get over it. The congressman must meet him with a knife. The most important thing for California at present is to develop its own industry. Liang Zhao does not need to be unhappy with the federal government on the issue of tariffs and cause trouble for himself. Anyway, the federal government will not be able to collect California's tariffs for many years. I will remember the teachings of my third brother. Deng Wenyu nodded. I heard that many Chinese have moved to Oregon recently. Is this true? Liang Zhao asked Deng Wenyu. Yes, some small merchants in the fur trade and some Chinese hunters have moved to the northern Oregon region, but not many, only about 1,000 people. Deng Wenyu didn't know why Liang Zhao asked about the Oregon region. He should just take care of his own land in California. Why should he care about the Oregon region? It's a good thing. Liang Zhao asked Deng Wenyu, do you know how many people there are in Oregon now? I don't know the exact number, but according to my understanding, there are more than 40,000 people. Deng Wenyu thought for a while and said, the Oregon region is the territorial region with the closest exchanges with California. After California's industry and commerce gradually developed, Oregonians no longer imported some necessary living materials and tools from the eastern region as before, but went directly to Sacramento and San Francisco, which are closer, to buy necessary living materials and tools. There are more than 40,000 people. Liang Zhao's mind suddenly became active. With a population of more than 40,000, the Oregon region is not far from the threshold of statehood. Let those Chinese merchants come to see me later. Got it? Although he didn't know why Liang Zhao suddenly asked about the Oregon region, Deng Wenyu didn't ask about it, adhering to the principle of asking what should be asked and not asking what shouldn't be asked. But when the Oregon region was mentioned, Deng Wenyu remembered a more difficult question. Third brother, do you still remember Burnett? The one who said he would peel off his scalp to make boots. Remember, what's wrong? Did he cause trouble in our California territory? Hearing the name Burnett, Liang Zhao couldn't help but frown. That's not the case. California is our territory. He doesn't have the courage to cause trouble in California. It's just that after this kid returned to Oregon, he often brought 200 or 300 people to kill Indians. The Indian tribes were miserable. Usually, Indians, whether in California or in Oregon, never robbed Chinese caravans. Deng Wenyu complained to Liang Zhao. In the second half of this year, Indians in the Oregon region, such as the Coos, Klamath, Chinook, Cayuse, etc., have robbed our caravans several times. Fortunately, all the people were fine and were released safely. The Indian chiefs of the Oregon region, the Tupamo and Maidu tribes, sent us a message saying that they had no choice but to rob the caravans because they could not survive. The chiefs of the Pomo and Maidu tribes also hoped that you could mediate the matter, but unfortunately you were not there at the time. This is a big deal and only you can decide. My uncle and I dare not agree to it. This Burnett, it's unreasonable. I think he is tired of living, Liang Zhao said angrily. His attitude towards Indian tribes, whether it is the 6 Indian tribes in California, Pomo, Maidu, Hupa, Yurok, Chumash, Serrano, or Indian tribes outside California. It has always been based on peace. Even if they are not on good terms, they will not interfere with each other. Therefore, there were no major disputes with the Indian tribes, and they also exchanged what they had with some friendly Indian tribes, especially with the Pomo and Maidu tribes. As a result, Burnett got on the way. It seemed that he had to be eliminated. Let's see who would scalp the other first. Jinjin, go to the telegraph room to send a telegram to Lieutenant Colonel Deng and ask him to come to San Francisco to see me. Liang Zhao paced back and forth in the room. After asking Hu Jinjin to go to the telegraph room to send a telegram to Deng Yan, he turned to Deng Wenyu and said, tell the chiefs of those Indian tribes that I am willing to come forward to resolve the matter. To show my sincerity, I am willing to go to Sacramento to meet with them in person to resolve the matter, without a bullshit of mediation. Burnett is a racist. The Indians didn't provoke him, but he wanted to destroy their families. If the Chinese were not powerful enough in California, this guy would not only dare to kill Indians, but also Chinese, as long as they were not white. It is not feasible to reason with such people or mediate. The only way to solve this problem is to use physical means. I updated 2K on July 17th, which makes up for the update I missed on July 17th. I will definitely update tomorrow as long as I don't have to work overtime suddenly. I will make up for the update on July 21st when I took a day off. Chapter 242, Go to Oregon. 1852, Liang Zhao summoned Chinese merchants in the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Almost everyone has arrived. The main members of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Jinshan and Saskatchewan are all here. There are also 3 or 5 members of the Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles, but it's not a big deal. We can also tell them the content of the meeting by telegram after the meeting. The president suddenly summoned us. Is there something urgent? Seeing that most people had arrived, Pan Zhangwei, the vice president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, said to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao looked around and found that there were many new faces among these Chinese merchants, which was a good sign. I remember that many of you asked me when you first arrived in America whether you could donate to officials in America, Liang Zhao said after sitting down. Merchants are a group that adapts to new environments quickly. In addition to some new members who have just joined the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the Chinese merchants who arrived in California early have lived in California for at least a year, and some of the core members have also followed Liang Zhao to the eastern United States. Many Chinese merchants have gradually become accustomed to life in America and have a general understanding of the situation in America. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. I was the first one to ask this question, Wu Yuanho smiled awkwardly. When I go out, I always feel uneasy without an official as a talisman. As soon as Wu Yuanho said this, a burst of laughter broke out among the Chinese merchants, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Don't laugh, Liang Yi's worries are not unreasonable. After these Chinese merchants laughed, Liang Zhao said seriously. Although America claims to be the world's largest free and democratic republic, freedom is ultimately the freedom of a few people, and democracy is ultimately the democracy of a few people. Although America has no emperor, does anyone know who holds the power? In the hands of the president, in the hands of Congress, in the hands of the Supreme Court. The businessmen rush to express their opinions. Due to the special national conditions, Chinese businessmen have always been very concerned about politics. However, their purpose of paying attention to politics is not to participate in politics, but to understand the policies of the court and figure out the psychology of officials in order to make the most self-interested decisions and maximize their own interests. In the Qing dynasty, the specific manifestation of these Chinese businessmen's concern for politics was to figure out the intentions of the superiors, make friends with local officials who hold real power and court favorites, and donate from time to save themselves. After arriving in America, this specific manifestation became a way to investigate the national conditions of America, understand the American national machine, and also to understand how the entire California superstructure operates. Being able to get these not so outrageous answers shows that these Chinese businessmen have done their homework and are not just talking nonsense. At least they have a superficial understanding of the United States. You are all right, but not completely right. The United States divides the executive, legislative, and judicial powers into 3. But the root cause is that whoever has more seats in Congress holds the power of the United States, Liang Zhao said slowly. And the members of Congress are divided into the Senate and the House of Representatives. Each state has a fixed 2 seats in the Senate, and the seats in the House of Representatives are determined by the population of each state. Every 50,000 voters can elect 1 member of the House of Representatives. California has 2 fixed Senate seats, but the population is too small. The population of the entire California is only a little more than half of New York City. California has no advantage in the seats in the House of Representatives. Since the founding of the country during the War of Independence, the central power of the American federal government and the power of the president have been continuously strengthened, especially in the Civil War and World War II, 2 key nodes that determined the fate of the United States. America has chosen to strengthen the central power and the power of the president, but whether it is strengthening the central power or the president's power, America is relatively limited. Especially before the Civil War, the power held by Congress was quite large. What the president said is very true. New York State has 33 congressmen, and we only have 3 congressmen in California, which is only a fraction of theirs. Pan Zhangwei deeply agrees. When attending a local political evening in New York, out of curiosity, Pans Hengwei asked former New York Governor Hunter this question. Although I still don't know much about Washington, I still know California under our feet. It's nothing more than who has more people and who has more power. Whoever is in charge is the foreigner. The reason why the foreigners are afraid of us is nothing more than that there are more and more Chinese in California, and there are many seats in the state assembly. In addition, the president has a big business in California. Without the president, those foreigners will have difficulty in eating, wearing and using, Wu Yuanho said after thinking for a while. I think the same is true in the Congress in Washington and the state assembly in California. Does the president mean that we should have more immigrants and strive for more seats in Congress? Exactly, or these businessmen are still very savvy and understand it at a glance. Each state in the United States is a smaller version of the federal government, and its operating logic is the same. Even if the president doesn't say anything, we will do it. The Qing dynasty is not peaceful at the moment, and there have been years of famine, and the people are living in poverty. It is also a good deed to be able to ferry those disaster-stricken people to California. It is a great merit. Moreover, there are only about 300,000 people in such a large state of California, and there are still large tracts of land waiting to be reclaimed. We don't have enough workers, Wu Yuanho said. The merchants in Guangzhou have been helping with immigration. In addition to directly sending ships to transport immigrants, local officials are also managed by these merchants headed by Ye Hang and Tong Fuhang. These merchants also know that they don't have the ability to understand the national conditions of the United States like Liang Zhao and have the ability to get along with all the major politicians in the United States. The more stable the Chinese are in California, the more stable their Chinese businessmen will be in America. Therefore, they are willing to take the initiative to help with immigration. Immigration is definitely necessary. I came here to tell you that according to American law, a territorial state can apply for statehood as long as the population reaches 60,000. Our northern neighbor, Oregon, currently has a population of more than 40,000. Liang Zhao picked up the teacup and sipped the fragrant tea carefully. The president means that we should send some immigrants to Oregon and let them settle down in Oregon. When the population of Oregon exceeds 60,000, we can submit an application for statehood to Washington. Wu Yuanho slapped his thigh, as if he had suddenly realized something. Great. 50,000 immigrants can only fight for one more seat in the House of Representatives in California. And they all have to be adult males. As long as we send another 20,000 immigrants to the Oregon region, Oregon can directly become a state. The new state will have at least 2 Senate seats and 2 guaranteed seats in the House of Representatives, although the United States stipulates that 1 representative is elected for every 50,000 people. These 50,000 people are not biological people, but political people. Needless to say, the blacks in the South are certainly not considered political people in the United States. Even the U.S. Constitution of 1787 stipulates that when counting the population, each state shall convert 5 blacks into 3 people to calculate the total population of each state. Women and children cannot be considered political people either. Although the standards for voters in each state are different, they all follow the principle of adult-free males. In some states, a certain amount of property must be achieved on this basis to be called a voter. This is essentially no different from the ancient Greek democratic system. This is why California only has 3 House of Representatives seats when its population exceeded 150,000 at the beginning of its establishment. This is the number of House of Representatives seats given after excluding women, children and illegal immigrants without American citizenship. Smart, he said with great satisfaction. But I heard that the people in Oregon are also very tough. Most of them make a living by hunting and selling furs, or cutting and selling wood. If so many of us go there, it is inevitable that we will conflict with them, Zhang Jinsong said, grabbing the sparse beard on his chin. They are tough, why don't we be tougher than them? Liang Zhao's tone became tougher. My position in California today is not obtained for no reason, but it was won with guns. When I first became famous in Saskatchewan, there were many people who did not obey me and wanted to kill me. What about now? The foreigners are bullies who are afraid of the strong and the weak. The more you obey, the more they bully you. If you are stronger than them, you can bully them. The foreigners in the Oregon area can use words to reason with them, so use them. If words don't work, use guns. I will cover you. What are you afraid of? Everyone, please remember that no matter where you go, California will always be your solid backing. In order to make these Chinese businessmen more confident after entering the Oregon area, Liang Zhao gave them a reassurance. 2 years ago, he would never dare to be so arrogant. But now he has the strength of 3 infantry regiments, the California Infantry Regiment, the California Militia Regiment, and the Arizona Infantry Regiment that was just recruited to guard the U.S.-Mexico border. This is the most powerful violence machine in the entire west coast of the United States, without a doubt. Any infantry regiment that marches into the Oregon region in the name of defending against Indians will be enough to give those unconvinced foreigners in Oregon a hard time. With the president's words, "I feel much more at ease," Zhang Jinsong said. "I have subordinates who trade furs in the Oregon region. Although I can't say that I know everything about the Oregon region, I still know a thing or two. Although it's cold in winter and the conditions for farming are not as good as California, we can still open up a lot of new fields with careful cultivation. There are also furs and wood. If new mines are discovered in the future, it will also be a great fortune," Wu Yuanhu added. The Chinese businessmen nodded one after another. With Liang Zhao's backing, they were willing to organize immigrants to settle in the Oregon region. "I've heard that Burnett has been coveting the position of governor of Oregon for a long time and is also working for the establishment of Oregon as a state. Moreover, he has a good reputation in the Oregon region. This person has always been at odds with us. I'm afraid it will be a problem." Pan Zhangwei expressed his concerns to Liang Zhao. "Burnett is already dead. You just need to go to the Oregon region and help the immigrants settle down there. I will take care of the rest," Liang Zhao said lightly. Chapter 243 Oregon Settlement Group 1852. An article titled "Go to Oregon" was published in the California Daily, encouraging Californians to go to Oregon to settle and develop the high-quality forestry resources in the Oregon region. The Oregon Reclamation Group, which was organized by the Waukesha Chamber of Commerce, will organize this immigration and help immigrants who are willing to go to Oregon to open up settlements in the Oregon region. Considering that there is no news of precious metal minerals being discovered in the Oregon region, it is not very attractive to immigrants. Liang Zhao personally took the lead and organized the Chinese merchants of the Waukesha Chamber of Commerce to jointly invest $1.5 million to establish a special reclamation fund to finance this immigration action. As long as immigrants are willing to sign up to go to the Oregon region, the Reclamation Group will take out funds from the Reclamation Fund every year in the first 3 years, and give each immigrant a subsidy of $20 in real money every year. At the same time, the Reclamation Group will provide immigrants with agricultural tools and seeds. The Bank of America will also provide immigrants with a 5-year interest-free loan of less than $200 to help immigrants get through the most difficult years of land reclamation. Most importantly, the Oregon Colonization Corps will set up a 300-man armed force to protect the safety of the immigrants of the Oregon Colonization Corps to solve the immigrants' concerns about security issues. Of course, in return, members of the Waukesha Chamber of Commerce will have the right to purchase the immigrants' goods first in the next 13 years. What California lacks most at present is not money, but materials, especially food. Although Liang Zhao has made every effort to encourage Californians to cultivate land in the Central Valley, the state government has also provided special subsidies to the Ministry of Agriculture to build water conservancy facilities near the San Joaquin River in the Central Valley to provide irrigation water for the newly reclaimed farmland around. However, the newly reclaimed land is relatively barren, the soil fertility is relatively low, and the grain output is average. If the grain output wants to increase, it will take a few years until the soil fertility increases and the new fields become cultivated fields. It's not that there are no cultivated fields in California, but these cultivated fields were reclaimed by early immigrants. In 1848, the non-Indian population in California was only 14,000, and there were not many cultivated fields in the entire state. There are few cultivated fields, but the number of immigrants in California is increasing. In the next few years, the local grain production in California will definitely not be able to meet the needs of the local population in California. According to data provided by the Ministry of Agriculture, California's grain self-sufficiency rate last year was about 65%, and the remaining food gap was filled by importing grain from surrounding Indian tribes, Central America, Chile, and even from Japan and the Qing dynasty. 300 armed men are too few. I heard that Burnett has 300 or 400 desperate men on hand. He specializes in killing Indians and scalping Indians for fun. Some Indian tribes are almost extinct by him. In Tingtao Garden, Pan's Hengwei looked at the Oregon Reclamation Group reclamation plan that had just been handed to him. When he saw the last item, he shook his head repeatedly, thinking that 300 armed men were too few and a little insufficient. The main force of the reclamation group is Chinese. The skin color and appearance of the Chinese are not much different from those of the Indians. It is possible that one day, this guy will sneak attack their settlements and scalp them for a reward. I've already said that this guy won't have much time left, so you don't have to worry about him. Liang Zhao asked Hu Jinshan to unfold the map of the Oregon region and pointed to a village called Eugene at the southern end of the Oregon Valley. The fertile land in the Oregon region is in this valley on the west coast. Eugene Village is the first stop of the reclamation group. The village chief has a good relationship with Mayor Sutter, mayor of Sacramento. They are old acquaintances and are very friendly to California. As long as we take root in Eugene Village and establish a stable settlement, we can gradually move north and gain a foothold in Salem Village or even Portland Town. Liang Zhao's immigration to Oregon was not a whim. After swallowing up 1/3 of the Nevada region, Liang Zhao began to let Chinese businessmen who went north to Oregon to trade collect information about the Oregon region. Liang Zhao had his own plan for settling in Oregon. Eugene Village is the third largest city in Oregon, Eugene City. It was founded in 1846 and is a very young village with a population of more than 800. Even so, it was only due to the California gold rush that it reached a population of more than 800. The current head of Eugene Village is a German named Thomas, who is a fellow countryman of Sutter, and they have close contacts. 2 years ago, when they were still in Sacramento, Liang Zhao and Sutter co-founded a sawmill. Since the quality of wood in the Oregon area was better, Thomas provided wood for the sawmill in 1850 and also had business dealings with them. When the California Railroad Company built a railway, Thomas became one of the sleeper suppliers of the California Railroad Company and made a lot of money. People are profit-seeking. They found that providing wood to California made money faster, so the few fields in Eugene Village were abandoned, and the village that was originally self-sufficient in food also lived a life of importing food. There are already hundreds of Chinese settled in Eugene Village, most of whom are hunters, and a few are small farmers. The Chinese have some roots in Eugene Village. It is also more appropriate to choose Eugene Village as the first stop to settle in Oregon. After the gold rush in 1848, California became the center of the west coast of the United States, and the supply of materials in the Oregon region became increasingly dependent on California. But the attitude of local non-Indians towards California, in general, the closer to California, the friendlier the attitude. Eugene Village is a large settlement in the Oregon region that is relatively close to California. The land around this big bay seems to be good, flat, and you can go directly by water, and the transportation is more convenient. Wu Yuanho pointed to a bay area on the map and said, and Eugene Village is only accessible by land. Liang Zhao glanced at the place Wu Yuanho pointed to. The bay area Wu Yuanho mentioned is the bay area around Seattle in the future. This place is indeed good, but this place is still the territory of the Indian tribe. Only last year did sporadic white explorers settle there. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important issue is that the United States has a territorial dispute with the British Canadian colonies in the Oregon region, and the various forces in this place are intertwined and complicated. The Oregon region is not equal to Oregon State. The Oregon region at this time includes the entire territory of Oregon State, the entire territory of Washington State, the entire territory of Iowa, and a small part of Wyoming and Montana. This is only the Oregon region in the United States. The British Columbia province of the British Canadian colony also belongs to the Oregon region. If you want to open up wasteland in Seattle, you must not only deal with the Hudson Bay Company of the British Empire in the west coast of Canada, but also deal with the white Americans who have just settled there, and the native Indian tribes. The situation is not ordinarily complicated, and Liang Zhao, except for himself, has no ability to handle the relationship between the three parties at the same time. Moreover, the national strength of the British Empire at this time is at its peak, and the maritime martial virtue is abundant. It is not a soft persimmon like Mexico. He doesn't have to make things difficult for the British and make himself uncomfortable. The territorial dispute in the Oregon region can be a headache for the federal government. Seattle is not the only good place in the Oregon region. As long as we establish a foothold in the Oregon region first, we can slowly plan for the Seattle region later. Eugene Village has a land route. Later, I will raise funds to build a railway to the north, directly leading to Eugene Village, Liang Zhao smiled slightly. Eugene Village has a trade trail. It is called a trail, but with the increasing exchanges between Oregon and California in the past 2 years, this trail is actually no longer a trail in the actual sense. Due to the need to transport timber, this road has become wider and wider, and even large horse-drawn carriages can pass. Liang Zhao's statement that he would build a railway to Eugene Village in the Oregon region is not empty talk. He does have this plan. However, the length of this railway is about the same as that of the California Railway, San Francisco-Los Angeles. Going north from Sacramento, after leaving the Central Valley, it is a mountainous area. The difficulty and cost of construction are probably even greater than that of the California Railway. It cannot be built overnight. Fortunately, before the railway was completed, the trade trail from Sacramento to Eugene Village via the 2 small settlements of Medford and Roseburg was sufficient. Now that we have a foothold in Eugene Village, we will slowly move northward until we penetrate Portland on the Columbia River. The president has thought it through. The white Americans in the Oregon region mainly live along the Columbia River centered on Portland. We can temporarily avoid their attack by starting from Eugene Village to open up wasteland and cultivate it, which saves a lot of trouble. Pan Zhengwei also agreed with Liang Zhao's plan. Since everyone has no objection, then this matter is settled. After recruiting people and preparing supplies, we can go north. The guards of the reclamation group can be selected from the immigrants. I will also select some capable non-commissioned officers from the California Infantry Regiment to help you train the guards, Liang Zhao said. What about the foreign guns? Zheng Jinsong asked. I will allocate 500 Springfield M1842s to the reclamation group, 300 of which are rifled, Liang Zhao replied. That's great. With the help of the California Infantry Regiment to train soldiers and good foreign guns, we can rest assured and just focus on the reclamation, Zheng Jinsong said happily. In fact, Liang Zhao can send the existing armed forces directly to the Oregon area to protect the reclamation group. He now has 3 full regiments of troops, which is quite sufficient. Moreover, although the Oregon area is nominally the territory of the United States, the number of American white immigrants in the Oregon area is not dominant, and the effective territory actually controlled by white people is also very limited. The vast area of Oregon is still under the control of various Indian tribes, and the local white people are also very insecure. If Liang Zhao is willing to send troops to the Oregon area, the local white people will definitely welcome him. After all, Liang Zhao belongs to the American Army and can provide them with protection. But Liang Zhao does not intend to do this, first, to let these Chinese learn to take up arms to protect themselves, and second, to avoid being trapped in the quagmire of war with the Indians. Many tribes in the Oregon area, especially the Seattle Chief and the Seattle area in later generations, are objects that can be united and cooperated. Problems can be solved by making friends. There is no need to make too many enemies for yourself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 New Rifle. After a busy day of chores, Liang Zhao couldn't help stretching and relaxing his body. Walter, who had just settled down in San Francisco, came to see Liang Zhao with his invention. How is it? Are you used to it these few days in San Francisco? Liang Zhao stood up and asked Walter with great concern. Walter's heart warmed. Before this, no partner had ever cared about his life. They only cared about how many dollars they could earn from his patents. San Francisco is great. The development here is better than I thought. Walter smiled very happily. Thanks to your care, everything went smoothly. It's just that my wife felt that the manor was too spacious, so she hired a construction company to build some new buildings. But for me, as long as there is a research room for inventions and experiments, it is enough. I am very satisfied with the life here. Come to me for anything you need. Whether it's materials or people, I will do my best to satisfy you. Even if what you want is in London or Paris, I will find a way to get it for you, Liang Zhao said. I have a dedicated assistant and a dedicated painter. These are things I never dared to think of before. What else do I lack? If I have to say what I lack, I only lack creativity, Walter said very honestly. Creativity is exactly what I can't provide you, Liang Zhao smiled. How is Nobel these days? Ever since you sent him a few barrels of liquid called petroleum, He has been confined to experiments to purify this thing all day long. He is very interested in this liquid. Walter recalled the scene of visiting Nobel last time and said. He said that, as you said, the composition of this liquid is very complex, and a lot of new things can be extracted from it. I think he will have new research results soon. This kid is very talented and young, and he will definitely make a difference in the future. I am also optimistic about him. He is both talented and hardworking and focused. Such a person is very rare. He is a young man with a promising future. Liang Zhao agreed with this. He pointed to the wooden box held by the assistant behind Walter and asked curiously, "What new invention have you made?" "It's not really a new invention. I just made some changes to the rifle I invented last time at your request." As he said that, Walter turned around and took out a box and pried it open. He saw two brand new rifles lying in the box and introduced them to Liang Zhao. The caliber of these two rifles has been reduced from 15 mm to 10 mm according to your request, Walter said. "Aren't you used to using imperial units?" Liang Zhao was a little surprised. "I am used to using imperial units, but you seem to be more used to metric units, so I'll cater to your preference." Walter smiled and said, "Does the Qing dynasty also use metric units?" Britain and its colonies and former colonies are used to using imperial units. But before the mid-19th century, there were not many countries that adopted metric units, mainly France, the Netherlands, Spain and Italy. As for whether the Qing dynasty used metric units, which Walter asked, the answer was naturally no. It was not until the 34th year of Guangxu, 1908, when the Qing dynasty was about to fall, that the Qing government decided to partially adopt metric units. Being used to metric units is just Liang Zhao's personal habit. The prototype gun Walter gave him before actually used the .85-inch caliber of Springfield. It was just a matter of Liang Zhao's personal habit. He was used to metric units. Seeing that the caliber was the same as Springfield, he subconsciously converted it into metric units. It's also my personal habit. I'm more used to using metric units. Liang Zhao picked up one of the guns and looked at it carefully. The one you have in your hand uses paper shell bullets. Of course, you can also use bullets wrapped in linen. The cost is about $15, Walter introduced. If I remember correctly, the cost of the sample gun you showed me last time was $20 per gun. Now you can directly reduce the cost by 25%. How did you do it? Liang Zhao was very surprised. If the cost is $15, it will be very advantageous compared to the Springfield M1842. Start with the material, but it also has a price, Walter said as he picked up another new gun with a metal shell version. The new gun that uses metal bullets still costs $20 each, but the materials are the same as before, which is more solid. I have done an experimental comparison, and the hammer and barrel of the new gun that uses paper shell bullets only have a lifespan of 2/3 of the metal bullet version. That's enough. Let's go and try the gun. Liang Zhao did not plan to let his troops use the new gun with paper shell bullets, as long as the performance is better than the Springfield M1842. He used this kind of gun for transition at most, and he's still focused on the Dreiser striker gun for infantry standard light weapons. Bolt-action striker-fired firearms are the general trend of the future. If the Dreiser striker gun's air leakage problem had not been well solved at this time, Liang Zhao would not be interested in this kind of gun. Liang Zhao brought the gun to the manor shooting range to test the gun. After the caliber was reduced, the bullet charge was also reduced, and the corresponding recoil was also reduced a lot. It is much easier to use than the previous .85-inch, 14.7 mm, caliber prototype gun. Of course, the power is also reduced. However, it is a 10 mm caliber after all, and the reduction in power is only relative. The power of rifles in this era is sufficient, and some guns are even seriously overpowered. What the guns of this era need to improve is not power, but reliability, rate of fire and accuracy. After several rounds of trials, Liang Zhao was very satisfied with the performance of both guns. So he called some soldiers and officers to test the new gun. The soldiers equipped with Springfield M1842 rifles praised the performance of the new gun, especially the rate of fire of 6 to 9 rounds per minute, which is much better than the muzzle-loading guns such as Springfield. Compared with the Dries needle-fire gun, it is only slightly slower than the rate of fire of the Dries needle-fire gun. Even the Prussian officers had a high opinion of this gun, especially the new gun with metal shell needle rim bullet version, and they couldn't put it down. They believed that metal bullets were more reliable than paper shell bullets and bullets wrapped in linen, and could be used in more severe weather. Liang Zhao was very satisfied with the performance of the gun and decided to test it for a few more days before officially putting it into production after the Sacramento Arsenal's production line was built. The predecessor of the Sacramento Arsenal was the Sacramento Armory, which was mainly responsible for repairing damaged weapons. This time Liang Zhao did not return empty-handed from the East, but brought a large number of gunsmiths and workers, and a large number of machine tools and equipment. The Sacramento Armory has been upgraded to a large arsenal with more than 700 gunsmiths and workers. The Sacramento Arsenal is also the only arsenal in the western United States that is capable of manufacturing standard firearms. It can be said that it is unique. This gun has not been named yet. You can give it a name, Walter said to Liang Zhao. Walter was very happy and proud that the weapons he designed and manufactured could be recognized by so many people and put into mass production. Walter had previously provided Colt with a design for a firearm, which was the lever-action rifle that he was proud of. However, Colt believed that Walter's design was too complicated and the cost of manufacturing the lever-action rifle was too high. For the military, which even thought the Springfield M1842 at $13 was too expensive, this lever-action rifle was unattractive. In fact, Colt's judgment was not wrong. The U.S. military later did not purchase lever-action rifles on a large scale due to cost and power issues. This fast-firing gun later became a favorite in the civilian market, especially among the police and cowboys. It even became a symbol of American Western culture. It's just that Walter's design concept was too advanced, and his contemporaries couldn't keep up with his wild and unconstrained brain circuits. Liang Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it the Walter M1852 rifle." The version that uses paper shell bullets and linen bullets is called the Walter M1852E. The U.S. Army's standard numbering system uses the letter M as the type indicator of various weapons and equipment. M is the abbreviation of model. Perhaps it would be easier to understand if it was translated as type, name it after me. Being able to name a rifle that is about to be mass-produced with his own name made Walter feel excited and thought it was an honor. "Yes, this is the rifle you invented, and it should be named after you." Liang Zhao smiled. "Test it for a few more days to see if there are any minor flaws. If not, wait until the production line of the Sacramento Arsenal is built and officially put it into production. Each version will be made 3,000 units first. If there are some minor problems, improve and solve them before putting it into mass production." Chapter 245, Deployment of Troops. The plan for the reclamation group was ready, and the next step was to clear the obstacles for the reclamation group to settle in the Oregon area. This obstacle was Burnett. Of course, this matter still had to cooperate with the Indian tribe. Although Burnett was a private armed force, he was once the territorial governor of the territorial area and a well-known Democratic politician. Burnett must be killed, but the federal government and the eastern part must not know that he killed Burnett, otherwise it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. The majority of the soldiers in the California Infantry Regiment were Chinese, and there was not much difference between the Chinese and the Indians in appearance. It was a good choice to let his soldiers disguise themselves as Indians to directly annihilate Burnett's armed forces in the Oregon area. Did Burnett like to suppress Indians? It was a good death to die at the hands of the Indians. He asked for it. "What does it have to do with me, Liang Zhao? As long as things are done cleanly enough, even if the federal government suspects that he did it, it can only stare blankly without evidence." Moreover, Liang Zhao is now on the expedition to Japan. He is recognized by all Americans, from top to bottom, as an American hero and an expert in the Far East. He also enjoys a high reputation in the military, political and business circles of the United States. If the California Railway, San Francisco-Los Angeles, goes smoothly, it will not be officially opened until mid-February. Deng Yan cannot catch up with the opening of the California Railway. The fastest way to return to San Francisco from San Diego on the U.S.-Mexico border is to take a boat. After several days of boat travel, Deng Yan arrived in San Francisco on January 24, 1852 and came directly to report to Liang Zhao. According to Liang Zhao's order, only 2 of the 5 companies originally stationed in San Diego were left, and the remaining 3 companies were all taken back to San Francisco. "I heard that Mexico has recently transferred an additional infantry regiment to Tijuana. Are the Mexican garrisons on the border still honest?" When he saw Deng Yan, Liang Zhao asked Deng Yan directly about the security of the U.S.-Mexico border. The border between California and Arizona territory is now under his full responsibility, and he does not want anything to go wrong in the border area. They are just some weaklings. Even if a standing brigade is transferred, they can't do anything to us. The Mexican army is weak, and those Mexican soldiers are not much better than the Green Camp soldiers of the Qing dynasty, Deng Yan said with disdain on his face. From officers to soldiers, the Mexican army smokes opium when they are on duty. Such an army is not to be feared. After you come back, you will send the Arizona Infantry Regiment to the Arizona Territory. The Mexican ghosts dare not make trouble. So far, Liang Zhao has not directly contacted Mexican officers and soldiers. The only ones he has contacted are those Mexicans who joined the Coal and Steel Alliance. The Mexican army is so unbearable that Liang Zhao's mind can't help but become active. Elvis, who was promoted by Liang Zhao and transferred to the Arizona Infantry Regiment as the head of the regiment, was employed by the Mexican government during the Mexican-American War before being employed by Liang Zhao to help the Mexican government train the army. Elvis's evaluation of the Mexican army is also very unbearable. Mexico is simply a big piece of fat meat. If you want to get involved in Mexico, the biggest obstacle is not the Mexican government and army, but the two colonial powers of Britain and France. Britain and France will not allow the United States to continue to swallow up Mexico, and watch the United States grow bigger and ignore it, unless they are too busy and encounter more imminent threats and have no time to take care of North America. That being said, we still need to strengthen our vigilance and not underestimate the enemy, Liang Zhao said seriously. I respectfully follow the instructions of the colonel. Deng Yan stood in an upright military posture, saluted Liang Zhao, and then asked. The colonel asked me to take 3 companies back to San Francisco this time. Did something happen? San Francisco needs to use troops. Nothing happened in San Francisco. Liang Zhao pointed to the sofa next to him and motioned Deng Yan to sit down. The place where troops are to be used is not San Francisco, but the Oregon area. Oregon? Deng Yan was very surprised. Yes, in Oregon, we should just take care of our own land, and there is no need to intervene in Oregon's affairs. But Burnett went too far, killing Indians indiscriminately, which implicated our California caravans, Liang Zhao said slowly. Many Chinese caravans were only robbed of goods, but some white caravans were mistaken for Burnett's people when they passed through Indian territory. Not only were their goods robbed, but their lives were also lost. Sartre also complained to me that if this matter was not well resolved, the trade between California and Oregon would never be peaceful. There are voices in California where white people have formed armed forces to go to Oregon to wipe out Indians. If we leave it alone, something big will happen sooner or later. The West Coast region had just been incorporated into the United States not long ago. The Indian tribes on the West Coast had a large number of people, and the activities of each tribe were also very scattered. Moreover, the state boundaries of California were drawn by the American government, and the Indians would not care about the state boundaries drawn by the American government. Some relatively primitive Indian tribes still maintain the habit of living wherever there is water and grass. When the resources in their original territory are exhausted, they will move to other places. For example, this year an Indian tribe's territory is in Oregon. After the resources in Oregon's territory are exhausted, it is common for them to move south to California to find a new territory to settle down. Moreover, the Indian tribes are not only at war with the extreme white rightists like Burnett, but also have internal conflicts among the tribes. Liang Zhao does not want California's precious 9 years of development time to be dragged down by the war with the Indians. If the situation has developed to this point, then we really have to intervene, Deng Yan nodded after sitting down. But how do you plan to solve this matter? If you want to resolve the dispute with the Indians and make the West Coast region stable again, there is only one way. That is to eliminate Burnett's armed forces, Liang Zhao said in a very determined tone. Eliminate Burnett? Deng Yan's expression gradually became solemn. Burnett is not an ordinary ghost. Killing him will probably bring us a lot of trouble. What if Burnett was killed by the Indians? Liang Zhao asked with a smile. That's his own fault. He deserves it. It's a worthy death for him. It has nothing to do with us. Deng Yan slapped his thigh and quickly understood what Liang Zhao meant. With the strength of the Indian tribes and the loose state of fighting each other, they certainly have no ability to annihilate Burnett's armed forces. In the entire West Coast region, the only ones with the strength to annihilate Burnett's armed forces are the regular troops under Liang Zhao. Do you want our California Infantry Regiment to pretend to be Indians? Yes, this matter is of great importance. I don't want this matter to leak out and leave handles and evidence. It can only be handed over to the person I trust most." Liang Zhao looked at Deng Yan. Deng Yan was the person he could trust 100%. "I want not only to defeat and crush those people of Burnett, but to annihilate them completely, leaving no one alive. I have also heard of Burnett's group. He has 300 or 400 desperate criminals under his command. It is easy to defeat them, but it is still difficult to annihilate them completely. His people are not a mob." Deng Yan thought of the Brandon bandits at the time. The people under Burnett were the same as those under Brandon. They all had military experience and received complete military training. They were not a mob. Moreover, compared with Brandon, Burnett had his own bases in Portland, Oregon, and along the Columbia River. Their supplies were much more sufficient than those of the Brandon bandits at the time, and there was no worry about shortage of supplies. Except for the 2 companies stationed in San Diego, the remaining soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment, including the Training Company, Cavalry Company, and Artillery Company, were assigned to you. The entire regiment was also equipped with new Dries needle guns, and you were given 3 weeks of training to let the soldiers adapt to the new guns," Liang Zhao said. "I have already sent invitations to all Indian tribes, inviting them to Sacramento for a talk. I will also persuade these Indian tribes to cooperate with your actions. I still have only one request, that is, to completely wipe out Burnett and his team, and not let anyone escape." Deng Yan's eyes lit up. With new quick guns, cavalry companies, newly formed artillery companies, and the cooperation of Indians, it is not impossible to completely wipe out Burnett's team. Leave it to me. If you can't annihilate Burnett, I will bring my head to see you, Deng Yan promised Liang Zhao. "I want Burnett's scalp, not your head." Liang Zhao smiled. "You haven't been back to San Francisco for a long time. Let's go to the city for a walk." After being transferred to the border defense in San Diego, Deng Yan has never returned home. He is now a soldier, without a superior, that is, Liang Zhao's transfer order. He can only stay in San Diego to perform his duties, and Deng Yan has no complaints about this. He was originally just a fugitive from the Qin dynasty. He is very satisfied that he can get to this level in America today. "I heard that you're back, so I was planning to give you a report leave before the Chinese New Year next month, and go back to San Francisco to celebrate the New Year," Deng Yan said as he rode on the big foreign horse that the servant in Tingtao Garden brought him. "After we annihilate that fellow Burnett, I'll give all the brothers in the California Infantry Regiment a half-month holiday," Liang Zhao said. The Gregorian calendar date of the Spring Festival in 1852 was February 20th, 1852, and it is now January 24th. After 3 weeks of training, the period of entering the Oregon region to annihilate Burnett's armed forces happened to be the Spring Festival, so it was unrealistic to give the officers and soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment a holiday. However, after the mission is completed, it is still possible to give them a half-month holiday. Unlike the loose management model of other U.S. Army infantry regiments, Liang Zhao has very strict management of the troops under his command. Even if you are stationed in San Francisco, your family is in San Francisco, and you can only stay in the barracks and wait for orders without approval, and you cannot leave the barracks at will. However, the requirements for the militia as a reserve training regiment are more relaxed. After all, the militia only has a fixed subsidy, no special salary, and it is not a professional army. But Liang Zhao's management of the militia is still stricter than that of other infantry regiments of the United States Army. In fact, it is called a subsidy, and you can get $8 a month, and the meals in the barracks are completely free, and clothing and equipment are also provided free of charge. This treatment is better than the treatment of professional soldiers in other regular infantry regiments of the United States Army. American militias in some remote states and territories are required to provide their own clothing and equipment, and even their own weapons for service. What's more, they are required to purchase these necessary military supplies from designated suppliers. These suppliers are basically friends and relatives of local colonels, and the military supplies they provide are all substandard counterfeit products. It is not uncommon for the soles of shoes to fall off after only 2 days of wearing, and military uniforms to be worn out after only a few days of training. Chapter 246 Price 1850. When Liang Zhao first set foot in San Francisco had been rapidly prospering due to the gold rush. But at that time, San Francisco had no industry, the sky was very blue, the water was very clear, and it was full of primitive natural scenery. 2 years later, San Francisco had undergone earth-shaking changes. Historically, factories in California only appeared on a large scale after the Civil War. In just 2 years, various factories sprang up like mushrooms after rain in the San Francisco industrial zone he had designated. The towering chimneys in the industrial zone emitted billowing smoke into the clear sky, making the originally clear sky dirty. The sewage from the drainage pipes discharged turbid sewage into the clear seawater, making the seawater near the industrial zone turbid. When approaching the industrial zone, a pungent smell came to the nose, of course, the smell of industry. This is the price that development must pay. When I just returned to San Francisco, fishermen complained to Liang Zhao that the sewage thrown into the factory polluted the nearby seawater, and no fish could be caught in the nearby sea area. Liang Zhao just asked the fishermen to give up fishing in the sea area. Facing the mighty tide of history, Liang Zhao also seemed very powerless. With the industrialization of California, he could try his best to take care of the interests of most groups in California, but he could not take care of the interests of everyone. There will always be people who have to make sacrifices for industrialization, and all he can do is to reduce the number of sacrifices. Liang Zhao has not been to London and Paris of this era, but he has been to New York and seen the turbid and smelly Hudson River in New York. At this time, the Thames River in London and the Seine River in Paris are not much cleaner than the Hudson River in New York, let alone the sea near the industrial zone of San Francisco. This painful journey is the only way for all regions and countries that want to enter industrial civilization. Now there is an opportunity to take the initiative to take the road of industrialization. If you don't take it, the price you pay for forced industrialization in the future will be greater than it is now. The machines you bought from the East at a high price are really powerful. The steel and iron produced last year may be more than the steel and iron produced by Guangdong province alone. Looking at the towering chimneys in the industrial zone, Deng Yan felt that he was very small in front of these buildings. In a dozen years, let alone Guangdong, it would not be surprising that California produces more steel every year than the Qin dynasty, Liang Zhao said as he walked. The productivity of industrial civilization is a dimensionality reduction attack compared to agricultural civilization. There is no comparison. Before the emergence of the chemical industry, steel production, coal production, and railway mileage were the three most important indicators of early industrialization. Steel is the foundation and the pillar of industrial society. Railroads, machinery, guns, warships, and many consumer goods in industrial society cannot be separated from steel. As for coal, it was the main industrial fuel before the emergence of petroleum fuel. The operation of steam engines, cooking and heating are all inseparable from coal. Without coal, all machines will be paralyzed. Not to mention railways, which are the main arteries of transportation. Without railways, the efficiency of personnel exchanges in inland areas and the speed of commodity circulation will be greatly reduced. California is lucky. Gold quickly accumulated original capital for California. Nevada's coal and iron mines, as well as the high-quality iron and coal mines of its weak neighbor Mexico, provided abundant raw materials for California's industrialization. Counting the easy-to-mine shallow oil in Los Angeles, California can be said to have taken advantage of the right time and place. Looking around the world, there are not many such places. According to the report provided to him by California Minister of Industry Fair, in 1851, all large and small steel mills in California combined produced 18,000 tons of pig iron, and only a pitiful 353 tons of steel. According to Liang Zhao's estimate, California's steel production is close to 2% of the United States steel production. Although this data is not good, considering that California's population does not reach 2% of the total population of the United States, California's per capita steel production is still higher than the average data in the United States. The state government tilted resources toward the industrial sector, and Liang Zhao's efforts to promote growth have achieved some results. California's coal production is less than 200,000 tons. Railway mileage: if the California Railway is open to traffic, including other places, such as mining areas, the total length of the railways built in scattered places is about 1,300 kilometers, San Francisco-Los Angeles, San Francisco-Sacramento, these two add up to more than 1,000 kilometers. As a new state, it is undoubtedly very eye-catching to achieve such an achievement in 2 years, enough to make many states jealous. But other states cannot learn this road of California. California's fiscal revenue of more than $4.7 million last year is beyond the reach of many new states. What's more, the state conditions of other states are different from those of California. Those gentry and wealthy businessmen do not have the courage and strength to centralize power in their own states, like Liang Zhao. This is no longer a question of whether to learn or not, but that they dare not learn at all. The most important thing is that there is no steel tycoon like Liang Zhao in other places who is not only willing to invest money in the steel industry, but also to form a coal and steel alliance. Heavy industry was a gold-eating beast in the early days, so don't expect to make money. Of course, Liang Zhao was not complacent about his achievements. His current industrial strength was only enough to make fun of New South Wales and Mexico, his grudge neighbor in the south of the United States. Compared with the industrially developed regions of the United States, there was still a big gap with Britain and France, especially the industrial giant Britain. At the same time, the coal production of the British Empire reached a terrifying 30 million tons, and the pig iron production was more than 1.4 million tons. As for the total railway mileage, not counting the colonies, the railway mileage in the mainland alone was more than 12,000 kilometers. What is the concept? The coal production and steel production of other countries during this period were not as much as that of Britain. Of course, the railway mileage can still exceed that of the British mainland, after all. The British mainland is not large. In 1850, the total railway mileage of the United States had exceeded that of the United Kingdom. After all, the territory of the United States is much larger than that of the United Kingdom. In addition to these, the naval tonnage of the United Kingdom is also far ahead, and the tonnage of the navy of one country exceeds the sum of the naval tonnage of all countries in the world. The locomotives currently used in the United States are either obsolete goods imported from the United Kingdom or imitations of British locomotives. In Europe, Britain also monopolizes the European locomotive market. About 60% of the locomotives in European countries are supplied by Britain. This is why only Britain has the strength to build an industrial miracle like the Crystal Palace, and why the fleet of the British Empire can dominate the world. Strong industrial strength and a powerful navy are the capital of Britain's arrogance. There is still a long way to go to catch up with Britain and the United States. I hope that the machines and workers purchased from the East at a high price this time will allow California's industrial capacity to explode in the coming time. Liang Zhao just walked into the steel plant and prepared to visit it. He saw 8 or 9 dirty, coal ash covered, 10-year-old children gathered around a chimney. Soon, 2 or 3 7 or 8-year-old children climbed out of the chimney. Liang Zhao subconsciously looked at the top of the chimney and saw a 7 or 8-year-old child standing on the top of the chimney, cleaning the top of the chimney without any protective measures. Liang Zhao's heart instantly rose to his throat. He was so nervous that he dared not breathe, let alone make a sound, for fear that the sound would alarm the children who were working on the top of the chimney. Chapter 247, The Law in Nameless Form. Liang Zhao did not want to disturb the children who were doing dangerous work on the top of the chimney, so he asked Hu Jinshan to notify the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Education of California to come to the factory to see him. His good mood was gone at this moment. Employing child labor was a very common phenomenon in the mid-19th century, but he did not want this phenomenon to become common in California. California's population structure is mainly composed of adult males, and there are few children of school age. These children will become the first generation of native California youth in 10 years, and they are the hope for the future of California. He could never accept that the hope for the future of California was buried on the assembly line of the factory. At the beginning of the establishment of the state, he passed the Compulsory Education Act through state legislators to force California children of school age to receive 12 years of compulsory education from elementary school to middle school. Those who are capable of receiving higher education can also sign a contract with the state government or the American group, as well as other interested companies, and the state government and the company will fund the university tuition and basic living expenses, and return to California to work after graduation. California currently has a small population, and even fewer children of school age. The state government's finances are still sufficient, and there are some financially strong companies that are fully capable of bearing this expense. He can spend a lot of money to recruit talents from the eastern United States or even Europe to make up for the current talent gap in California, but California must also have a certain ability to generate blood and generate blood for itself. A place that cannot retain talents has no future, and a place that cannot cultivate talents has even less future. In addition to the Compulsory Education Act, California also has legal provisions prohibiting employment. There are actually factories that dare to break the law and blatantly employ child labor, and this factory is his own factory. This made Liang Zhao very angry. It seems that it is necessary to introduce a special bill to prohibit the employment of child labor, not just a clause. Liang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief after watching the children on the top of the chimney finish their homework and get into the chimney, covered in dust, and climb out of the chimney safely. After the chimney was cleaned, the children did not leave the factory, but habitually walked into the factory. Liang Zhao took out a pocket watch from his pocket, opened the protective case of the pocket watch, and looked at the time on the pocket watch. It is 3:15 in the afternoon, and today is not the weekend, which means it is a normal class time. Mr. Liang, why are you here? Seeing Liang Zhao coming to the factory, Wyatt, the director of the steel factory, hurried out to greet Liang Zhao. Wyatt, what's wrong with these child laborers? Liang Zhao asked. Wyatt was the director of a small steel factory in Ohio. In 1850, his small steel factory was acquired by Strauss. Liang Zhao's assistant who was sent to the east, and moved to the San Francisco Industrial Zone in California, where he remained as the director. He was one of the earliest steel factory owners to come to California. Are you talking about those child laborers? Wyatt looked calm. Child labor is cheaper. The money for hiring one adult can hire 5 or 6 or even more child laborers. Moreover, they are small and more flexible. They are very suitable for cleaning chimneys and oiling machines. Letting them do more things at the lowest cost will help improve the economic benefits of our steel plant. Don't worry, boss. I ran my steel plant well when I was in Ohio. I have a lot of experience in this area. It is cheaper to hire women than men, and children are cheaper than women. They are also easier to control. This is the consensus of factory owners and capitalists during this period. In addition to our factory, do other factories also employ a lot of child laborers? Liang Zhao asked with a gloomy face. Of course, other factories employ more child laborers than our steel plant. Child laborers are cheap. Who would refuse cheaper labor? It's just that we are a steel plant. Many jobs still need strong men to do them. There are very few jobs available for these children. As for women, they prefer to work in brothels or textile factories and garment factories. Steel plants can't attract women now. Wyatt talked incessantly. He wanted to show himself better in front of Liang Zhao. Okay, I got it. Liang Zhao interrupted Wyatt, who was talking non-stop. Who is the deputy director of the steel plant? It's the Chinese assistant you sent to me before, and asked him to learn how to manage the steel plant from me, a young man named Wen Kiffin, Wyatt said without hesitation. How is his current business ability? Liang Zhao continued to ask. Very good, he is a smart and hard-working young man. He has made great progress in the past year or so, Wyatt replied. Liang Zhao suddenly asked about the deputy director, which made him feel a little uneasy. After answering this question, he couldn't help but ask another question. Why did you suddenly ask about him? Employing child labor violates California law. I am the deputy governor and speaker of the State Assembly of California. I must set an example and abide by California laws. I cannot break the law knowingly, and I cannot bend the law for personal gain, Liang Zhao said, and walked towards the office of the steel plant. Boss, I don't know the laws of California. I hope you can forgive me this time. I promise you. I will never hire child labor again. Wyatt hurriedly followed Liang Zhao and said. It's too late. I participated in the formulation of California's laws. If I don't abide by California's laws, others will not take California's laws seriously, Liang Zhao said to Wyatt. As a punishment, I must make some adjustments to the personnel within the San Francisco steel plant. The state court will also issue a ticket to the San Francisco steel plant in accordance with California laws. Hearing Liang Zhao's decision, Wyatt was like being struck by lightning and was stunned. Liang Zhao paused, turned around, patted Wyatt on the shoulder and said, But Wyatt, you have run the steel plant very well in the past year or so. I admire your ability. After all, Wyatt worked for him, and the steel plant was indeed well run in Wyatt's hands. Liang Zhao did not intend to throw Wyatt away as a pawn. First, Wyatt still had value, and second, it was very inhumane to do so. Are you going to change your decision? Seeing Liang Zhao turn around, Wyatt seemed to see a glimmer of hope. I will not take back my decision. You can't stay in the steel plant in San Francisco. But Los Angeles has a railway, and there are also several small coal mines there. It is also very convenient to import iron ore from Mexico. I plan to set up a steel plant in Los Angeles. This time I brought back a lot of workers and machines from the east. I will allocate some equipment and workers to you. You go to Los Angeles and you will still be the director to run this steel plant. As for your treatment, it will be the same as now. I will also give you 2% of the shares of the factory, but remember, you must abide by the laws of California. California is not Ohio. This will not happen again, Liang Zhao said to Wyatt. The frustrated Wyatt's eyes lit up. The management of the San Francisco steel plant also has shares, but the total shares of all the management are only 6%, of which Wyatt's shares are 1%. But the San Francisco steel plant is a large steel plant with an annual steel output of 14,000 tons, supplying 77.8% of California's steel. The dividend of 6% of the shares is also very considerable. How much startup capital do you plan to prepare for the steel plant in Los Angeles? This is the question that Wyatt is most concerned about. The assets of the new plant in Los Angeles will not be less than $300,000. I will not treat people who work for me unfairly, especially people like you who have flaws but are capable. You just need to answer whether you are willing to be the director of the new plant or not, Liang Zhao said lightly. California's current development is rather distorted. More than 80% of the state's industries are concentrated in Jinshan Bay and Sacramento, and the remaining 20% are gold-related industrial and mining enterprises in Nevada. As for Los Angeles, it is still a small town dominated by agriculture and fisheries, and Los Angeles industry is still a blank sheet of paper. Liang Zhao also plans to transfer part of the industrial capacity to Los Angeles to lay a solid foundation for the chemical industry in Los Angeles in the future. Yes, of course. You are right. If you make a mistake, you should be punished. I will keep your teachings in mind. Remember today's lesson. I will abide by California laws in the future, turn over a new leaf, and be a law-abiding California citizen. White's depressed mood was swept away, and he was full of energy again. He seemed to want to give himself a pair of wings and go to Los Angeles for inspection now. Okay, you and Wang Kiffin will hand over the work, Liang Zhao said to Wyatt. California Industry Minister Fair and Education Minister Perlman came to the director's office of the San Francisco steel plant to meet Liang Zhao. Although the Sacramento state government building was completed in November last year, it is still under renovation, so the state government office is temporarily located in San Francisco. It is only 6 or 7 kilometers from the downtown area of San Francisco to the industrial area. The road conditions between the industrial area and the urban area are very good. Trains have been connected to the urban area and the port terminal, and the transportation is very convenient. Whether riding a horse or taking a train, it does not take too much time to travel between the industrial area and the urban area. It has become a common phenomenon for factories to employ child labor in violation of the law. Both the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Education have an unshirkable responsibility in the office of the San Francisco steel plant. Liang Zhao reprimanded the two California ministers mercilessly. Minister of Education Pierman explained very aggrievedly, Deputy Governor, this is not our fault. Although the state government's funding for the Ministry of Education has arrived, our Ministry of Education has also distributed the money to various schools. The schools have indeed waived all tuition and miscellaneous fees and provided free lunch for students. But these students ran to the factory to work after lunch at school, and directly used the school as a lunch canteen. The school also complained to me that if it was 1 or 2 students, we could still control it, but 1/3 of the students did this, and the school also said that they could not do anything. Many children's parents directly told their children to go to work in the factory after lunch at school. Employing child labor is also the norm in other states. This is a very social phenomenon. Children can also create value in factories, Minister of Industry Fair said. The parents of these children also hope that their children will work in factories to subsidize their families. This is someone else's family affair, and it is not easy for us to interfere. Yesterday and today's extra updates make up for the update on July 21st. Chapter 248, California Foundation. A frustrated and unhappy middle school teacher, a bankrupt Irish small businessman. In just 2 or 3 years, they completed the class leap and became state ministers. This is not a common social phenomenon in other states. Liang Zhao shot a cold gaze at Pierman and Fair. Inaction is inaction. He didn't want to listen to their excuses. He decided to give these 2 ministers a warning. Don't forget how you became ministers. Do your job well. What California needs is a state minister who can do practical things for the people of California, not a state minister who is just sitting there doing nothing. If you are not competent for the work of a minister, step down and let someone else do it. Employing child labor was just a small problem in the eyes of Pearman and Fair. After all, employing child labor is a common phenomenon in all states in the United States. Neither of them expected Liang Zhao's reaction to be so intense. Pearman and Fair knew exactly how they became the state ministers of California. Pearman took advantage of the lack of talent in California at the beginning of the state's establishment. That's why Pearman, a middle school teacher with educational experience, was chosen by Liang Zhao to be the Minister of Education of California. Fair was also promoted by Liang Zhao. When Fair's mining company was first established, half of the $50,000 startup capital was guaranteed by Liang Zhao to Bank of America, and the other half was directly invested by Liang Zhao in his personal name. Without Liang Zhao's startup capital and the protection provided by Liang Zhao at the beginning of Fair's mining company, Fair would hardly be where he is today. As a white businessman who had contacted Liang Zhao relatively early and received Liang Zhao's help, Fair was still clear about how powerful Liang Zhao was in California. Liang Zhao could not only manipulate the California government and the parliament to remove his ministerial position, but even make his proud company bankrupt and unable to operate in California. Such a result was not what Fair wanted to happen. Companies in California regard the law as waste paper, knowingly violate it, and employ a large number of child laborers. The Ministry of Industry did not supervise it properly and needs to be responsible for this matter. I will make a self-criticism to you and will definitely severely punish these companies and factories that employ child laborers. Fair's mind turned quickly and he immediately made a profound self-criticism to Liang Zhao. As a successful businessman and politician in California, judging the situation is a basic quality and awareness, and he still has this quality and awareness. The Ministry of Education also bears a great responsibility for the poor supervision of schools. I also make a profound self-examination to you, and I beg you to give us a chance to correct it. We will definitely try our best to solve this problem. Pearman followed closely and admitted his own and the California Department of Education's negligence. Fair owns a mining company with assets of more than $1 million and is a serious upper-class person in California. And Pearman's little investment is at best just a relatively comfortable middle class in California. Fair is respectful in front of Liang Zhao, not to mention a small person like him. This is the attitude that a responsible minister should have. Liang Zhao's expression eased a little, and he pointed to the wooden bench in the factory director's office and motioned for the two to sit down. When you encounter a problem, solve it. As long as you have a correct attitude, find the right direction, and brainstorm, you can always find a way to solve the problem. Tell me what you can do to solve this problem. Upon hearing this, Fair and Pearman immediately racked their brains to think about measures to solve the child labor problem. Liang Zhao was not in a hurry. He had no other schedule today and had plenty of time to accompany them. If they couldn't come up with a reliable solution, they would have no chance of leaving the office. Severely punish companies and factories that recruit child labor. Sue these unscrupulous companies and factories in the state court. Fair was the first to break the silence and spoke. How to punish? Liang Zhao didn't need these beautiful empty words. He wanted specific punishment measures that would make those companies and factories that employ child labor feel the pain. Only by making these companies and factories that employ child labor pay a relatively painful price can they learn a lesson. The most effective punishment measure is of course a fine, especially a fine, Fair replied. Then punish. The specific fine will be formulated by the Ministry of Industry after investigation. It can't be too small, so that these companies and factories feel insignificant. Of course, the fine should not be too large, so as not to affect the subsequent operations of these companies and factories, Liang Zhao said. What about the companies under the American group? Fair hesitated for a long time before asking. Companies of all sizes in California have employed child labor, and the American group is naturally no exception. Whatever punishment is necessary, it should be imposed. No leniency. Liang Zhao expressed his attitude. I forgot to tell you that before you came, Wyatt, the director of the San Francisco steel plant, had been fired by me for illegally employing child labor, violating California law, and will face prosecution in the state court. Hearing Liang Zhao set an example by directly firing Wyatt, Fair was convinced by Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao himself did not bend the law for personal gain, so this matter would be much easier to handle, and other companies and factories had no reason not to pay the fine. I admire your approach. Fair was in awe. The Ministry of Industry has already given a relevant plan. Should the Ministry of Education also express its position, Liang Zhao turned his eyes to Pierman. Once it is found that a student is absent from class to work, the student's free lunch qualification will be revoked. After returning, the Ministry of Education will call a meeting of the principals of various primary and secondary schools and ask them to strictly discipline the students in the school. Pierman thought for a while and said. Liang Zhao shook his head after hearing this. He was not satisfied with this answer. The reason why I banned companies and factories from hiring child labor is not to punish these students, but for the future of California. How many students are there in California now? There are 13,850 students under the age of 16 in California, including 8,635 elementary school students and 5,215 middle school students. Of course, this is the data at the end of last year. The number of immigrants in California is increasing every day. Now this number must be higher. Pierman blurted out like a treasure. This time Pierman's answer made Liang Zhao satisfied. If the state education minister doesn't know how many students there are in the state, he should pack up and leave as soon as possible. 13,850 students are not many, accounting for only 3.55% of the total population of California. Not long ago, Liang Zhao had just asked Deng Wenyu about the financial situation of California. The fiscal surplus last year was $2,145,015. Deng Wenyu and Liang Zhao were also very optimistic about California's fiscal revenue in the next few years. With the current financial resources of the California state government, it is still able to provide more funding to the Department of Education. The free meals provided by the school for students have been changed from lunch to breakfast, lunch and dinner, but only students with full attendance can enjoy the free meals, said Liang Zhao. For students who can attend full classes every month, the state government will provide a family living allowance of $2 to reduce the pressure on the students' families. The full attendance rate of students will be included in the assessment indicators of each school and the faculty and staff of each school. The top 3 schools in California will be awarded the title of civilized school by the state government. Of course, this title is not fixed, but will flow according to the full attendance rate of students each quarter. The school with the civilized school title will receive a bonus provided by the state government in the quarter to reward the faculty and staff of the school. The specific amount of the bonus will be discussed by the Ministry of Education when it goes back and then submitted to the Ministry of Finance for approval. If the average full attendance rate of elementary and middle schools in California can reach more than 90% each quarter, the state government will provide an additional bonus of 1 month's salary to the staff of the Ministry of Education. In other words, if the work of the Ministry of Education is done well, they can receive 4 months' salary in 1 quarter. I will personally fight for this bonus for the staff of the Ministry of Education from the Ministry of Finance on your behalf. Pierman took out a notebook and pen he carried with him and quickly wrote down what Liang Zhao said, for fear of missing a word. When he heard that the Ministry of Education also had bonuses, Pierman's eyes sparkled. If he could get an extra month's salary every quarter, he could get 16 months' salary in a year. Thinking of this, Pierman couldn't help but be full of energy. Deputy Governor, this will cost a lot of money. Just the family living allowance for students is $332,400 a year. This is based on the number of students last year. Counting the cost of meals, the bonuses for schools and the Ministry of Education, this is an astronomical figure. Fair couldn't help but jump out and said excitedly. California's fiscal pie is relatively large, but if the Education Department takes more of the pie, it means that other departments will get less funding, including the Ministry of Industry. You can't calculate this account like this. Liang Zhao stood up and said. As long as these students become talented, California companies will be able to hire their own students in the future, and hire engineers and technical workers from the eastern region. These high-level talents will cost a lot of money to settle down. And these students' homes are in California. I hope that in 10 years, California companies will be able to hire talents trained in California, create greater value for California and companies, and provide more tax revenue for California. These children are the flowers of California. Only if you are willing to water and fertilize them, these flowers will thrive. Liang Zhao has said so much, and FAIR can only support Liang Zhao's decision. At present, California's industry is expanding rapidly. Ordinary workers are easy to find, but engineers, skilled workers, and managers are still in short supply. In the final analysis, California is still unable to train its own engineers, technical workers, and managers. If California can train its own talents to generate blood for itself, the entire California company will benefit in the future. Not all California companies are as wealthy as the American group, which can introduce talents from the East at any cost. I support your decision. From Ireland to America, you are the person who supports education the most that I have ever seen, Fair stood up and said with emotion. It is a blessing for the people of California to have someone like you who is far-sighted and does not care about short-term gains and losses in power. Under your leadership, California will surely become the most prosperous and wealthy state in the United States. Pierman also stood up and said from the bottom of his heart. Well, there is no need to say more about these words. Liang Zhao glanced at the time on the wall clock in the office. Before he knew it, it was already 6:30 in the evening. It's getting late. Let's have dinner together at my manor before leaving. I have been away from California for too long and don't know much about the current situation in California. I hope you can talk to me about some of the situations in California during my absence. Chapter 249 Developing Nevada. After being away from California for a long time, Liang Zhao did realize that he was somewhat out of touch with California's society. Behind California's beautiful development data, there are also many social problems hidden, and the child labor problem is just the tip of the iceberg. Pierman suggested to Liang Zhao that a special technical school be open to train technicians and engineers urgently needed for local industrial and mining enterprises in California. Compulsory education in California lasts for 12 years, but not all students have the ability and must enter university. Not everyone can endure loneliness and spend 12 years studying hard in school. Liang Zhao adopted Pierman's suggestion and asked the Ministry of Education to conduct a survey of students of school age who are interested in technical schools, and to add technical schools based on the results of the survey and the current needs of California. Comprehensive universities cannot be established in California for a while, but technical colleges can still be established. The American Group and other local industrial and mining enterprises in California have more or less shortages of skilled workers. The establishment of technical schools led by local California enterprises can not only alleviate the problem of shortage of skilled workers in California's industrial and mining enterprises in the future, but also alleviate the pressure on the California State Treasury Department. This is a win-win situation. As the gold mining industry shifted to the Nevada region, Fair proposed to build a railway starting from the Sacramento area to the two largest settlements in the Nevada region, Reno and Carson, to facilitate travel between the two places. The Nevada district under California was given to California by the federal government as compensation after the Los Angeles massacre in order to resolve the conflict between the federal government and California and appease California's emotions. The Nevada region is bounded by 117 degrees west longitude. The area west of 117 degrees west longitude belongs to California, and the area east of 117 degrees west longitude still belongs to the quasi-state area. The Nevada district in California is not big, but not small either. It is about the size of 3 Taiwan islands. In fact, the so-called compensation is just a nice word from the federal government to gild its own face. In fact, in order to obtain this land, the California government actually paid the federal government $5 million worth of gold. To put it bluntly, the California government spent real money to buy the land from the federal government. Due to the harsh natural conditions in Nevada, few immigrants choose to settle in Nevada. After all, the natural conditions in California and Oregon to the north are much better than those in Nevada and more livable. However, since the rise of the gold rush in Nevada, everything has changed. Many gold diggers who failed in California went to Nevada to pan for gold with the mentality of all in. The Nevada region has since prospered, and the Nevada region, which was originally thousands of miles of desolate and uninhabited, has also become somewhat popular. Of course, it is limited to the Nevada Administrative District in California. The Nevada region west of 117 degrees west longitude is still very desolate until now. There are many mining areas in the Nevada Administrative District of California, but there are not many settlements. Reno and Carson are the two largest settlements in the Nevada Administrative District, with a population of more than 1,000. In other states, places with a population of 7 or 8 dare to be called towns, but at the beginning of the establishment of California, the California elders made clear regulations on administrative divisions in the state legislature, and one of the most important indicators was population. Registered permanent settlements with a population of less than 1,000 are all called villages, those with a population of 1,000 to 3,000 are called townships, and only those with a population of more than 3,000 are qualified to be called towns. Areas outside the Jinshan Bay metropolitan area with a population of more than 10,000 can apply to the state government for the establishment of a city. As for why administrative divisions are linked to population, the reason is also very simple, because population is linked to seats in the State House of Representatives. Reno Township and Carson Township are also the largest material distribution centers in the Nevada Administrative Region. Mining areas in the Nevada Administrative Region will go to Reno or Carson to purchase materials. It can be said that as long as Reno and Carson are controlled, it is equivalent to controlling the Nevada Administrative Region, or even the more inland Western Region. California's current commercial radiation capacity continues to radiate to the western hinterland. Due to its geographical advantages, many residents in the western quasi-states also choose to go to California to purchase harvest necessities. The mining industry in Nevada, especially the gold mining industry, has grown rapidly. Last year, it contributed $2.31 million worth of gold to the state government. It is a major tax-paying region in California. It is reasonable to build a railway for Nevada. After a full meal and a full stomach, Fair, who felt a little stuffy, took off his coat, asked the Mexican maid next to him for a clean towel to wipe his face, and took a sip of gin and said, "Nevada not only has gold mining, but also coal and iron mining. It is the only place in the state with iron mining. Building a railway can also easily transport iron ore from Nevada to Sacramento, and then to the industrial area of San Francisco. We don't have to worry about being strangled by the Mexicans." Liang Zhao couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Would Mexico dare to strangle him? But Fair was right. It is always good to prepare for a rainy day. Iron ore from Mexico should be imported. California's steel production in 1851 went from nothing to nearly 2% of the United States steel production in 1851. The high-quality iron ore imported from Mexico also contributed greatly. Almost all the iron ore used by various steel mills in California comes from Colima on the west coast of Mexico. It is said that the rise of the California steel industry has also boosted the economy of Colima, and the politicians and wealthy businessmen in Colima have made a lot of money. More and more wealthy businessmen in Colima hope to join the big family of the California Coal and Steel Alliance. Liang Zhao has checked the iron ore from Colima, Mexico. The iron content is very high. The iron ore content of ordinary products can reach more than 60%, which is a rare rich mine. The most important thing is that these ores are very cheap. Since there is no decent steel industry in Mexico that can digest these iron ores, Mexican businessmen can only choose to export and sell to the eastern United States or Britain and France, and the transportation cost is too high. Whether it is the industrial bases of Britain, France or the eastern United States, they all have their own iron ore and coal mining areas, so there is no need to import them all the way from the west coast of Mexico. The high-quality iron ore in Colima, Mexico, is not attractive to Britain, France and the eastern United States. The best way is to sell it to California. California companies have always had a good reputation and are paid directly in gold, so Mexican merchants are also happy to sell iron ore to California. I strongly support your proposal. The Nevada district really needs a railway. Liang Zhao agreed to Fair's request. After the completion of the California Railway, San Francisco, Nevada, the California Railway Company will be able to seamlessly connect and directly build railways from Sacramento to Reno and Carson. This move can not only solve the employment problem of railway workers, but also absorb California's steel production capacity, strengthen the California government's control over the Nevada district, and then infiltrate its influence into the territorial areas in the western hinterland. Nevada's iron ore and coal ore can also be transported to Sacramento and San Francisco by rail, providing raw materials for factories in the two cities. The railway from Sacramento to Reno and Carson in the Nevada Administrative Region has a complex terrain and needs to pass through mountains. The California Railway Company can also gain valuable experience in building railways in mountainous areas from the construction of this section of railway. It will lay a solid foundation for the construction of the Pacific Railway in the future. After the completion of this section of railway, the subsequent Pacific Railway can also start directly from Reno or Carson and go directly to the east. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Liang Zhao has no reason not to support it. Great. After the completion of this railway, California's industrial level will surely be able to reach a new level, Fair said very happily. Chapter 250 I Punish Myself. As the first elder of this book, Yiman Wima Jiajen, Liang Zhao had just returned to California not long ago, and California, which had been at ease for several months, became turbulent again. On February 1, 1852, the California Daily published articles such as "Who is destroying the flowers in California? Destroying the future of California, knowledge is power," which can also be translated as "knowledge is power, and knowledge is wealth." With a sophisticated style and familiar taste, old readers of the California Daily knew at a glance that this was an article by Liang Zhao, the state speaker. And every time Liang Zhao's article appeared in the California Daily, it often represented the political direction of California in the future. In major taverns and tea houses, and even in the pavilions and tea sheds on the roadside, literate Californians carefully studied the articles in the newspaper. Those who could not read also asked people to read to them. Liang Zhao's purpose in publishing these articles was to correct the atmosphere in California. Child labor is not unending. In addition to the fact that companies are greedy for cheap labor, some of the reasons are also due to the short-sightedness of some parents and the different levels of attention paid to education in California, where various ethnic groups live together. California's adult wages are higher than those in other states, and child labor wages are naturally higher than those in other states. Some short-sighted parents can't resist the temptation and send their young children to factories. As for whether it is because the family is really in trouble and sends children to factories, it cannot be said that there are no such cases, but there are definitely not so many. California is currently thriving in all industries, and the economic situation is very good. There is no shortage of jobs. As long as you are not a lazy dog, you can basically find a job. It is indeed much more difficult for Californians to get rich overnight than 2 or 3 years ago, unless you hit the jackpot in the gold mining area. But as long as you work hard, it is not a problem to get enough food and clothing and be well off. Just as the people of California were chewing on Liang Zhao's article, another piece of news exploded among the people of California, causing waves of shock. Wyatt of the San Francisco steel plant resigned due to hiring child labor. The San Francisco City Court sentenced Wyatt to 6 months in prison according to California law, and the crime was also hiring child labor. Wyatt finally paid a huge bail of $1,500 to avoid the pain of jail. This was just the beginning. After the San Francisco City Court dealt with Wyatt, the California Supreme Court issued a sky-high fine of $50,000 to the San Francisco steel plant for employing child labor, and warned that if the fine was not paid within a week, the state government would take coercive measures to force the San Francisco steel plant to shut down and rectify. The government's forced order for a company to shut down and rectify is unprecedented in American history. If it were in other states, the government would be eager to support a large steel plant like the San Francisco steel plant, let the steel plant run at full capacity, speed up production, and provide more tax revenue for the government. The California Coal and Steel Union Congress also stated that if the San Francisco steel plant did not pay the fine, it would be expelled from the Coal and Steel Union. Any related enterprise in the California Coal and Steel Union that illegally employs child labor and refuses to pay the fine will be expelled from the Coal and Steel Union. Of course, it is impossible to suspend business for rectification. Liang Zhao did this to show the outside world his determination. San Francisco steel plant contributed more than 70% of California's steel production capacity. How could Liang Zhao bear to let San Francisco steel plant suspend operations for rectification? The management of San Francisco steel plant quickly published a review in the newspaper, admitted its mistakes, and paid a $50,000 fine on the same day. Even Liang Zhao himself apologized in the newspaper, saying that the companies under the American group illegally employed child labor, and he had an unshirkable responsibility. This move caused an earthquake in the business community of California. All factory owners in California trembled. San Francisco steel plant is an industry under the American group. The state speaker is really ruthless. He even issued huge fines to his own companies. After San Francisco steel plant, major factories in California with a history of employing child labor received fines of varying amounts. San Francisco steel plant paid the fines honestly and set an example. Most companies paid the fines after receiving the tickets. Of course, there were a few companies that refused to plead guilty and pay the fines. They organized protests against parents who incited child labor and hired idlers to protest at the government gate. Soon, Protesters gathered at the gates of various government offices in San Francisco, Sacramento and California. Among them, the largest number of protesters was at San Francisco Civic Plaza, with more than 1,000 people. Because not only is the office of the San Francisco city government located around San Francisco Civic Plaza, but the offices of the California state government, the court and the Congress are also here. Faced with the first large-scale demonstration since the establishment of California, the young California state government and San Francisco city government were somewhat at a loss. Except for a few old politicians such as California Senator Gwen, most California politicians are political novices. They have no experience in how to deal with crowds of demonstrators. San Francisco Mayor Strauss is one of them. Strauss held up a newspaper to cover his face, avoiding the angry crowd. Seeing Jie Wensheng and Pan Zhangwei, the chairman of Tongfu Group, drinking tea in Tongfu Tea House, he ran into the tea house. After running into the tea house decorated in Chinese style, Strauss, who is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, went straight to Jie Wen and said to Jie Wen breathlessly, "Member Jie Wen, it's already so late, and you still have the mood to drink tea here. The state government and the city government are surrounded by the demonstrators. I finally escaped from the municipal building. This is just a small scene. Why are you in a hurry? I was not as nervous as you are now when I faced tens of thousands of people's demonstrations," Jie Wen said calmly. "Besides, you have been working for your employer for so long, don't you know what kind of person your employer is? Mr. Liang will not do things that he is not sure of. I believe he has already thought of a strategy to deal with these people. You should learn from Mr. Liang how to stay calm when facing emergencies." Jie Wen did not take these people's demonstrations seriously at all. Who is Liang Zhao? He can manipulate the people of the Eastern Financial Group, the federal government, and the U.S. Army Regular Regiment. Why would he be afraid of these 1,000 or so people who are demonstrating? If he can't handle these people, Liang Zhao should quit his job as the state speaker and deputy governor. Mr. Liang, I can't learn from you. Strauss rolled his eyes at Jie Wen. "Mayor Strauss, don't worry, they are just a bunch of scoundrels. Come, have some tea together. It won't be long before these people will scatter like birds and beasts in the forest hearing gunshots." Pan Zhangwei took the teapot from the clerk and poured a cup of tea for Strauss in a clean teacup. Strauss drank the tea in the cup and said, "Your tea is good, and what you two said makes sense, but I am still worried. If I don't meet Speaker Liang in person and explain this to him, I will always feel uneasy." After that, Strauss asked Pan Zhangwei for a fast horse and rode to Tingtao Garden to meet Liang Zhao. "After all, you are still young, you are not calm enough, and you need experience." But then again, I really envy Strauss. When I was his age, I didn't even have the qualifications to carry the bag for our mayor. Strauss is really lucky. He became the mayor of a big city at the age of 23. Jie Wen looked at Strauss's back and said with envy, "Mayor Strauss is still very responsible in doing things. I think this is why Mr. Liang admires him." Pan Zhangwei retracted his gaze from the window and said to Jie Wen, "Mr. Jie Wen, let's talk about building Liangchang now." "It's the glass factory," Jie Wen corrected. "That's what I mean." Pan Zhangwei personally poured a cup of tea for Jie Wen. "You are the politician with the most experience in California. I would also like to ask you some questions about running for a seat in Congress. I hope you can help me solve them. Of course, we are business partners, but also good friends. It's very comfortable to get along with you. If you are interested, I can also introduce you to some old friends from my hometown, Oregon. Although the business environment in Oregon is not as good as that in California, there are still many business opportunities. For example, those Chinese local products of Tongfu Group, if they can be brought to Oregon to sell, will definitely be in great demand and will be very easy to sell." "Oh, really? That's great, Mr. Jie Wen. I think our cooperation will be very pleasant," Pan Zhangwei said very happily. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.